Hello, hello. My name is Mew Fan. I rhyme with Mew, you, and I believe you're a winner. Welcome to Recession Proof Your Business 2023, an event for you to take your business to the next level. All of our speakers combined have helped hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs to live their dream life. Combined, our speakers have hundreds of years of experience. And think of us like a box of chocolate. We all look different, we all have different backgrounds, yet we listen, we care, and we don't judge. Now, today I'm going to be talking about winning mindset with freedom and ease. The thing is, most entrepreneurs often beat themselves up for not getting the results they want. They normally do something along the line of, say, I can't afford it. I should have known better. If I had done this, I would have been here. Well, it doesn't have to be that way. One solution is freedom and ease. And before that, I want to say thank you for being here. For being here on this Friday day. You have a lot of things to do. So before I talk about the 5 strategies, freedom and ease, winning mindset, is it okay if I share a little bit about me? Well, my story starts off a little bit on the dark side, yet don't worry, it actually has a happy ending. So for me, I was born in Cambodia in one of the toughest times during my country's history. My family and I experienced the killing field. Some of you may have seen the movie. Some of you may have, let's say, watched the movie directed by Angelina Jolie called The First They Took My Father. Well, we were also affected. I lost the whole paternal side of my family. In fact, at age 2, I found my father's lifeless body. And by that time, I already was familiar with death. I had a younger brother who I remember hearing him cry. That's all I have of him, memory of him. And then he stopped crying. And so he wasn't around anymore. Now, eventually, my mom, and her new husband and family member made it to a refugee camp in Thailand. We were very fortunate to have the Red Cross, a small church group in Canada, to sponsor us and relocate us to rural Canada. Now, living in Canada was really challenging. We experienced struggles with the language, the culture, racism, even among the Asian community, because Cambodians are considered to be one of the stupidest Asians there. We also struggled with just finances. So growing up, you would think, I had so much fear of being seen, because in my world, being seen meant that I was going to be killed. And also, I really wanted to love control. If people say to me, hey, Mew, we need to talk, that in my world, that means I'm going to be sent to a field that I would never return back. And I also had a fear of success, because my family, my paternal side of family, were extremely successful. And so some of the negative things that people say about rich people was my family. So I had fear of, being spoiled, being abusive, being violent, untrustworthy. So that was my fear of success. So you would think my life would turn out a certain way, but it didn't. There was 2 events that happened. The first event was when I was 9 years old. I love watching Disney movies. Every time there was something nice happened, When Cinderella got her dress, there's always some kind of musical instrument. When Tinkerbell moved around, there was always something nice instrumental music. So at age 9, I wanted a clarinet to play in a music class where I played an instrument. And I also had a choice of being in a music class where we sang songs to Michael Jackson, Peter Gabriel, and other great hits of the time. I remember my stepfather and I moved to, and actually not moved to, went to a music store. And he said, he heard the price was $350. What did I do? I could hear his voice sink. So I decided that I didn't want it after all. And it was also a time when I said to myself, I wasn't going to let money be in the way of what I want and didn't want. Now, I was growing up in a household where the first 4 years, the 6 of us lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. For the next 5 years, the 8 of us, because an aunt married and a cousin moved in, the 8 of us lived in a 3-bedroom apartment. So I grew up with poverty. But yet, because of that incident at age 9, where I decided I wasn't going to let money be in the way of what I didn't want anymore. And the only difference that kept me from attending the class I want where I play the instrument was the price of a clarinet. So that was one incident, age 9, when I decided I wasn't going to let money be in the way of what I didn't want. My second incident was when I was 12 years old. I was living in a household with people with PTSD from the war, plus whatever trauma they had before the war. So there was a lot of, let's say, violence, yelling, screaming, broken dishes, tables flipped over, and more. And I was tired of crying myself to sleep. And I knew what I didn't want and had to figure out what I want. So what I did was I started looking around for solutions, and it came in the form of TV shows. You had Facts of Life, you had Growing Pains, Full House, but really the show that really cemented my opinion of living a better life was the show Three's Company. Now, you have 3 roommates that couldn't afford to live in California, in that California apartment, yet they pulled the resources together and they were able to live in that apartment. So that was the idea of like putting resources together to make things happen. And what I really like about those 3 characters, you had Jack, who was on the goofy side, you had Janet, who was down to earth, and there was Chrissy, who was just an airhead and really enjoyable to watch. Between those 3 people, I realized that they were free to be themselves. They can act any way they want. They didn't always agree with each other, yet they always respected each other. And when they come together, they can always solve a problem. So that was the freedom and ease that we can be ourselves, and we work together, and the solution comes easily. So between this age 9 and 12, I came up with a concept of winning mindset and freedom and ease. And how did I apply this in my life? Well, I first applied it when I was going to go to school. I couldn't afford to go to university, yet I was determined to do it. I didn't have a job and certainly didn't have the money. And what I did was I still signed up for the program. And by the way, I did graduate with a double major, mathematics and computer science. But this is what happened when it was time to register for the program. I went to the registrar office. I left with an empty backpack except for 2 bags, a bag of coins and bag of bills. And I can only imagine the person behind the teller was counting this. Well, thank goodness it was only 20 years ago, so it's a quarter of the price than it is now. But still, I can imagine her counting all the bills, all the coins to pay for tuition. And so how do I get there? Well, as soon as I said I wanted to pay for school, I announced it to everyone around me how much it cost and what I needed. And so I first started off with my step uncle, and I said to him, "Okay, I'll pull your hair and I'll get 15 cents per hair, white hair." Well, he didn't take me up on it, but it was his wife who listened to me, and she got me a job for the summer. It paid double minimum wage, and so she introduced me the concept of overtime pay. So for 40 hours in the first week, I would get double pay, and then I'll work another 20 hours in the week, and I get 3 times minimum wage. So that between the summer and plus my birthday's in the summer, I was able to pay for tuition in full. And I applied this winning mindset with freedom and ease in other areas of my life. When I was a corporate trainer in the computer industry during the dot-com bust, where my peers were getting laid off, yet I was the last person standing. And usually as a computer consultant, I would be the first person laid off during a downturn. But no, I was the last person standing. The office was literally closing, and I was still able to go from one job site to another and gave myself a raise. And then, of course, I apply this winning mindset with freedom and ease in my next career because, I decided I don't want to travel so much as a corporate trainer, computer consultant. So I wanted to stay closer to home. So what I did was I became a realtor during the housing market crash. Again, with a freedom and ease and winning mindset, creating a community to help me get where I want. I was still able to sell 45 homes per month in a new market that I've never, ever been before, not knowing much about real estate at all. And then, I became a stay-at-home mom afterwards because my husband got a job in a new state and we were starting to grow a family. And I didn't want to start over in another state and start selling real estate. So I became a stay-at-home mom for 15 years. And then when my youngest was going to school full time, I started saying to myself, okay, I don't want to be identified just as a mom or a wife. I need me again. And so I decided to come back into entrepreneurship world. And so what I do, I stumble around a little bit trying to figure out what I wanted. I start off with like work-life balance for moms. And then I started a Facebook group, Empower Mom Entrepreneurs, teaching people how to monetize their Facebook group. I stumbled around. And then I think August of last year, I attended a summit with Eben Pagan and James Mel and, the heavy hitters in the industry. And I really like the concept that they come together, pool their resources together to create this amazing event. And that's how I started into the event space. So I posted on social media, on Facebook, Thrive in Business, Prosper in Life event, looking for a speaker. And within a day and a half, I got 80 comments, ran my first event May of last year, and then June, and then I ran one in October. And then in October was when I decided to have celebrity speakers. Now, here's the concept how winning mindset and freedom and ease can really propel your business really quickly because it took me only 2 months to land a celebrity speaker. If I can do it as a stay-at-home mom for 15 years and come back into the entrepreneurship world, so can you. So the thing about freedom and ease and winning mindset is you come from a place that you're always going to win. Feel it. Think of a hobby that you really love doing. You've perfected a method and you're going to win and you're willing to challenge yourself, do something that's you've never done before and you enjoy it. Well, if you apply that to everything in your life, freedom and ease and winning mindset, well, you don't have to have freedom and ease and freedom and ease. It's whatever you feel it is. For me, it's freedom and ease. You can be security, elation, joy, whatever you call it. The thing is, when you come from that place, you ask the universe for bigger rewards, you take bigger action. And the thing is, when it comes to winnings, it compounds. Because for me, we hear a lot of concept about compound interest when it comes to investing. Well, when it comes to win, it's compounded as well. So I'm going to share with you the 5 strategies of winning mindset, freedom, and ease. And they happen to use the acronym FOCUS, FOCUS. F does not stand for focus. It stands for feeling. If you feel a certain way that you're going to win, imagine you're doing a hobby. Is it cooking? Is it running? Is it knitting? Or whatever hobby that you prefer, or drawing, and you're really good at it, you feel a certain way. What if you took that concept and apply it to your business, in a business that you've never done before, or you're doing something that's so new? If I can do it, you can too. And so you heard about how I was able to materialize tuition in just over summer and paid it in full for 1 semester. But when I come from that feeling of freedom and ease, I do magical things. And the thing is, people fall in place because you're so committed, because you really enjoy what you're doing. You hear about, my concept of there's a .com bust, being a realtor as well. Those are when you're coming from that place, people fall in line and help you where you are. So as a corporate trainer, computer consultant, I did such a good job that I became a preferred provider. So how do I get my leads? The vendor who was preferred provider gave me all the leads. I was in my 20s, didn't know a single thing. I didn't know the industry. The vendor happened to be a spinoff for a Fortune 200 company, and they've been around the business for decades. And as a realtor, creating support that I need, I became practically the number 1, number 2 realtor, because the broker I was associated with was good at marketing. So you come from freedom and ease and winning mindset, things will materialize. So how do you tap into that freedom and ease and winning mindset, whatever you term your feeling to be? You apply it to everything in your life. Your self-love, your relationship, your business, with your family. And if it doesn't work, if you don't have that feeling, take that away, because it takes up your energy. And so here's a concept that I've really, really embraced, that feeling, and it really worked for me, was when I was in school. I didn't have any money. I just had enough to pay for tuition, pay for the bus ride. But for $3.50 at once a month or twice a month, I really got this bowl of noodles. It was, peanut butter, spicy, sweet and sour. It's like a Thai dish in school. And yes, I would psych myself up to spending $3.50 plus 15% tax. And when I bought that dish for $3.50 and 15 cents and 15% tax, I stepped into the world as if I had already graduated from university with my degree in mathematics and computer science, having the life that I want, living where I want, making the money I want. And while I'm eating that meal, I was in that zone of freedom and ease, that I've already achieved what I wanted. And I did that once or twice a month. And yes, coughing up that $3.50 and 15% tax was challenging for me. And then after I ate my meal, I realized to myself, my life didn't fall apart by buying that dish. And so I would do this in September all the way into spring, buying this, psyching myself up, buying this dish. And then spring came and I wanted to buy a $200 jacket plus 15% tax. And I spent months like telling myself, I want a jacket, I want a jacket, I want a jacket. And I eventually actually bought myself that jacket. And I was really pleased. And I realized after a day after I bought the jacket, my life didn't fall apart. So how do you tap into a feeling? Is slowly take one action outside your comfort zone, just a little bit, doesn't have to be huge, just a little bit in one area of life and apply it to all areas of life as well. And really embrace that feeling. And once you feel secured in taking that small action to feel your wins, take a bigger action, much like me with a small noodle dish for $3.50 and 15% tax and buying a spring jacket. So that's feelings. Now let's hop into O when it comes to O stands for outstanding results. When it comes to outstanding results, when you are an entrepreneur, you want to create results above the crowd or you're going to be lost. And so when it comes to outstanding results, I want to say declare it and look for people who can support you. And so C stands for collaboration. C is about coming together in such a way that you can create results that you can't by yourselves and the other people can't by themselves. So when I was a corporate trained computer consultant, I was in a semiconductor industry. During that semiconductor industry, we were already in a downturn. There was a 5-year cycle, 5 years off, 5 years on. As a corporate trainer, what I did for the vendor is took their product, modified towards their client's specification. So I could push their product out the door and they can gain royalty. That's how they made their money. And then U stands for universe. Universe has your back. Now, I've been spending most of my time adult life as a stay-at-home mom, but I want to tell you, the world is expansive. The universe is huge, it's growing, and the opportunities are growing. Did you know? And I'm going to have to figure out how to do this as an entrepreneur, but I've actually got companies to pay for us to live. They pay for our housing and they paid for our plane tickets, our vacations. And then we figured this out and we helped the next family to actually have their homes, their housing paid for, their cars paid for, their most of their bills paid for, like utilities and stuff. So know the universe can really support you. And so how do you do that? Is declare and broadcast to the universe and they will respond. Now S stands for system. So you create think of your hobby. You do something and you try to get to this level. And then you created a system because nobody else really produced results. And then you create another system to get to the next results. And then that's how you build upon it. So how do you do it? It's just trial and error. You try this until I apologize. I should turn off my phone. Is you keep trying and trying this and trying that and just ask for support because there's always people who can help you when you're looking for results and get there. And so for me, my system that I have tried over and again, I realized that if you create a high-end product, it's easier to sell because you can enlist other people to sell for you. You just give them like 20, 30, 40% referral fee. That is a concept of, creating a system that really works. It's up to you. So one of the thing that people make the mistake of doing when it comes to winning mindset and freedom and ease, they think of setting a goal, then celebrating the wins after something happens. And usually what happens is it seems like a chore. And who wants to do a chore? It's just so not fun. And so if you come from a place that you always start winning, then you would ask the universe for bigger rewards and take bigger actions. So if me, a stay-at-home mom who could, after 15 years, host this event with celebrity speakers like Les Brown, Ford Filey, Sharon Lechter, Kendi Foster, and half the speakers are their friends, I can do it. So for being here, I'd like to offer you a free program called Be Seen with Authority, because I knew what it was like to start a business. And yet this is a concept that was given to me. And the value is $4,997. And I'm going to give it to you for free. And I'm going to go into my CRM for anybody who, let me check who the winner is. Let's just okay, let's see. Well, Linda, thank you. You are the winner of the Winning Mindset, the Be Seen with Authority program. And I will reach out to you afterwards. And I also have a free raffle, and I have a program, workshop coming up in September. And it's about how to land a celebrity speaker for your next event. Now, it doesn't have to be, it could be for any industry. Because as a former realtor, I know I could help you partner up with somebody who's a heavy hitter in your industry and to get you where you want. So let me see if anybody would like to have that. And let me screen out. So I would have, if anybody have any questions, I would answer any questions. I go into comments. Oh, yes, I recognize some few names. And so one of the things I didn't say, because I was thinking I was running out of time, when you're creating an outstanding results, really focus on, that was part of the acronym FOCUS. O stands for outstanding results. And I think this is super important, is that do you declare what you want and then go out to find somebody to support you. If there's somebody who has achieved the results that you want, then you can achieve it yourself. And those people who achieve results that you want are not any more special than you and I. The only difference is they got the results because they learned from the best. They learned and tried and willing to take the risk, willing to declare to the universe what they want. They're willing to have people say, that can't be done, be realistic. And they're like, no, thank you. I'm going to put you to the side and I will stay focused to what I want. So my time is almost up and I will just read a few questions. Oh, Chantel, how does one learn how to get corporation to fund them and family? Good question. There is a small group of communities out there where families move to other parts of the country. And so we were expats to India. And so we had our housing paid for. And then we knew that when we left after 2 years, we actually supported the next family and we got the company to pay for housing, for a car, for a driver, for a cleaner, and the wife got spousal support. So there's a there's a lot of communities out there. So I'm going to introduce to you the next speaker. And her name is Dr. Jody Bayer. She has a PhD, and for the last 4 decades, she's been America's foundational health coach and a holistic nutritionist. She has helped people lose 1,000, actually, not 1,000, 1 million pounds of toxic fat, and 3,000 clients regain health in the COVID era. Wow, that's a lot of people in one short amount of time. And her program centers around pristine clean. So please give your hand applaud to Dr. Jody Bayer. Woo!
Oh, Mew, 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 Mew. I tell you, I do love you. And before
Oh,
I begin, I know we're going to blow up this chat because if we were in a live audience, what we would do would we be standing, we'd go, woo, woo, for Mew. I know that rhymes. You know, I have to do that. But Mew, what we would do, and I want to give you all the honor and praise. If we thought we had obstacles, excuse me, poverty, killing, PTSD. What is our excuse? Let's just get it done in these next 3 days because we are all fans of Mew Fan. We certainly are. Thank you for the
thank
work,
you.
the dedication, the focus. You do walk the talk. I'm privileged and honored to be here to talk about my passion, my mission, and it's all about you and your health. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I am going to just rock and roll into this. I believe we are all fans of MuFan. Why? Because we can learn from each other. Les Brown says that together, collectively, we have a group of heart-centered. Didn't you hear that from you? So that we can be more, do more, and be a community. You need your health first. I know that. That's what I've been doing for 42 years. 42 years because 4 decades is the number of balance. 4 decades, you need you and your health to go within so you can have your business without, so you can have your mission, your passion. You see, you are the key. You are the key to you and your world. I have a saying that says, when you take care of you and your world first, the world around you is empowered forever. So, how do we take care of you? I've entitled my segment, How to Recession Proof You. So let's get started, shall we? To recession proof you and your health, then your business can have the passion, the purpose, and it can be mission driven. Now, if I would take a vote, how many of you have gone to your business and go, woo, woo, wow, to whoa? Something happened. I had 2-decade health coach. What was I doing in my mid 40s? I was a single, sole support parent of 2 teenagers. They were nationally ranked on their way, the fast track to All American Olympic swimmers. That takes money. And even as a health coach, I'm going to give you a little secret. What did I do? I started serving and serving and doing more and doing more and doing more until the more was too much. And I had to make some changes. I had to look within. And that's when I experienced that quote. When you take care of you and your world first, the world around you is empowered forever. And yes, I know the 1,000,000 pounds of toxic fat lost. I'm honored to have those 30,000 clients. I'm honored to say that I have assisted 3,000 in the COVID era. But it all happened with this one word, you and them. You see, transformation is an inside job. Transformation happens with mindfulness. Being mindful with every action. Mew was mindful with her focus. Mew was going out and direction driven, getting these speakers. We all want to do and get the speakers, get the results, get the results. But what I found is I was going, and doing rather than being. So let's learn today the secrets of how to be with every action, to be with every interaction, personally, relationally, and then in our fortunes and our business. It begins with confidence. Confidence, you say, Jody? Yes, confidence in that knowing. My Norwegian mother used to say to me, Jody, it's your no is in the knower. And she said, it's right down here. That our gut is our second brain. The confidence to know that we can create something. I've created a program and was consulting on confidence tones. You can find it on my website. Confidence tones, confidence begins. And if you have trauma in your life, if you have this in your life, you can go and get the past out so you can be present for your future. There's a program called Trauma Detox, but it begins with confidence. It begins with going ahead and staying in that upward spiral. Confidence, gratitude, joy, love, passion, ecstasy. And be mindful of when we get into the confidence to frustration, when I'm frustrated. You see, as a 42-year-old woman, I was frustrated with my ex. I was frustrated this. I didn't realize that I could just put my frustration in a box and then I could be the businesswoman. No. Can't do that. You are a whole human being, wholeness. And that's when I had that scare. So let's learn. Let's be a part of this confidence, gratitude, peace, love, joy, passion. Let's go to ecstasy. You can't stay there, but you can always stay in confidence. Catch yourself when it goes to frustration, because after that is degeneration. After you have confidence and you get to frustration, then it goes, where do you go then? To disease, fear. Then you go into anger and hatred, and you know the rest. You see, I have a program, and it's your free gift to anyone that goes to my website, drjodee.com. It's a very well-respected blog, or to my email, drjodeebear, and it's spelled Jodee. That's me, jodeebear@gmail.com. It's 10 rituals to rock your day. 10 rituals to rock your day. Everyone who emails me on this list will get the 10 rituals to rock your day. You see, they're easy, but they're easy to do and easy not to do. I developed these for myself when I got off track a little bit, and I said, I had to make some changes. If we could open up this chat, who would say, I have to make some changes? So write these down. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10 rituals. You said, I don't have time. You don't have time not to. Because when you take care of you and your world, you will recession-proof you. You will grab a hold of your health. And who doesn't want more time and focus and abundance to hit their business? We all do, don't we? So what is the first one? Gratitude. I get up in the morning, I do 3 sun salutations, and I say, I am grateful. 3 things. It's a divine number. 3 things I'm grateful for. 3 things that I can then take into the bathroom. What do I do in the bathroom? I take out, you're going to laugh at this one, a tongue scraper. You see this? This will take off all the gunk. I'm not going to stick out my tongue, ladies and gentlemen, but it's the gunk from your digestive acidity that's been in your body all night long. That's where bad breath comes from. Then I do an oil pulling. I just pulled out my frankincense. I figured if it was good enough for our Savior, it's good enough for me. Then you do the oil pulling. I come back in my bedroom and get lemon juice. And right now I'm doing a kidney detox, so I put coconut oil in it. It's been made from fresh lemon the night before. You say, Jody, how can something so acidic? Because overnight it turns to alkalinity, just like your body is restful. And then I'm out the door for my autonomic nervous system walk. The reason I'm going over these generally, homeopathy, naturopathic, holistic treatments are not, ladies, you're going to identify with this. They're not like Spanx, like one size fits all, one size fits most. No, going to a well-known, I'm going to pick up this vitamin and this vitamin and this vitamin, and some clerk is going to tell me in the mall, or I'm going to go to our online representative and get this, is a very, very sketchy business, at least, because it's precise, it's pristine clean for you. You are the person that desires to do the autonomic nervous system walk. Then I come in, you take your shower. And if you email me, I'll give you the tips. I'll give you the tips. 10 minutes of a consultation, just free. But I want to find out about you and your world. I want to find out about you so I can give you the best. And then this is the secret sauce. After I've done all of this, it's meditation. You see, when I had that health crisis, I was doing for my sons, doing for the swim team, doing, and I came undone. Don't we know people that have achieved? We've heard that word. It's an entrepreneurial word. It's burnout. What does burnout consist of? Well, the bad news is burnout, I want you to write this down, happens, ladies and gentlemen, 6 months before you ever get any symptoms. Every disease starts 6 months before you see it happens. You see, that's why being mindful every single day of you and your world, the world around you will be empowered forever. What I did this morning, I got up at 6 a.m., took me absolutely an hour and a half for me. It's better than a martini lunch to do the 10 rituals. Then you come into this mindfulness. Why is this important? Because of burnout. I'm coming back to burnout. One thing I omitted to tell you about meditation: for every 20 minutes of meditation, it is as good as 2 hours of sleep. You see what you're doing for you and your world to have more vitality, more energy. Then burnout, you can see it happening. You know that I've got a tap on the shoulder. Ooh, something has to change. The 2x4, you look at it way before the Mack truck hits. So how do you do this? How can I just make sure that I recession proof me and my health? Well, this is according to and I want to give honor to my teacher trainer of over 15 years. I found him as I was regenerating. 6 months to regenerate, 6 months to degenerate. That's the good news. And his name is Dr. James S. Marinakis. He has been last year was a finalist for the Nobel Peace Prize in Natural Medicine, Teach You Guru, and my partner now in our project, Healthopedia, bringing the 6 pillars of human existence in holistic health. I can say it is divine consciousness. Mindfulness, divine consciousness. What is that? How many of you could say, if we'd open up this chat, and let's blow up this chat and say, me. We've had COVID. Whether you were vaxxed, unvaxxed, I'm not going to get into this. It was stressful. We had fear. We didn't know what the next day would bring. But do we ever? Do we ever know what the next day brings? So be grateful for this day. Be grateful for what we're doing in this world together. Be grateful for what you are doing. We see tragedies, you turn on the news, you almost are just afraid to do this. That's a fear. So stay in that consciousness of being mindful, because every culture, I've got a secret for you. I want you to write these 2 words down: divine consciousness. Every culture, every religion, every nation, every race, we all bleed the same. It's divine consciousness. That's what we are awakening up to. That's what we are doing here collectively together. And that's why I entitled my talk, The 3 Faces of You. It starts with you in your world first. Mindful, having that divine consciousness that I can control one thing, the present, and the other thing is me. And the 3rd face of you is how I respond to the situation. Then everything falls in place. You have recession proof your life. You have recession proof, certainly your health. I wrote a book, and I'm honored to say that it hit international bestseller in 14 categories, 1.1 million copies sold in 5 days. And it's called 21 Days to Your Best You: Keys for the Life of Excellence. And when you asked me to speak, I was so honored. I said, did you name this book? And did you take it and decide you were going to take my book and name your event after this? Because it's you and you. See, you are the only person, ladies and gentlemen, that will never leave you. Never, ever, ever, from birth to death. Husbands and wives may. Yes, I had a husband. You can tell that. Sole support, single parent. I had a husband. They will. At certain age, you want your children to too. But it's you and you. The first 7 days in my book is about you and you. Then we go into you and relationships, days 18 to 14, and then you and your world. That's what Mew is taking us through in this divine consciousness 3-day event. It truly, truly embodies going back to the 10 rituals to rock your day. When you take care of you and your world, when you take care of you and you, then you can expand to you and others. And then you know that health isn't just something you do, but it's what you become along life's journey. I'm sure many of you are saying, Jody, I thought you would tell us about food or detoxification. Yes, I am going to do that for just a moment. I believe that we all can be bestitarians at this. Whether you eat a vegetarian, I'm a vegan, have been a vegan for 4 decades. Vegan, vegetarian, pescatarian, carnivarian, at least don't be a frankenfood-atarian. If you are, it's okay. Let's start today. This day, make a commitment to you and your world and be a bestitarian. Be the best that you can be at what you are, the best at your first face of you and your world. Then the 3 faces, you know how you can be to your family and relationships. That's the 3rd face of you personally and then professionally. You will go out and do the best Atarian you for your 3rd phase in your professional business. You can't compartmentalize it. You can't go ahead and say, I'm only going to be this way, a certain way. That's what I was to my business. I degenerated myself, didn't know it. Burnout happened. But the good news is, remember those 6 months to regenerate your health? You can get there again, staying in confidence, being in that divine consciousness. Say, I will until. Meditate twice a day. Know that after meditation, twice a day, I read my visualizations, my actualizations, my goals, because they will, as Mew said, you will have such focus. Your dreams will come to fruition. That truly, that divine consciousness is my pristine, clean program. And yes, I believe my clients, I've taken them to 5 cleanses in 1 year. Why? You've got a choice, ladies and gentlemen. Detox or tumors. Your body makes a choice. Your clean eating is a place to start, but that's a doing. Be health. Enjoy health. Health isn't something you do, it's what you become along life's journey. Then, when you make wise choices with clean eating, you will say, no food tastes as good as health feels. That's how you recession proof your business. Become that health, become your vision of you. Then it's manifestation into mission, and we change the world together. We do. I know this. I do walk my talk. I'm 69 and a half years old. Energy creates vitality, which transcends into longevity. That truly is divine consciousness. Dr. Bernie Siegel, my partner in our Healthopedia project, says the older I get, the more mystical I become. Stay in that divine consciousness. You will stay in that energy of confidence, to gratitude, then to move into joy, love, passion, and ecstasy. You will stay above the fray no matter what. Mew proved that. She has done her life. She has lived her life. I have an initial for this, Mew. I want you to write this down with all the love and care and respect I have for you. NMW. It means no matter what. Mew did her life no matter what. That's why she had success in a downturn economy, and so can you. Recession proof you and your business. If you're not sure where to start, well, I have 2 rituals for you. I want you to think about the 2 rituals of the 10 when you go and download the blog. Just do 2 every day. By the time you get to the end of those 21 days, remember 21 days for you, best you. We've all heard, at least been alluded to, 21 days to make or break a habit, but it's a frequency cycle. Ladies and gentlemen, men and women, I got news for you. We both have a cycle. It's just not women. Women have a physical menopausal cycle, but it's an energy cycle. You do 2 of these rituals, and I suggest the first one is mindfulness and meditation. Then add your tongue scraper the day 2 when it comes from Amazon. Make your lemon water. Go and do your shower. Contact me for your autonomic nervous system walk. Go ahead and find out how you oil pull. Your shower, when what you do before your shower and during your shower. I'm here to help, because when I take care of me and my world, you're going to take care of you and your world. And it's a trickle out effect with divine consciousness. It is just true. Just begin. As Les Brown says, you don't have to be great to get started. Just get started to be great. And how do you do this? I will end my time with this. I want you to remember to listen to the warning signs. The universe is giving it to you. Your body is giving to you. Resist the myth of the entrepreneur. People do this. They say, well, maybe it'll go away. Maybe never did. Listen. The universe is telling you. Your guardian messengers are telling you, listen to you and your world first. Do it when you see a little slip. Come back. I'm saying I'm going to get back to my daily rituals. They are rituals because rituals become a habit, which create a destiny. Your micro life begins to create your macro legacy. I know that. I see it in my children. I see it in my grandchildren. Start now. Be great because you have started. Les Brown has said, I will say, go down. I have an acrostic that says to heal. You go in and heal your world first. But this acrostic is hope. I give healing and hope. Anyone can do this. I am living proof. I was broadsided by a Lincoln Continental and was paralyzed from the shoulders on down. I walked out of that hospital room and I've never looked back as being a triathlete, 14-time marathoner, because I said I will until, and I was at the other end. And it because I said to myself, I will heal through hope. What does hope stand for? Go down into yourself to heal. You know what you need to do. Remember, I can go ahead with divine consciousness. If I see myself slipping, you come back to regenerate every single day. Then go up in opportunity to your true north. Opportunity means go to your spirit-led life. We have 6 pillars of human existence. You see them in my screen. It starts with the spiritual, physical, mental, emotional, social, then financial. This is why, being honored to be the first speaker, I've spent time in the spiritual, the divine consciousness. I've spent time in the physical, because then the emotions will follow along with mindfulness. They are second cousins, twin sisters, perhaps even more. And socially, you'll be able to do it on day 2. And absolutely, the financial mindset will be there because you started to recession proof you and your health. You started to go ahead and recession proof you so you could be more in your world. So once again, you heal. Only you can do you. Go up in opportunity to the spiritual pillar, the first pillar, and then come in positivity, not only to do, but be the law of attraction. Be that law of attraction. Be that human becoming, that mindful becoming of divine consciousness. And then you go out to empower. You first empowered yourself, then you too will empower your world with hope. So you hear that. You can stay in the woohoo, wow, before you go, whoa. You will catch yourself. And so I need to step back in consciousness. I need to step back in that divine consciousness and confidence to be the best that you can be. So listen to the whispers of your own wisdom. What are those whispers? You hear life, you have healing. And in those whispers, when you listen in your mindful divine consciousness, you will hear hope. Mew, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I will say, where there is divine consciousness, where there is healing, there is hope. And this is Dr. J saying always today, and from this day forward, have a healthy day. Ciao for now.
Well, thank you, Jody. And I always laugh when she says, I'm 69 and a half. So our next speaker is Diane Lampy. She's an award-winning business owner, author, and inspirational speaker who has had more than 2 decades, has helped entrepreneurs to multiply their income and impact. She was asked by the Napoleon Hill Foundation to co-author children books and The Amazing Adventure of Oliver Hill, and is also internationally certified to teach his great principles of success. Welcome, Diane.
Hey, Mew, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here today and honored. And I got to tell you, I was just listening to Dr. Joe. She killed it because I live by a lot of those principles. I just recently went plant-based myself, so I can understand. So thank you for sharing that. So we're going to talk about the fastest way to the cash in any business climate. So I'm going to ask you a question. How many of you have had times in your business that there was more cash going out than the cash coming in? I know you know what I'm talking about. I've been there. So today in my talk, I'm going to cover 3 strategies that you can implement right now to create and generate cash quickly and reliably in your business in any business climate. So why should you listen to me? Well, today I'm going to be not sharing theory, but wisdom so that you can avoid all those landmines with a startup. If you're stuck or if you've been in business, I get it. So I can remember one day when I was in corporate America, it was really amazing. I was really great and I was getting promoted and all this great stuff was happening. And then one day, I don't know why, I just walked out to my backyard and I stood there and I said, this can't be it. I didn't come on this earth. I wasn't put on this earth to go to work every week, every day, and get a paycheck. And at the end of the week, I'd live for the weekends to go do it again. There's got to be more. I knew that I had to change. For something to change, I had to change. So I walked back into my place and I went, okay, if I keep doing what I'm doing, I'm going to keep getting what I got. And then what's going to end up happening, all these years are going to go by. And for what? What difference did I make? What did I do in this world? So for me to change, I had to change things up. So what did I do? I started reading books. Started side hustles. It didn't turn out too good, by the way, but that was okay because I had the attitude that you can either win or learn. So I never look at anything as a failure. So I kept falling down. I got to tell you, I was falling down. I'd get back up. I'd fall down again because my want to was so strong. I found mentors. I went to events. I knew I had to get better. And I worked on me every day, all the time. I had affirmations going. I got better at my affirmations. I changed the wording. I got pretty good at them. Like, okay, things are going on, but I was still falling down. And I got to tell you, people were laughing at me. Oh, Diane, what are you doing? You know, you got a great job. Stay there. You're doing awesome. And I knew I was meant for more. So I just kept going in spite of all that happening. And I remember after I fell down quite a bit, and I did. My friends, I was part of the NFL club. If you don't know what that is, no friends left, no family left. Nobody wanted to hear from me. What is she doing now? Because I was on a quest to be the best version of me. So I just kept going. So I started another business and like, okay, I'm going to do this one. And I did it for about 2 years. And so what ended up happening, all of a sudden, I mean, I should have seen the handwriting on the wall, but I didn't. And what ended up happening was, guess what? The credit card debt just soared. It was soaring like crazy. And I'm like, I don't even have any room on my credit cards. I needed to pivot. And I'm like, okay, so let's do something else. And so I did. And here's what I remember. I had to bootstrap this one. And this one turned out to be the most successful one. And here is where I am today. 17 years later, same business, multi-million-dollar business, teaching, training, helping people be the best version of themselves, me being the best version of myself, traveling the world. I've been on over brick and mortar, by the way, business, and traveling all over the world. I've been on like over 40 trips all over the world. I've helped others do the same. And so people see me now and they go, oh, Diane, I want to be just like you. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if you wanted to be the Diane 17, 18, 19, 20 years ago that was fumbling. Are you willing to get back up? Every time you get knocked down, are you willing to get back up? What are you going to do when you hear those words, no, and no, and no, and more no's? So what I'm going to share with you right now are 3 strategies that you can do. And this will help you get to the fastest way to the cash in any business climate. So you guys ready? Let's go. All right. Number 1, unclog your pipes. And you're going, unclog your pipes, Diane? What the heck are you talking about? Yeah. What's stopping you? What are you telling yourself? What are those things? And I'll tell you what, here's how I realized this. One of my mentors at the time, I was having success and, not so successful. I don't like to use that word failure. I was up and I was down. And she said, Diane, let's do this. Let's get a timeline of what's going on for you. The times that you were really up and the times you were really down. Let's look at what was going on and what was happening. And I'm going to tell you, it was this big aha moment for me. And what was it? It was like, oh my goodness, it's me. I'm stopping me. It's my self-sabotage. I'm doing it. Because every time I got up, I went back there, up and it was me. It was the stories I was telling myself. What stories are you telling yourself? And so what ended up happening, here's what the stories are. I'm going to give you the stories that I was telling myself. So maybe it'll help you and maybe you have different stories, but I really want to share this with you. Okay, so the first thing I was telling myself is that I'm not smart enough. I don't have this big education. I have ADD so bad. It was so tough for me to read a book. I would cry in my room because I would read the book and I'm like, what the heck did I just read? So it was like, okay. But I remember, I was going to all these events and I started crewing some events. I was really getting into it because I knew for me to get better faster, I had to jump in and just do it. And so what ended up happening is I remembered Tony Robbins said, hey, I have a PhD. And I'm like, wait a minute. Because people, he had that same feeling like, he had to reframe it for himself. And I'm like, he does? And he said on stage, I remember, yeah, I got a PhD in results. I said, that's me. That's my new mantra. I got a PhD in results. And I owned it and I lived it and I did it every day. I'm like, okay, nope. And then I would start telling myself, this is a good one. When people would say I would do stuff and I go, oh, because I'm so smart. Because I'm so smart. And then all of a sudden people were telling me because she's so smart. And I'm like, this stuff really works. So then the second thing I was telling myself is I wasn't good enough. And so really number one helped number two a lot because not having that feeling now about myself changed everything. But I got to tell you, here's the biggest one. And this one really hit me hard. It was the way I thought about money. It wasn't right. And so what ended up happening was I thought money was the root of all evil. So when I get to that high number, right? I get up there, I go up down because, hey, I really want to make a difference in the world. I want to do good things. Okay. And then I'd go back down. What I did learn is I needed to reframe it to this. The love of money is the root of all evil. And how I reframed it is this. People that have money can do some really good things for this world. Think about it this way. How do wings get on hospitals, right? How do, there's people, churches, and everybody does mission trips. How do you think and who do you think pays for those mission trips, right? And so I decided that I was going to take that on, that mantra for me. So what I want to ask you right now, action step for you to unclog your pipes. Here's what I'd love you to do. I'd love you to write down 3 things that are clogging your pipes. What are you telling yourself? And you say, well, I don't know, Diane. I don't have anything. It's there. I promise you it's there. What you need to do is just kind of listen when you're talking. It'll show up and write it down. And then what you're going to do is then work on reframing that. Now, this sounds really foundational, but this is the fastest way to the cash because you're going to unclog all that stuff so you can really go and do what you're meant to do. We got to go. We can't hold ourselves back. I'm on a mission every day. I am. So number 2, process. Clean it up. You're going, like, what are you talking about, Diane? What process? I don't know. Here's what I did. Remember I said in the one business, my credit card debts were crazy high. Well, when that happens, guess what? So do the interest rates go up and you don't realize it because you're paying the minimums and you're wondering like the minimum, nothing's ever going down, right? So what you want to do is what I did is I cleaned everything up. And I do this once a year without fail, sometimes more, because here's what happens. I go through my credit card statements. I go through my bank statements. I go through my auto ships. I go through anything like my phone, if you have cable, internet. I go through everything. And I look at it. And here's what I do as I sort. Okay, is that going to help me build the business? No. Okay, I don't need that. That's not going to work. Okay, that one, yeah, I need that. That works. It helps my business. Okay, I need that. Oh, I thought I canceled that. How come that's still on there? Oop, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. And then keep the ones, right? And then you're going to go look at your auto ships. Do I need that one? I forgot I had that one. Okay. And then you're going to go look at what? Oh, your food bills and those door dashes, no offense. And your Uber Eats and you're stopping for your coffees every day. Because people say, Diane, I just don't have cash to get started. I don't have any money. And then I'm going to say to you, how many times did you go out this week? How many times did you do this? How many times did that? The answer's there. And let me give you an example. I had this one lady, we talked about this and we said, let's go through everything. I didn't do it. She did it. So she went back. I didn't hear from her for a couple of days. And I'm like, did she not do it or what? And so what ended up happening was she came back. And she said, Diane, I'm so fired up. I found $3,000 a month for her business. So what did she do? I said, hey, wait, don't go buy a purse. You can do that later or whatever you really think is awesome for you. Don't do that. Let's look at where we could put it in your business to help you grow your business, create more income, and then you'll have more money to do the things that you want. Make sense? And so that's what she did. And I'm going to tell you, and I'm just telling you things that I did that I think will help you do that. Here's one more thing I want to share with you. I hope you have a piece of paper. I'd love to have you write this down because I think this would really help you big time because I know it helped me and I help a lot of people. And it's so simple, but it's so simple that it doesn't get done, baby. I don't know. So what I want you to do is take a piece of paper and put a letter T, a big T, and then I want you to do it. It's going to look like this. It's all it's going to look like. Yeah, here we go. It's going to be a T. You see it? And then here, you're going to put down the money that you want to make. What's your goal? Right? But over here, you're going to put all the things that you're willing to give up to make that happen. You know what some people say to me? I'm like, Diane, I really don't want to give up that stuff. It could be you're talking on the phone too much. You're hanging out with your friends. You're watching too much TV. You're getting up late. You're busy being busy, not doing the right, whatever it is on that list. You know what it is. And so what's going to happen is you've got to make that decision of what you're willing to give up to go up. Does that make sense? So what are you willing to give up to go up to get that? Because here's what I realized. I could have, if I didn't have to give up this thing, all these things to make that money, I'd already be doing it. So I had to give things up. And I'll tell you what, I gave a lot of things up. And people said, you're crazy, Diane. But guess what? I get to live a great, beautiful life. I get to do the things I want to do. Because a lot of times when we're in business and we're in a job, we're not going to get the time freedom and financial freedom. If you have time freedom, but you don't have financial freedom, that's not so great, right? Because who wants to sit home and watch TV or watch cable all day long or whatever? But when you have financial freedom, now you have choices. So people say to me, well, Diane, I see people that are so busy, they have no time, even though they have financial freedom. That's probably their choice. Because guess what? With financial freedom, you can buy time. What does that mean? You can have things done for the things that you don't want to do, right? There's things on your list that you don't want to do every day, right? I don't do them because I do income producing activities and I choose the things I choose to do are the things I choose to do because I have a choice, right? So now with this, you have a choice. So let's talk about number 3. Number 3 is get hungrier. Get hungrier. So hungry that you're willing to stay up late, get up early, and not be finished for the day until it's done. Whatever you want to get done, get it done. And I'll tell you what, a lot of times, people will say, I'll just do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow never happens. I don't want you to be a wantapreneur. Yeah, always want. I want. To get to the entrepreneur side, you got to stop wanting to saying, I want, and do. And I love this this quote. When I met Eric Thomas one time, I love him. And this quote he said just stuck with me my whole entire life. I mean, I listen to it all the time from the time I got it. He says, I'm going to read this to you. When you want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And I go, okay, I got it. I'm going to do it. That's me. Here's my question for you. How hungry are you? So here's the action item. Write down between 1 and 10 how hungry you are. Is 10 being hungry, right? And we're going to be hearing from Les Brown later over the weekend. He's going to talk about that, I'm sure. He's the master at that. And so if it's not a 10, you got to figure out how you're going to get yourself to a 10 or a 10. Is it you have to either work on your why? Maybe it's not strong enough. Maybe your dreams aren't big enough. And you go, oh, that's okay. Don't settle. The cash is waiting for you. What I'm sharing with you really is the fastest way to the cash. So let's do this. Oh, wanted to remind you, I have an ebook that I'd like to gift you. It's valued at $9.95. It's a little ebook, but I don't want to say it's little. It's an awesome ebook because it talks about the 50 ways to inspire action and achieve your goals. And that's my gift for you today. And I'm going to give you my website. And then also, I'm going to provide you one person with, I'm going to raffle this. You're going to love it. I hope you'll love it. One person is going to get an hour of coaching with me, not with a bunch of people, just you and me, valued at $2,500. Because here, time is all we got. We cannot get that back. We can get money back. We can get everything back, but we can't get our time back. So hopefully you'll be that one. You can look what's on the screen or go to DianeSentMe.com. That's a little bit easier, DianeSentMe.com, or you could click the link right there. And let's recap what we were just talking about. Make sure, in case you came late, or if you said, I missed that, let's go through them, the three real quick for you right now. Number 1, unclog your pipes. Unclog your pipes. Write the 3 things down that you're telling yourself. What are those stories? Reframe them. Get it done right away. You're gonna see changes. What I'm sharing with you right now can be a big game changer for you immediately by doing these simple things that I'm sharing with you. Okay. Number 2, process. Clean it up. Do it now. Work on your T. Figure out what you're willing to give up there. Look at your credit cards. Look at everything. Dissect it. The cash will be there, I promise you, to build your business. I know it's there. And number 3, get hungrier. Get hungrier. Do those things that you need to do to build your business. Don't forget, go to DianeSentMe.com, and we're going to be doing that raffle here in just a moment. And okay, here's the thing I want to share with you too. Lastly, your dreams just have to be bigger than your fears. What you want is there for you right now. You can get it. It's waiting for you. You're smart enough. You're good enough. Don't give up. Just keep going. Doesn't matter if anybody laughs at you. They laughed at me. All those people that laughed at me, now they just think I'm smart. Of course, this is what they say. Okay. They go, oh, I always knew you could do it. That's one of the funny things that happens. So what I will do, I'm going through here right now, and I'm going to pick a name of who is going to win that. Here we go. And the winner is Deborah Kokis. Deborah Kocis, Kocis, you win the 1 hour coaching session with me. I'm so excited. I've got your information right here, and I can't wait for us to get connected. And I'm saving it right now. I got it. So, next thing, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your time, because I think that's the most precious gift you could give anyone, because time is something we cannot get back. I look at it now and I'm so blessed. I'm so grateful. I want you to work on you. You're going to hear that from the speakers. You're going to hear that. Work on yourself every day. Let's make a difference in the world. Let's do great things. Thank you again. And oh, by the way, I'm Diane Lampy.
Well, thank you, Diane. A wonderful tools and strategies, and I learned so much. I hate balancing my book, so it's good to have someone here. And so I would like to ask the audience, what have you gotten so far today? We had me talking about, creating powerful alliances, a winning mindset, feeling your wins. We had Jody Bayer about, really creating the health so you can be around and support your clients. And then you have Diane, who talked about, cleaning up your books and creating the business that you need. So I would like to see if anybody have any questions. Let's see. Yes, Tara, it's great. It says your dreams need to be bigger than your fears. And I was going to screw up the chat. Oh, Diane, Nick, he said, yes, you will be thankful for an hour of Diane's time. She's an amazing mentor and author. Wow, there's a great testimonial right there. And I will scroll up. Laura says, Diane lives what she is saying. Thank you for being a wonderful mentor and leader. PhD is results. We need money to make a difference. It's true. If anybody who thinks that, money is not everything, yet it does help us get where we want. And so I love it. And let's see, I'm going to scroll up. It says, I found out that I was paying for Keep for over a year without noticing because it was part of a trial and learning package. Oh, it was a hidden bundle. That's super important. I know after this event, I'm going to be cleaning house and removing a lot of subscriptions as well. So I'm going to scroll up and see if we can find something about Jody, because I don't know if you knew, she had 1.1 million download on Amazon in a matter of 5 days. So she has a lot of value for information. So you know what? I'm going to put in the chat her free ritual. Let's see can I copy this? I don't think I can. All right. Well, just do the reruns. And so does anybody have any questions they have to ask or whatnot? We can just, or we can just go on a break. What does everybody want? We can just break a little bit 5 minutes early, stretch our legs. And because, we can begin our weekends in a great space. Let me see what we can do. Yeah, Leisha Lane says the advice to clean up is priceless for me. It is. It can be hard, but once we do it, it's going to be amazing. So if we want, we can just go on a break really soon. We can come back at what is it? Let's see, back at 9:45. So we're going to have about 15 and 7, 22-minute break. We come back and stretch. What's coming up is Carla Jansen. She's going to be talking about the happy and relaxed mompreneur. And after that is Jill Lublin, who is been a mentor to Tony Robbins, and she teaches guerrilla marketing, guerrilla publicity, and we will also have Sharon Lecter, who is a mentor to two US presidents to create financial literacy for families, women, and children. So we have a lot of amazing things today. And so we'll go on to a break early. We'll come back at 9:45 p.m. No, 9:45 a.m. PST. So I will leave you with a quiz right now. So hopefully you can see my screen. There is a quiz. What is the term for the mental state of being completely absorbed and engaged in activity often result in increased happiness and satisfaction? All right. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you actually enjoyed your, I think, almost 17-minute break. So next we have Carla Jansen Van Rosenthal. She is an international stress reduction coach. She works with successful mompreneurs to create a life full of success, happiness, and relaxation. Welcome, Carla. Oh, Carla, you're muted.
Now I'm not anymore. Sorry. Hey, thank you. Really, I saw some great speakers already, and I really want to thank you and give you a shout out for organizing this. I'm very grateful. And I think lots of people with me are very grateful that you are doing this. So thanks.
Oh, thank you.
Well, let's go to my talk then. Okay, the one thing that's going through the whole world right now are the high amounts of stress. And everybody you talk to is more stressed than they usually were. So, what happens with all that? Relationships break down, communication breaks down. A lot of businesses are gone bankrupt already. But knowing this one thing, the people who are going to thrive through recessions are the people who have mastered stress. So stress is really something we really do not feel it anymore. That's why Dr. Jody Beer already said, like, hey, it's 6 months before burnout. It's there already. The things we don't feel it anymore. So how would you be able to recognize high stress levels? Well, you're driving in traffic. Once somebody cuts you off and you want to scream, or your kids are making fun and having a little bit of noise, you're like, oh gosh, you get angry with them. Or you can't sleep at night. And oh gosh, when you wake up, you're so tired. You're not hungry, you don't eat, or you're somebody who eats and eats and eats, keeps going on with that. So we have a lot of ways to manage stress, but made mostly in the wrong way. And one of the things to recognize it also, where a lot of people know about, and where Diane was talking about already, is the self sabotage. It's thriving when we are in stress. I'm from the Netherlands, so my English every now and then you can hear that. I don't worry about it. You understand me. So if you said yes to one of those things that I mentioned, you probably have too high stress levels. So I'm so curious, who here thinks their stress levels are too high? Please comment that with the yes in the chat. We'd love to see reactions on that. And in the meantime, I want to tell you that you can have the best marketing or product in the world, but if you're stressed, your business is going to break. You can have a bank account which is huge. If you're stressed, your employees are stressed, and they're fighting and quitting, business is going to fail. So when your family life becomes even a disaster and chaos and breaks down, what's the influence on business? Right. So overall, stress and chaos are really going to eat you alive. So do not make the mistake of not acknowledging it's there. Again, the number one problem with the recession is everybody is stressed. And the ones who are going to make it through this recession, thriving, are the ones who understand how to regulate it. Yes, no numbers to my stress. Yeah, it's a business killer. Oh, thank you so much that you recognize it. I'm so happy to see that. Not that it's fun to have it, but that you recognize it so you can do something about it. So I love the idea of transmuting stress into a positive energy like enthusiasm, love, focus, and growth. And I do that myself by using quantum technology. It scans my body and it identifies exactly where the stress is, how much it is, and in what way it's influencing my body and mind. And I do that with other people as well. And the great thing is that that way it's like a straight and quick focus and effective strategy to reduce that stress and change your life. Now that you put it that way, it makes so much sense. Thank you, Tara. It does. So I'm not sure if everybody's on the same philosophy about stress than I am, but stress is energy. And if you can just channel that energy into a more effective, more productive form of energy, it actually brings you through recession times with ease and grace. And that same right energy, it makes your family strong and happy. And we all know that when there's a harmony at home, trust, support, and love, businesses succeed a lot better. So I want to tell you here a little bit more about how stress influences your total life, your business, the way you think, what you attract. It was talked about before, your family life, and with that, your overall feeling of happiness. And I'll take you with me how you can be your own stress regulator. And if you are that, you can create whatever you want in whatever circumstance. It doesn't matter whether you're sick, whether there's recession, whether other problems, you can handle it. So if you want to thrive through your recessions and problems, the secret is manage stress. So I like the idea, and I think you do too, that so many fortunes are made in recessions in the good times. Yeah, done in good times, I mean. And a lot of people get rich and grow their business even. So the people who emerge during the recessions, they have one thing in common. They have a different attitude and mindset than everybody else. They see actually everything as an opportunity. They have different kinds of regulating their stress and therefore of regulating their nervous system. Something, okay, that was about comments. Okay, so I wonder, would you like to be one of the people that are saying, hey, this recession is the best thing ever happening to my business and to me and my family? Or are you going to be one of those people who's hiding and scared and just waiting for the storm to stop somewhere, someday? I think you're here for a reason. It means you want to thrive during the recession. So I coach successful female entrepreneurs who want to save their marriage and remove that stress from their whole home, their children's life, by guiding these entrepreneurs to turn stress from an obstacle into a driving force for happiness and success. Being a successful entrepreneur is one of the most stressful jobs in the world. And another one of those most stressful jobs, oh, this language, all the S's, in the world is being a mom. So now try to be a mom and an entrepreneur in a recession. So why do I work with entrepreneur moms? It's because they have two of the highest stress jobs in the world, and they are working both of them full time. Any female entrepreneurs with kids here that recognizes a little bit, let me know in the chat. So let me tell you a little bit about my story. 20 years ago, totally unexpected, I became a single mom, two children, and that delivered so much stress. It felt like poison. And especially being a mom, a single mom on welfare. It was a battle, it was a struggle. And so it's like month and month, year and year in a row, I kept going and going and going, just like every mom. We do that, we keep going. I was fighting for a good life for me and my kids, working hard, doing education, raised them by myself. And it even turned out they were both kids with an extra attention disorder, and that took a lot of energy. Altogether, after 8 years of fighting and going on, I was drained. And it led to my third burnout. The first two burnouts, my doctor said, like, hey, take it easy, do fun stuff. Can you imagine that? Being a single mom, two kids with extra attention need? Right. No way taking it easy. A mom of seven, 510, Mario, you know absolutely how stressful that is. And you're here for a reason. You're probably an entrepreneur as well. So doctors don't know any better. Or maybe worse, they might say, take these pills, and then you got another big problem. So sure enough, taking it easy doesn't solve that problem. All moms listening here now, they know we give all we have to our kids to raise them well, to give them the attention and the love they need, to make them happy. We do everything to prepare them for a life on their own with happiness. Anybody recognizes that statement? Yeah, do fun stuff. That's what they always say. Yeah, Herman. Yeah. Easy to say, hard to do sometimes. So, being in my third burnout, I decided I needed to do more. And that's where heart coherence came on my path. And I started doing that. Man, gosh, did that feel great. Within no time, I was almost like addicted to my exercises, doing them 3 times a day for half an hour. Why? I felt so relaxed. It was great. And I also was done with my situation. I was totally committed to turn things around for the good. And that's what we need. We need to commit to go for change. Luckily, I had a lot of friends who were coaches and therapists, and they helped me with my mindset and my lifestyle. I definitely could not do it by myself. I became a whole new person. And my friends started to say, like, wow, what happened to burned out, stressed Carla? And who is this vibrant, young, sexy woman? I have to admit I had a few less wrinkles than I have now. So yeah, but at that time I felt again I was sexy. So my biggest surprise in the whole thing was that within 1.5 months, I was totally out of my business, of my burnout. I felt better than years and years before. I had self confidence again. And I felt like this real relaxation. That was something totally different than what I called feeling relaxed for the last 8 years. The big question was, though, how is it possible to get out of a burnout, an 8 year long, in just 6 weeks? I always heard it takes 1 to 2 years, sometimes even longer. Having been a nurse for 20 years and thus knowing quite a bit about the body, added with my education as a bioenergetic therapist, which is psychotherapy combined with deep body work. I thought I knew a lot about the mind as well, and still I didn't get it. How does this work? And I really needed to understand that. So I went ahead and did the education to become a heart coherence coach. And I learned that stress is not the problem, having that. The problem is we don't feel it anymore. If we don't feel it, we don't do anything about it. The most important trigger to become stressed are your thoughts, especially 90% of that, the unconscious thoughts. They rule our life. So again, we are not aware of all these thoughts. We are not aware of the stress, and that is dangerous. And why? Because it can lead to deep problems in health, in relationships, like with your kids, your spouse, in work. Literally, stress can even kill. Stress can even literally kill. Look at the numbers around you of suicides, of family dramas caused by stress. People with very high levels of stress cannot think straight anymore. And believe me, I know all about that out of my own experience. Well, in the education, I also learned the tremendous impact of stress on your overall functioning and thinking. The greatest thing, though, that I learned was how easy it is to reduce stress. We can even do it within a minute, wherever we are and whatever we do.
Well, Carla, is such amazing, amazing information. Do you have a gift for us or a raffle that you can give away?
Yes, I do.
Oh, what is it? Can you please explain it?
I'm coming to that already later on. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I can skip a little bit. I have a very nice raffle. Because I was talking about that quantum scan, which
Mhm.
I'm going to explain a little bit more in a minute. And I'm going to give away that quantum scan. It's
Ooh,
a 2 hour scan, $1,000 worth. Is very intense. I mean, within that time, I can tell you where is the stress, where is it located, what is the influence, what's the belief system that's behind the out of balance energy. I coach you in those 2 hours. You get out of that scan, you get so much help, like reboosting your energy, tips, a food list, very, very personalized. So that's my big raffle. So is that a good one?
yeah.
You know even what you know what? I'm gonna make it
What?
even more amazing. For 5
Really?
more people who are
Oh,
here right
hi,
now,
people.
I'm gonna give that extra scan as well. But you have to go to the link that I know you or somebody for you is going to put that in the chat. That if they click on that, the first 5 people, they're gonna get that scan for free. So
Wow.
I would say go for that free scan and be amazed, be very, very much amazed. So, was that what you wanted to hear, you?
Yes, yes, yeah. Thank you so, so much. Do you have anything else for us though, too? Is that this is so
Yeah, I have
incredible,
also a
wonderful.
free PDF for the people who are not going for a scan or but still want to do something about their stress, want to do that by themselves. I have a digital book. It's the
Oh,
fast and easy 5 fast and easy strategies to reduce stress. And there's a lot of information on there on different fields, how to reduce your stress. You can do that by yourself as well. So,
okay.
and I
So,
think I can see that link in the chat also already. So go for that. But also, I would say go for that raffle. Go for those those 5 free scans worth 1,000 each. So
wow. Well, Tara says, how do we enter the raffle? Um, we will look at the chats
that is
and
the
email
link
it to
that's
you.
in the chat.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
It's in the chat. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead for it. Go for it and take it. Take that chance to go for it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Carla, for your time. It's such an amazing story that you have. And you're going to do so much wonders for people. And yes, nothing works unless you have less stress in your
Are you
life.
sure I'm done already with my talk, you?
Are you,
I
is
thought I
it?
had half an hour instead of 15 minutes.
Oh, sorry, you're right. I have made a mistake. Oh, so sorry. You're right.
No worries,
Sorry.
no, that is okay. At least
Okay.
they can already start entering for the raffle and do that while I still
All
keep
right.
going
Yeah,
and
you guys
talking
have
a
extra
bit
time
more.
to do the raffle. Ha
Okay, you let me go ahead and tell a little
I
bit
can go
more
off screen
about
now.
my. Hey, that is what can happen. Things go sometimes a little bit different than you expected and prepared. So let's just go for it. That's okay. So I just told you that the best thing that I learned was that we can reduce stress within 1 minute wherever we are or whatever we do. So that is great and that makes it easy. We always can reduce stress. So I really wanted, after I did the education, I wanted everybody, the whole world to know about that. So I made it my work. I trained about 7,000 people in stress reduction techniques, companies, the police, entrepreneurs, professionals. And during the years following, I specialized more and more into stress and burnout. And the biggest thing happening ever in my life was 2016, where I added this revolutionary education, this being in balance, this scan I was just talking about, which is my raffle as well. The thing is that no coaching form in the whole world gets to the essence so quickly and is so measurable for effectiveness as this scan method. Why? Because it's using that quantum technology. It measures the smallest particles of energy possible nowadays. And it does it from the whole body up till DNA level. And where the energy is out of balance, we can like almost instantly see what's the reason. Is it food? Is it radiation, nutrients? But for me and my specialization, what I focus on most, what beliefs out of what time in your life are now active and blocking that energy? A lot of people know already it's old unconscious beliefs that block us to do what we really want to do, to reach those goals that we had set for ourselves. And that might be a reason you haven't taken the dance class yet, or why you're not losing that weight because stress is keeping you stuck. It's also why you're not having a great relationship with your husband anymore, not having great sex anymore, why your business is not thriving, your dream shattering there. Everything comes back to stress, right? So, how do I get people out of this burnout in such a short time so they feel energized again, be able to have great relationships, especially with their families, most important, and thus increasing family happiness? To have great health so their money can go towards themselves and their family instead of paying doctors and medication. So, you get rapid results. And the thing is that if you try to do this by yourself, it's really, really hard. It's nearly impossible. Why? Because you have to go a couple of layers deeper. And regularly, our own mind doesn't even let you go there. That's what we call our blind spots. I mean, even me as a trained nurse and a therapist, even I could not get myself out of my situation by myself. So, how many coaches and therapists have you seen already without getting the results? Well, there are 5 easy steps in my coaching. The first one, of course, is getting clear on those unconscious beliefs and how the energy in your body really is. Remember, we don't feel it anymore. The second is this heart coherence, the specialized stress reduction technique. The third one is the brain training. Change your way of thinking and change those old blocking beliefs. The fourth one, I love that one, is the integration time. Take the action because the only thing that is changing your life is taking the action. We've heard that already this morning again. I think it was Diane who said that also. I mean, if we change our lives, we change our kids' lives because we are their example. They need to know what we do and they do what we do. I mean, and we do it in the right way. How big, how great would that be? It changes the world in the future. So I love the last step the most. Just be a happy, successful, and self-confident mom, wife, and entrepreneur, and create the life you want. Why is it important to start with regulating stress? Well, think of it of a house with a foundation. If the foundation is cracked, you don't want to start building stuff on that. You want to make a solid foundation first. And that's what stress regulation does because stress are these cracks. If there are too many cracks, the whole house falls apart. And we don't do anything about it to make it strong again, but we need to. So if you try to change behaviors and make new habits, but you still have underlying stress, you so easily go back to your old way as soon as there's this one thing happening that you don't like. But if you start with stress regulation, then if you want to install new habits and new behaviors, they're going to stick. So lots of people start doing personal development without reducing that stress. And again, wanting to change something in your behavior and thinking pattern without reducing stress is hard. That's like building a new story in the house, but the foundation is cracked. Everything will start crumble. You're going to be left with a messy pile of wood, brick, glass. That foundation is so important. What a lot of people don't know, when we are in a stress reaction in our body, our brain is not properly present due to a blood deficiency. And for that, it cannot function properly. So thinking of solution or other opportunities is very hard. In addition, because we are in a stress reaction, we react much more from our unconscious old beliefs, and they are generally not so positive. That this is like automatically step. In a stress response, we produce cortisol, which is a stress hormone, and that hormone has a side effect. It causes anxiety. That's necessary because that way we have so much better these natural survival responses like fighting and fleeing. So again, trying to change something while you have a combo of feeling fear, old limiting beliefs, and not having an optimal functioning brain doesn't work very well. It takes a lot longer to change all those automatic negative thoughts and behaviors, to feel better, to take the right actions. So basically, to change your life. And time is so precious in business, and everybody wants a quick fix. Heart coherence is not just like something woo-woo. It's 30 years of research from the HeartMath Institute in California. And the nicest thing that I like of it is that stress is made visible on a screen. You can see it, and you can see instantly on that screen what's happening to that stress when you do exercises. So Alexandra, an international coach and trainer, mom of 2 kids, she came to me. She said, I felt so bad. I yell at my kids all the time. I feel out of control. I'm so tired. My kids are ruling my house instead of me. I'm not setting boundaries anymore. I don't know how it works. I just feel like a bad mom. She felt drained, slept bad. Her company didn't go the way she wanted, and she did not do the work she liked. So we started to work, and in her heart coherence, I could see her stress levels were high. In the scan, it showed exactly what blocking beliefs held her back for taking her space in life and business to speak up for herself. We worked on that, worked on our strength, on feeling emotions again, using all kinds of different techniques. And within a few weeks, she started to feel so much better. At the end of the trajectory, she told me this with a happy smile. Carla, I look so forward to coming back home from work now, because my kids, they run to me and they come hug me and they say, Mom, I'm glad you're home. We can play again. And they love it because I'm not that grumpy and stressed anymore. I've become so much more efficient and productive at work because I'm excited to finish at the office at 5 o'clock and go home, see my kids, instead of staying late at work. And my income, it almost increased 50%. So she was finally doing what she did. She's still thriving. And even in COVID time, she did very well. So we need to make sure we feel great. If you don't do that, if you're not going for the stress reduction and feel great, that's where you really go downhill. We don't like that. You don't want to go downhill. You want to live your life. You want to enjoy it. You want to be happy with your family, grow personally, your business, everything. So I would say it can be done, but let it be measured. If you want to know exactly how is it with me, in my thoughts, in my body, let it be measured. Go for that scan. So you have it in real time visible on a screen. And changing, it doesn't take a year. It doesn't even take much time a day. You can change very fast, like I did. So put time and effort in it. Gain time and effort and energy. Okay? So choose wisely. Choose for yourself. Well, I already told you about my gifts. So I see, where do you put in the promo code? The promo code is, if you look at the screen on the left side, you see the promo code on top of the picture, and then it says discount code. So that's the promo code. If you click on discount code and you fill it in, then you have the, oh, Khalil, proof is the code for the scan. Go for it. Okay. I am so grateful for everybody here. to listen to me, to be here, to go to change your life. So thank you so much for everything. And Mew, it's
All
up to
right.
you
Well, thank
again
you so much,
for
Carla.
the
I'm
next
sorry I
speaker.
interrupted you, but you have amazing, amazing story. So up next, we have Jill Lublin. She's a 4 times best-selling author, international speaker, and master publicity expert. She helps authors get book deals and teaches virtual publicity programs. Her books include Guerrilla Publicity and The Profit of Kindness, which went #1 in 4 categories. Welcome, Jill.
Thank you so much, Mew, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and all the great work that you've done on behalf of all of us. Thank you so much. Well, my friends, this is your opportunity to get your publicity out. And today I'm going to teach you to blow your own horn, even if you feel like it's a kazoo, because the truth is, by you getting out there, the power of publicity is going to get you seen, get you paid, and get you heard. Now that's exciting to me, and I want you to become the star that you all are and that you're meant to be. So in this next time together, I'm going to teach you some real tactics and techniques to get your message heard, because as my friend P.T. Barnum says it best, a terrible thing happens without publicity. Nothing. And so with that, I want to focus with the opportunity of getting your name out there and creating that visibility factor so that you simply continuously get seen and heard. Now, with that, I have brought you some flowers from San Francisco, where I'm from. I know you're from all over the world, and I welcome you here on this fabulous days that you're going to learn so much. And I brought you flowers so that we can plant your beautiful publicity garden. And I want you to plant your seeds for 3, 6, and 9 months ahead, because your publicity evolves. Your message evolves just like you do. And so with that, I want you to keep planting your publicity garden so that your message grows and goes, right? Now, do me a favor, raise your hand, even if I can't see all of you. Raise your hand if you like M&Ms. Yeah. Who are my M&M lovers? Me too. And I want to share with you that the power of M&Ms is with publicity. It's like the gift that keeps on giving. You get the 3 M's, which is to magnetize, to monetize, and to multiply your beautiful impact in the world and your influence. That's the power of publicity, my friends. And so I don't care what color they are, your M&Ms are giving you far more, because write this down and take notes. Be sure to take notes, because I'm always very concrete and I'm going to give you real things that you can use immediately. But here's the thing about publicity is it gives you impact and influence. Impact and influence. And that is going to give you the kind of visibility and power that's creating those prospects, leads, and referrals. And most importantly, my friends, trust in the community, trust in your prospects, in you, and the opportunity to have more of that visibility that each one of you deserves. Okay, now with that, I want to talk to you about your message, because your message is really what will influence others to understand what you do. And take a look on the screen. What are the first 2 letters of the word message? What is it? Me. Exactly. You are the messenger, my friends. You are the experts. And I promise you that the media needs you. I mean, they need experts. Good news. Did you know that there's 10,000 radio shows every single day looking for at least 4,000 guests? Think about that. That's a 40% placement. That is good odds. And the truth is, the media, you know who they need? you. And if you look at the last 4 letters in the word message, what is it? Sage. Yes, you're the sage, my friends. You're the sage that people want to see. And interestingly enough, in the word message is me, sage. Isn't that a coincidence? And in the word message is also mess. And with this formula I'm teaching you today, you are going to be a shining star. You're going to have the opportunity to get your message out there. And that is that you have to give people the problems today. Like, tell them, what is the problem today? That's what I specifically want you organized to really connect to people on. What's the problem today? And I want you to think about this, not only about here's what I do, but here's what the issue is for others out there. That's where I want you to focus. Okay. What's the issue for others out there that they're dealing with? What's the problem out there? Right? Not just what do you do? We got to get off the what do you do story and into what's the problem out there. And there's a lot more to it, but I want to, give you the beautiful overview and enough material to really connect all the dots so that you understand how to use your message effectively in PR. So expand your mind today about what's possible in getting your message out. Because I promise you, my friends, when you start following this formula, what's going to happen is that your message will get in far more places and spaces. And well, that makes a big difference. Yes? And so with that, when we're talking about the problem today, we're talking about using everything you've got and using all parts of who you are. So let me give you an example and take some notes, because inside of my example is actually thousands of dollars of PR advice. And this is actually my own message. This is the kind of thing I help people go deep on and unearth, because inside of you is great messages. It's not just about selling your products, your services, your programs, your launches, your books, your nonprofits, whatever it is you're promoting. And by the way, you're all promoting something. So let's be joyful and excited about that, because that's your contribution and impact. Okay, now with that, let me demonstrate that to you. The problem today is 4 out of 5 businesses will go out of business because you have no clue how to create publicity without spending a fortune. I want to give you 3 guerrilla publicity tips today for how to get your message in the media. The first way to get noticed is to create your ooh, ah factor. The second way is to create the I've heard of you somewhere syndrome. And the third way is focus on networking magic and show up in your communities at least twice a month for name and face recognition. Now, my friends, that's my message. It took maybe 15, 20 seconds. For most of you, I'd give you about 30 seconds. Let's get it out there. Write these words down, 2 words, concise and precise. Because with that is going to be the opportunity to really serve people, to simply get your message out, because this is important. Most media interviews are like 3 to 4 minutes, on major stations. Now, podcasts will give you more time. And when I speak of PR, let me just tell you, I'm talking about podcasts and blogs, TV, radio, newspapers, magazines. I'm talking about from the minute you walk into a Zoom room in a networking meeting or a physical room, guess what you're doing? PR. So let's get you ready at any minute, at every time, to speak your message and do it with power and profound impact and contribution and connection. And what I've noticed in people I've worked with is that as your confidence gets higher with your message and your presentation, guess what happens? You get more business, because people feel more connected to you and, frankly, more confident in what you're recommending. So I think that makes a big difference. Now, one of the parts of my message was use everything you've got. What do I mean by that? Well, let me just say your ethnicity, your religion, the who you are part. I remember one of my clients is a consultant who has a son who's autistic, and we use National Autism Month to talk about being a mom and how do you balance everything. And that got her into mom magazines and parenting magazines and places and spaces that, as a business consultant, she might have missed. I remember in my virtual publicity boot camp, which I'll tell you about toward the end here, there was a woman on, and I looked across the screen on Zoom and I said, "May I ask you your ethnicity?" And she said, "I'm Filipino." And I said, "Well, would you be willing? I know you came in here to grow your digital marketing agency and create new prospects and clients. And of course, publicity gets you new clients, new leads, new prospects, but it also gets you that trust in the marketplace, that visibility, the credibility. So every time your name is said, in no matter what the context, guess what happens? People see you and know you again." And so I said, we got a lot of problems happening. And would you be willing to talk about hashtag Stop Asian Hate? And that, my friends, was her factor that actually got her featured. Check this out, in the top 30 under 30 businesses in the Filipino marketplace. Now, guess what? She was 28 at the time. You know what I love about publicity? And let's take the slide off. It is a gift that keeps on giving. It is a gift that keeps on giving, because remember the part about monetize and magnetize. It attracts people to you. And so with that, she can keep using this when she's 30, 40, 50, 60, and so on, because she's been featured. Once you're featured, always featured. And once you're having publicity, what's so powerful about it is then you can publicize your publicity. And so you always want to be using everything you've got. Now, this for some people is mind blowing, because it is the very thing that's going to get you seen and heard, instead of, shall I say, fish out of water and running around trying to find the right message. Sometimes the right message is right here, right in front of you, who you are in the world. And that's the message that's powerful. I remember Ryan Yee, and Ryan came to me because he wanted to build his virtual consulting business. And, the truth is, Ryan had just quit his corporate job, and he was creating and wanting to get clients. And he knew the power of publicity to do that. And he, I'll tell you, had faith and put my fee on his credit card. And he said, "I know that this is going to bring me clients." And let me tell you about even one of the things that happened to illustrate this point about use everything you've got. In Ryan's case, he's Asian American, Chinese. He doesn't speak Chinese. And guess what? We got him into the Chinese Journal by translating an article about how to make your business virtual. We didn't talk about his business. We talked about your business. You see that? You got to talk to your people out there and use you words, my friends. By using you words, much more visibility happens. Do you know that article in the Chinese Times got Ryan a $7,000 consulting client? That be good for you? Yes, yes. Yes, yes. That was a good day. And it just continued like that. Story after story, building upon using everything Ryan's got, that literally grew his zero consulting business into a multi-million-dollar consulting business. And it all started with publicity, and it started using all aspects of who he is. Very exciting and very powerful. Now, I want to give you some wonderful hot topics. We've done some research about what are the hot topics that you can use right now to help support and grow your visibility factor. So let's show you some of those, and the opportunity right now, and take a picture of this slide because you're going to want to see it. And, feel free to post in the chat what of those hot topics are yours. It might be health and mindset. It might be that you're a consultant and coach. And guess what? If you're a consultant and coach in these days of quiet quitting and the great resignation, oh my gosh, do you think you might have a story to tell? Yes, yes. If you're in financial or real estate or, anything in those kinds of areas that help you make and others make more money, everybody wants to know about that right now. So these should be able to help you orient to some great topics that'll quickly get you seen, heard, and found. Now, with that, I'd love to give you some visibility building activities that will help you right away. These are all completely free and simple and easy to do. Take a picture of this slide because I think that that's really going to be helpful for you too. But you're doing one of them right now. You're networking in a community, right? You're being seen and heard, and you're finding ways to get known. I want you to follow reporters on social media. Whatever your social media use is, use that on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn. Find the reporters who are focusing on your topics. And then I want you to sign up for Google Alerts. This is an opportunity in Google to, like, for instance, when I wrote The Profit of Kindness, I put in the word kindness and found out that November 13th is World Kindness Day. I didn't know that right before. Because of that, so much publicity happened. I'll share with you a case study about that in a moment. Now, I want you to go to nationaldaycalendar.com. This is a super great resource for getting your name and your visibility out there quickly, and the opportunity to use all aspects of who you are and find the day of the year, the month of the year that could fit. Like, for instance, a gentleman who came to my virtual publicity boot camp, he is a consultant. I said, do you have kids? He goes, yeah, I got a 4-year-old. I said, does she like hot dogs? And there was National Hot Dog Day coming up. Now, you might laugh, but let me tell you, this consultant got more publicity based on National Hot Dog Day, woohoo, yes, than some of the consulting we've been talking about, which then drove people where? To his website, his call to action, his opportunity to be seen and heard, and to form relationships based on the fact that his 4-year-old liked hot dogs, being featured for National Hot Dog Day from, check it out, nationaldaycalendar.com. Find a holiday that's a little wacky, a little unusual, that maybe you could be fitting into, and then stand out so that your opportunities and to work with you and to connect with you stand up and stand out. Now, I want you to go to iTunes and look for, again, type in one of your words of what's powerful for you. And let's see what podcasts are there. That'll really narrow it down for you, and I think will be quite helpful. On top of that, my friends, you can do the same thing for Blog Talk Radio. And I love helpareporter.com. Oh my gosh. Such a great opportunity to be seen and be heard by reporters who are looking for you right now. Is this making sense to you? Woo, woo, woo. Give me a thumbs up. Yes, yes. Beautiful. Thank you. Now, I want to show you how we use this for The Profit of Kindness. It's my 4th book, and look at that slide. The bottom third is literally a third of some of the press that we got. Now, let me tell you, my friends, I didn't get on Forbes twice and Inc. magazine twice and 7 Fox News segments in the first 30 days because we were waving a flag called Jill's Got a Book. No, we pushed the right button. Yes, we pushed the right media button, and we used everything we've got, which was the divided states of America. That's what got a tremendous amount of press that you're seeing right here on this slide in all categories, my friends. It's push the right button. It's never about just your business. And most of my clients don't have books. It's always about the opportunity to be seen and find ways into the media by using everything, not only you've got, but what else is going on in the world. Now, also, with the Profit of Kindness, let me just say, I got inspired to create a conscious kindness community. And I want to invite you. So come, we network once a month. It's a 1 hour, oh my gosh, great use of your time, where we spread kindness, literally. And I invite you to come on in. It's jilllublin.com/kindness circles. So that'll be great for all of you. And I look forward to the opportunity to serve you with that. And we'll post that also in the chat. We are spreading kindness around the globe. On the left side, if you look on the screen, is my book in India. And on the right side is my book in Russian. That, my friends, is about spreading kindness all around the globe. Now, here's the thing. I want to show you when I wrote Guerrilla Publicity, and we're on our 3rd edition, we've sold over 80,000 copies. Why? Because I do what I tell you to do, right? I practice what I preach. I want to make sure it works in the marketplace. And so with that, Entrepreneur, I actually interviewed the editor and I said to her, tell us what works. One of the things she said was that for the June issue of Entrepreneur Magazine, the deadline for the writers is January and the production is in March. That's exactly what I said right in the beginning when I talked about plant your flowers 3, 6, and 9 months ahead. You see this? Very important. Now, here's the thing. When the media says, can you talk about this? What you gonna say? What you gonna say? You're gonna say yes. No matter what they ask you, I want you to say yes to the media so that your message stands out and stands up. That's really a key. And to that end, Mew has asked me to tell you about a wonderful opportunity I have for all of you. And that is, I have put systems and blueprints together to create your visibility factor so that you are seen and heard and that the media says yes to you. And I have this fabulous publicity breakthrough bootcamp. It's all on Zoom. And here's what else. We need the other link up, please. What else is great about this is that in this very short days, you are going to learn how to create messages. We're going to roll up our sleeves and help you get your publicity done. And my friends, this is super great. We have a media panel there that you get to pitch, like real world media in real time, that you get to pitch for your wonderful media, which, by the way, during our boot camp, you will feel the confidence to be able to do that. It's just such a get it done, very simple in short days, because I know you're busy. And on top of that, we're going to have love seats where you get to ask me all the PR questions that's always been on your mind. This boot camp alone is $197. That's $197 US. On top of that, because of my relationship with Mew, I am going to offer you a great bonus, and that's my publicity crash course. So check this out. In a short Zoom day, we're going to do 3 documents. You're leaving with 3 documents done. In every program I offer you, I promise you the opportunity to actually get things done. And so you're going to leave with 3 documents done and our blueprint and success system to get your publicity done every 30, 60, and 90 days. So imagine this, that you have all right there, the resources to get your publicity done. That alone is $197, and I guarantee you're going to love both programs and that you're going to start attracting free new business, guaranteed. Now, my friends, both programs together are $394. What I've done is put together literally a no-brainer opportunity for you to be with me for only $97 for all of it. So we're going to put the link. There's a QR code on the screen. We're going to put it also on the screen. It's jilllublin.com/PB bundle. Okay, jilllublin.com/PB bundle gets you both courses all on Zoom, only $97. And, you know, frankly, if all this did was get you one more new client every single month, would that be worth it? Oh, yes, it would. Now, the opportunity to be seen and heard is really what the power of publicity is. And you know what I've seen about this is that so many people go forward. Let me just say, go forward with the opportunity of knowing who you are, of having confidence, of having the small steps. See the cute little foot? The small steps to take big action in the world. And that's really what I want for you, is elevating your star, creating that visibility factor that people say, I've heard of her somewhere. That's the power of what publicity is. It's about blowing your own horn so that people know you, see you, and connect to you. And write these words down because it's important. I want you to be consistent and persistent in the marketplace. Be consistent and persistent in the marketplace, because that validity, connectivity, opportunity, whether it's in small or big newspapers. Let me just tell you, I got hired by Mark Victor Hansen for a book he had coming out 1 year from then. He said, Jill, you're here today because I know the power of publicity. The reason Chicken Soup for the Soul, which is his main claim to fame, has been so popular, he said, was because that's all we did was publicity. We just said yes to everything and every opportunity that the media asked us to say yes to. And that's the piece, my friends, is I want you to be a big yes to the media. And with the opportunity I gave you today to have all the skills and, confidence to be a yes, that no matter what the media asks you, you show up and you're connected to your message. You're authentic and you're resonant to your message. And then your message multiplies and magnifies and monetizes so that you keep seeing, the riches of your niches, or in some of your cases, the power of the net to go wider and bigger. And so I hope today that really, this is where I want you to think like this, that your intentionality and your visibility factor has been increased and expanded, that you now have the opportunity to be seen and to be heard, and that you have the messaging, the foundation, which is what PR gives you, to jump from, right? And to be seen and to be heard so that your message multiplies. Because here's what I really want to leave you with, okay? And that is, my friends, that your message matters. Repeat it to yourself and point yourself and grasp yourself in your heart on your chest and beat your chest and say, my message matters, because that's who you are in the world. An important light, an important messenger, and I'm your messenger of messengers. I look forward to helping you on this beautiful publicity journey. Thank you so much, and I'm excited to support you.
Well, thank you, Jill. Thank you for all the amazing gifts you have. And, this course is amazing. I mean, Tony Robbins, you helped Tony Robbins with this. So, I don't know what anybody's waiting for. Yeah. And so I'm going to be introducing the next speaker, who is Sharon Lachter. She's internationally recognized as a financial literacy expert, keynote speaker, and business mentor. She is a 5 times New York Times best-selling author, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, and enjoyed a 35-year career as a licensed CPA. She has advised 2 U.S. presidents on the topic of financial literacy. Sharon co-authored the international best-selling Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and 14 other books in the Rich Dad series. In 2008, when the economy crashed, She was asked by the Napoleon Hill Foundation to help re-energize the teaching of Napoleon Hill. Her best-selling books with the foundation include 3 Feet from Gold, Outwitting the Devil, Think and Grow Rich for Women, and Success and Something Greater. She's also featured in the movie Think and Grow Rich, The Legacy, and on national television series World's Greatest Motivators. In 2022, Sharon's title, Exit Rich, was released to support entrepreneurs in building value and scalability in their businesses so they can be in a position of greatest potential. Her newest title, How Money Works for Women, was released in July in cooperation with Wealthware Media, a leading publisher of financial education materials in support of women take control of their financial well-being. Welcome, Sharon Lecter. I'm so pleased to have you here.
I'm so delighted to be with you. It's such an incredible event. Thank you for all of your hard work to put all of this together. And I want to acknowledge everybody that's attending today because you've taken the time to recession-proof your business. How about let's recession-proof our life? Today is all about well-being, and this group has brought together incredible people that are sharing their wisdom, giving you opportunities. But I want to talk about you. I have 30 minutes with you today, and I just, I can talk about money, I can talk about business, entrepreneurship, but I want to talk about you. We have 3 things we can control in our lives: our thoughts, our words, our actions. And yes, I've spent my entire career helping people elevate their financial well-being, and I want to do that for you as well. But so much of our financial well-being starts with our mindset. Did your parents say things like money doesn't grow on trees, pinch your pennies, save for a rainy day? Those are all negative. And we're not taught about money in school. So we go through life, we hear negative, money negative, money negative, money negative as we grow up. No wonder we develop this scarcity mindset. And unless we understand it and recognize it, we're going to be afraid we're never going to have enough money. And when we start having an element of success, we're afraid we're going to lose it because subconsciously that scarcity mindset is holding us back and preventing us from living a life of abundance. But once you recognize where it came from, it's almost laughable. You can start releasing it and realize we do live in a world of abundance. And our financial well-being starts with our mental well-being of understanding that we can do anything we want. God created you to be perfectly you. You are perfect just the way you are. Don't try to be me. Don't try to be Jill. Don't try to be anybody. Well, you need to be you. And you have all the tools to succeed. And what this event is doing is providing you some opportunities for you to sharpen those skills and gain the tools to help you create the success that you deserve. But when we look at what's happened in the economy over the last couple of years, and what we look at the uncertainty of the future, what that builds is fear. So we go back to what our thoughts, our words, our actions. Well, when we have that scarcity mindset, our words usually are negative, and therefore our actions really can't succeed the way they should because we've become our own worst enemy. And so I want to introduce you to the personal success equation. It's something that I shared in my book, 3 Feet from Gold. And I appreciate that introduction. For those of you that may not know I am the co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad and built this brand, wrote 15 books in this series. But before that, I started the world's talking book industry. And we grew this around the world. And in that opportunity, I learned the power of association. So think about who you surround yourself. We had technology at that time. Back in the 1987, kids didn't have technology. I know it's hard to even believe that, but they didn't. And so we said, how can we get parents to trust us? And it was by aligning with organizations that had their trust, like Disney, Warner Brothers, Sesame Street, Marvel Comics. And that allowed us to expand and explode that brand around the world. And so in learning that, I've been able to use that in every business I've been involved with since. That's how we were able to build the Rich Dad brand into the largest global personal finance brand in the world. And it's there for you as well. So when I left Rich Dad and started working alongside the Napoleon Hill Foundation, the first book I released was 3 Feet from Gold. And in that, I shared not just my success, but the people that we interviewed for their book, how they succeeded even when other people stopped. How many have you ever felt like you were this close to success and you lost patience and you gave up just before the miracle happened? 3 Feet from Gold. That's a concept in the original Think and Grow Rich book. Well, as we developed this, I realized, there's a formula. P plus T, passion plus talent. Now go to personalsuccessequation.com and you can get an entire booklet that I put together for you to help you create the personal success equation for your own life. So your P plus T, passion plus talent, that's all about you. That's, what are you passionate about? Your talent, what's your education? My passion was actually from anger. I was mad we weren't teaching kids about money. And it's personalsuccessequation.com. Yes. And I combined that with 35 years as an accountant, all those years in publishing. I was able to put that together. But most of us stop there. I want you to be honest with yourself. We think we have to do everything on our own. Well, true success is your passion and your talent combined by times a power of association. Who do you surround yourself with? Do you have people on your team who are strong where you are weak? Do you have people who can support you in areas with expertise that elevate your success? Just like we had Disney. Like I have a social media team that helps me in areas that this old dog can't learn new tricks. So it's really important to have the right people on your team. And then times a taking action. How many times do you know what you're supposed to do? You just don't do it. Do you feel busted? I want to see comments. Share in the comment section for me. But your passion, your talent, power of association, taking action. And then there was still an element that was missing. And it was all of that plus faith. F. Faith in yourself, faith in what you're doing, faith that is needed and necessary, and faith that you will succeed. Successful businesses do one of two things: solve a problem or serve a need. And if you remind yourself, that's your definiteness of purpose. If you remind yourself that, it takes it outside of you. It gives you that courage to jump out of bed when you just as soon roll over. Your faith. Now, way too many of us, that P plus T times A plus F, that F is actually fear. Fear of success, fear of the unknown, fear of standing up. And that fear is magnified during times of economic insecurity, economic roller coaster that we've been on. And so we want to dispel that fear. We want to stand in our own power. And it starts with the power of your thoughts, the impact of your words, and the actions that you take each and every day. So go to personalsuccessequation.com and download that booklet. It's my gift to you. And it's something that I use in every talk, every mentoring client that I have. Usually when I start working with them and I look at that formula, it's usually the power of association that needs work and their faith and confidence in each other. And they go hand in hand. When you have the right people around you and you have a bad day, they won't let you stay there. So think about who you have in your circle. Who do you need to add to your circle? Having a mentor is so important. Over 70% of business owners acknowledge and recognize and agree with the fact that mentors are useful and helpful, but only less than 30% of business owners actually have one. So ask yourself, do you have a mentor? Sometimes the mentor who's gotten you to where you are today isn't the right mentor to get you to where you want to be. Surround yourself. Do you have the right people? A lot of times people have this immediate success and they plateau and they can't figure out why they're not still growing. And it's usually because they stopped growing their associations. You know, I would ask my people, when was the last time you did something for the first time? When was the last time you expanded your opportunities? Absolutely challenge yourself and go back to, what are you thinking right now, right this moment? Are you saying easy for her to say? Are you allowing that internal subconscious scarcity mindset to hold you back? Because it starts up here. And then start affirmations. Talk to yourself, right? Give yourself that confidence. And then take the action by surrounding yourself with the people that you want. But when we're in the middle of, this fear related to recession, part of the fear comes from the fact that we're not in control. We may not be in control of our global economy. We're not even in control of what's happening in Washington, D.C., unfortunately. Not control what's happening in our country or our state. But we can control what's happening in our wallet. And when you start taking control of your financial position, it gives you confidence. A lot of people put their head in the sand. But if you decide where you are financially, that's your starting point. Even if the picture is bleak, you can't make a plan if you don't know where you are and where you want to go. So take that first step and figure out where you are financially. And even if you realize you need some help, you're going to feel confident because at least you know where you are, know where to start. And then start taking the action. What are you reading? What are you listening to? What are you learning? What actions are you taking? What are you saying? All right. And I absolutely know that this works. Following the personal success equation, expanding your associations, controlling your thoughts, controlling your words, and taking the right actions each and every day. Now, when we are in the midst of economic uncertainty, when we talk about recession-proof your business, it's important to stay in the know. It's important to know what's happening. And so when all this started, I launched a monthly event that I do called Let's Talk Money, and I'll share that with you in a bit. But it's, my job is to stay on top of everything and then share it so that business owners who want to recession-proof see opportunities. Let's turn these obstacles into opportunities, because when we're in a time of upheaval, gaps are created. Gaps that create problems to solve, needs to serve. And that's when you have opportunity. You turn that negativity into an opportunity for your business. And that's when things can explode. Some of the richest real estate investors today started investing in real estate in the midst of economic crisis in 2007. So now is the time to stay in the know about what's happening in the economy so that you can take advantage of things that change each and every month. Just in the last few months, we've had adjustments in mortgage fees for people with good credit versus bad credit. Good people with good credit are paying more for a mortgage. It's terrible. But you need to know that. It's important to be in the know. And it's really important to know how you can adjust that to serve your customers and your community better. Because while you're concerned about what's happening in the economy, so are they. And so if you can share something that supports them and helps them, solve a problem, or serve a need, you're going to see your business grow. And that's what I help my community with every single month, to understanding the things that you can adjust in your business to make sure you have a bigger impact. I have a Facebook group called Play Big Movement, and it's about be number one in your field. I want you to turn your message, all right, into something that grows your impact. And a lot of times our message comes from some mess we've been through, a mistake, adversity. So turn that mess into your miracle, how you were able to turn that into positivity. And then you turn that into your message. And so you become number one in your field. You become the authority. And certainly in the last few years, a lot of us have had things stop us in our tracks. Not just COVID, but maybe a death in the family, a financial setback, a divorce, an illness. But you're still here, and you're still here for a reason. And what you have been through can help others going through the same thing. And I really hope that you will take to heart that you are the CEO of your own life. You're in charge. You can have a choice. You can choose to not change your way of thinking. You can choose to not think about what you're saying or the actions you take. And things may not change. But if you truly want to take advantage of the opportunity and be able to support yourself into the future, support your community into the future, then become the CEO of your own life. Because it's like you're in the driver's seat. You have your hands on the steering wheel, your foot on the accelerator, you have this giant windshield. You can go anywhere you want to. Your rear view mirror is small. And that's just because you're supposed to learn from the past, not let it control you. And that's what happens so many times. We let things that have happened in our past hold us back. It messes up our brain. It's still controlling our thoughts. And so recognize that that's part of who you are today. You've been through that, but you can turn that into the positive and say, this is how I'm going to impact other people, so that you can play a bigger game. You deserve to play a bigger game. But how do you do that? By knowing what's happening in the world of money, because that impacts us all. And so we need to be aware of what's happening. And so I'd like to invite you, I have this monthly event called Let's Talk Money, where we talk about the impact. You have the opportunity to put me on the hot seat. And so check it out. You can go to learn.sharonlecter.com. I'll talk a little bit more about it later. But I want you to understand that I'm here because I want to support you. My team created something for me called my legacy is creating legacies. And it is my greatest joy to see the people that I work with take that personal success equation and elevate themselves and make it into a reality. So when you think about recession-proof your business, okay, how do you react to changes in the economy? When we look back at COVID, okay, 2 restaurateurs, one who has to close down their business and they can't make it and they close their doors. Another one, equally impacted, could no longer do in-restaurant services, quickly pivoted and started offering delivery, set up tables out on the sidewalk so that they could still serve people outside. That business owner, I know them both, okay, that business owner's increased, thriving, revenue went up, while the other one filed bankruptcy. What was the difference? How they reacted to negativity. And I want you to position yourself to be able to react when something happens in the economy that you can't control. How can you turn that into a benefit a problem you can solve, a need you can serve within your very business. Lots of tools on marketing, lots of tools on PR, lots of tools on lead generation, but the essence of your business is what I'm talking about. Your mission statement doesn't change, but how you deliver it does. I have been dedicated to supporting people on their financial journey for many, many years. When COVID hit, I had to change how I delivered that. We all had to make changes through our business life. We also have to make changes on our personal life, because not just the world changes, the economy changes, but our customers change, our clients, our community. And we need to be aware. Things that used to work in marketing a year ago don't work as effectively today. And the sooner you realize that and you can adjust, so the strategy doesn't change, but the individual tactics need to change. But it starts here. It starts with what you're thinking and recognizing when something's broken, recognizing when there's a problem that you can turn into an opportunity. And that's what I like to discuss with my community every single month. It's always better to be in the know, the early adopter. Tell me if you want to be an early adopter, because that's the one that ends up in the front of the race. Those are the ones who took advantage of the real estate downturn in 2007. Did they cause it? No. They recognized it and realized they could help people get back into their homes by investing in real estate. They recognized that they could get real estate at reduced prices. And they benefited because they stepped in and took that risk at that time, knowing that real estate would go back up. So what's happening in the market right now, same thing. What is happening that you could recognize as an opportunity? And you may take time to learn it all on your own, or you might want to tie into somebody who's in the know and can share with you what's pertinent, what's important. IRS just released new information related to 1099s, released new information about real estate investing. You want to hear these things as soon as possible so that you can become that early adopter. Now, what is the greatest goal that you can have? Is it success? Is it impact? It comes with where you're thinking. And if your business has plateaued, I want to support you in finding that new association, having that confidence. Because the first thing when we are fearful about recession is that fear holds us back. Now, in my book, Outwitting the Devil, I talk about accomplishing and getting past that, turning that fear into faith. And you do that by having your definiteness of purpose, your mission. That's what gets you out of bed when you don't want to. Understanding to learn from adversity, because we all have it. Applying consistent movement, actions towards that purpose, that develops the discipline. But also, two of the greatest issues that create that getting rid of the fear is controlling your environment. Who are you listening to? Who are you hanging out with? What are you filling your brain with? You are in control of that. You're in control of your actions. So are you seeking out people that know what's happening and can help you identify opportunities? And then controlling your time. So many people just let time go by. Well, we can make money, lose it, and make it back. But you don't get your time back. So controlling your environment, what are you listening to? What are you feeding your brain? And then controlling your time, investing your time. Don't spend your time, invest your time. So I want to first invest. I know we're doing a raffle. I'm giving away my entire library. So please enter for that, because my team is ready to see you come through. And you go to bit.ly/program library. So you're going to get an entire somebody's going to win my entire library of teaching. bit.ly/program library. It's right there on the screen. So go right now, and enter your name and information, and we're going to be letting you know immediately if you are the winner. So within the next hour or so, we'll pick a winner. I think I'm making a commitment I may not be able to follow through on, but please, one winner will get my entire library. We're talking thousands of dollars of educational tools to support you, from real estate to money mastery to essential components of a successful business to playing big. All right, all of those. And I'd love for you to be the winner. So go to bit.ly/program library to enter. But there's more. I was thinking of doing a slide deck with all the offerings, but I just wanted to talk to you eye to eye, person to person. I would like to help you understand what's happening in the economy. And I made a commitment to my community that I would do that. So every month I have an event called Let's Talk Money. And I do my homework. People submit questions, and we are prepared to answer those questions. And then during the event, people submit questions. So you have total opportunity to ask what's going on in the world. And what I do is each time I start with what I see is happening in the world, where things can create opportunities. Let's talk money. It's my way of sharing my expertise and my authority, considered as a global financial literacy authority. But I see opportunities. Have you thought of, that's one of my favorite questions with my mentoring clients, have you thought of, so that they can see the opportunities, because you already have everything you need to create great success in your life. But we don't know what we don't know. Just as I refer to my social media team to understand what I should be doing and how I should be doing it in social media, because they're the experts. I want to be a resource to you to share with you what's happening in real time in the economy that can help you readjust. So for instance, if you are on a sailboat from Long Beach to Catalina Island, right? You still want to get to Catalina. But if the wind shifts, that's still your goal, but you have to readjust your sails. You have to readjust your pattern. Again, strategy doesn't change. The tactics need to change. And so I want to share with you, when the wind changes in the economy, I want to share that with you so that you can adjust what you're doing to benefit from that change, not be hurt and injured by the change. And you can only do that by making sure you pay attention through your thoughts, your words, your actions, your environment. Who are you listening to? I would love to have you participate in the Let's Talk Money section each month. To find out more about it, it's $49 a month. Go to learn.sharonlechter.com. learn.sharonlechter.com and join us, because I want to give you a heads up, a head start. Who doesn't want a heads up? Who doesn't want a head start? When something's happening, be the early adopter to be able to make your business serve as many people as possible. To an opportunity for you to become the authority in your field and prove to your community that you are staying on top of your game, because that's what each of us has committed to our community to do. So let's make sure we maintain our authority, maintain our impact, and expand it to a new community when they find out that you truly are the authority in your field. So please join me. Go to personalsuccessequation.com for my gift. Enter to receive my entire library at bit.ly/program library. And then join me each month to have a conversation about what's happening in the economy and how you can benefit from it and also benefit your community from it, which will elevate their trust in you. For that, come to learn.sharonlecter.com. It has been my honor to participate in this event. It has been my honor to speak to you. And I want to leave you with, you are fabulous. You are perfect just the way you are. You have every opportunity to create the success that you deserve. And I know you will, because you are fabulous. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Sharon. One of the things I really appreciate is that when there's so much turmoil going around and people are just having all these fears and the sky is falling in the economy, it's really hard to not follow the norm and to have someone to guide you you've been in it for like 40 some years.
I've been through a lot of recessions. Yes, ma'am, I have.
Yeah, so you've almost seen it all, and so to have somebody to hold my hand is just so valuable. And the great thing is, when prices drop, there's another wave that we can ride and really get things at, like, half price or maybe 3/4 of the price. So that's amazing. So I really highly recommend taking Sharon on her offer. Thank you so much, Sharon. Any last words?
It is my honor to be here. Thank you you guys put forth a lot of energy and effort to bring all the speakers together, and the people that are watching, please make sure you give your thanks to them. It's a great event. I'm honored to be part of it. And I'd love to see all of you at each month at my Let's Talk Money. So again, just as an aside, learn.sharonlecter.com. It would be my honor to support you in creating the success that you deserve.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Sharon. I know you're busy right now. Thank you. All right. Right now we have Carla, and she has an important message to give you. I apologize. I had cut her off because I was a little confused with the timing. So anyways, she does really have an important message to give you about reducing your stress so you can be as productive as you can during tough economic times. I know it can be so stressful when you don't even know what's around the corner. So Carla, please take it on. You're muted.
I keep repeating myself and being muted. So thank you for giving me some extra time, because I had to be a little bit quick because I had lost some time, but that's okay. I mean, this is what happens, and that's how we can go around with life, be flexible. And that is one of the things about stress. We are not flexible anymore. So you can see I feel relaxed with the whole thing. And because, again, what we talked about, we do not feel stress anymore. So to know how much stress we have, we need to have it like in front of us, on sight, on a screen. And then we cannot go around anymore what we think we feel, but we can see what's actually there. And that is so important. Well, now my dog is going with me as well. It's so important to know what's going on. And even if you don't feel it, admit it for yourself. Nowadays, I mean, I've given thousands of trainings, and I have seen that more than 95% of the people who's been measured, that they have way too high stress levels and they are not aware of it. So make sure that you let it measure it somewhere. And well, with the scan, I really want to go back to that because I saw people missing out because they thought they had to pay for it. Let me make sure there are a few spots open even. Because it went wrong, there are not 5 spots filled yet. So we have a couple of more to go. I'm just going to do that. And when it's about to scan, where the price is there, you have to see, you see in the top of that, you see discount codes. If you fill in their proof, then it will take the screen and it will be for free. It did work for a few people. So the same thing with the free PDF, which is very valuable. There's so much information in it on different topics and different levels. There's the heart coherence exercises in there. So please help yourself if you don't want to have other people helping you. But get to know more about stress. The free PDF, again, on the discount code, where it says discount code on the right side, put there PDF, and it will bring you to the free gift as well. So I would say still, for some people, go for it, go and get it for free. And if you did not win it, but you still want to know more about the scan, or see if we can do that with another discount or whatever, go to my Calendly link and go for the 60-minute free talk. I'm not selling you, but we can see if you want to go for that scan, I can give you a discount on that. So having that, the thing is, why sink deeper and deeper instead of going for your dreams, fulfilling them within a short time? It doesn't take a year, like I said before. Without too much effort, change your life completely. And I am a survivor, let's say it that way, a taking back my life example and enjoy life again. So it's all great, do something. Go for real stress reduction, take it on the screen, see what's there, or just believe that things are different than what you think they are. Because that's what I keep hearing over and over and over again. And that, I think, is the most important message I really want to tell you. It's so important to change your life, to go for that happiness, to create whatever you want to create. Not only insights, action. So that's all I still wanted to say to you. And I wanted to make clear on the gift and my raffle that it can be filled and be given away to the time you gave me back. Thank you for all the speakers already this morning that were there. I loved it. I learned a lot myself. So keep going with that. Keep listening, people. You do a great job on helping us to recession-proof our business. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Carla. You know what? Dang it. I actually tried to get your free gift and I couldn't get it. It was all taken up. So, oh wow.
Well, let's talk. Let's talk.
I couldn't get one. So now we're going to be having a meal break. We're coming back at 12 p.m. PS.
And
so that's
I think it's break time now. So
37 minutes. And so we'll come back. And what's on the dock is, well, actually, I don't want to say, but I really want to say that we're going to have a billionaire who's going to be super generous to help us. And then we're going to have if you want to know how to really take care of your loved ones so you can really well, loved ones who are having health challenges, so you can really, feel like you can build your businesses to the next level and still honor your commitment to your family, your loved ones, and really taking care of them. We have a doctor who has support us on that. And then, well, see you back at 12 p.m. PST time, which is in 36 minutes. All right. See you later. Hello, hello. Welcome back. What an amazing presentation so far. And I'm so happy to continue with rest of the day with Subhashini Yadu. She is an MS, ME, CQA, is a mother, wife, friend, biotech quality professional, seasoned life coach, mentor, and Maxwell leadership development expert. And that's not easy to get. Known for her transformative work in spiritual coaching and healing. Welcome, Subhashini.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, Mew. I was blown away by your wonderful story. I was moved by how you overcame adversity and being a great
Oh.
help for all of us. I appreciate it, and I'm really happy to be here to add value to people from my own experience in my healing journey.
Oh, well, I can't wait to hear it. Well, you
Yes.
have center stage now.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Subhashini Yedu. I'm going to speak about my healing journey with cancer I had in 2018. So I'm going to share some slides to show what I'm presenting today. It's a radiant wellness program that I have that I wanted to share with you. So yeah, let's go. Again, thank you all for joining. I really appreciate each one of you all for investing in yourself and your time, energy. Thank you. Okay, so this is kind of my experience. I think Mew already shared about my educational background, and it's very different for somebody from a biotech industry, STEM, kind of being in coaching industry. But it's kind of a transformative experience I had when I went through my own cancer journey. That's why I have chosen this path to help other people. I'm purpose driven to help other people because I experienced cancer in my life and I got healed of cancer. I have a gift of life. So I just want to share with you how I did that. Okay, a Radiant Life Transformation Program is a holistic and approach that seeks to create harmony between the mind, soul, and body and transcends all the medical practices, offering a deeply interconnected path to wellness by understanding the interplay between these essential components of our well-being. So again, this is not, again, our journey is not just, it's not medicine, it's health. And we heard from few speakers about health, but again, I think it's all about interconnectedness between our mind, soul, and body and spirit. So because we are spiritual beings walking on this planet Earth, and we have a purpose. So that's is gonna talk about. The law of mind said, that's the first one I kind of encountered. The law of mind emphasizes the powerful role that thoughts play in shaping our reality. And the greatest glory in living lies not in the never failing, but in rising every time we fall. So this is kind of a mantra or I've taken when I got diagnosed with cancer in the year 2018. So my friend who had similar diagnosis has died in 2 years. I was with her, caring for her, and she was in hospice. But when I have experienced that, it was a very busy season in my life. I was working in a pharmaceutical company. It's a good company and a good very good position. I have a young child who's 2 years old, and then I had life going for me, but something was missing in my life at the time. I was stressed, I chaos in my life with all these different things, with relationships. I had some issues with relationships, with trauma, with people, with my friends who loved me, kind of betrayed me, and some strong feelings and some unforgiveness and bitterness was in my heart towards the people who really hurt me deeply. At that time of my life, it was going well career-wise, but I think in my heart I was broken. So that's when I kind of received my cancer diagnosis. So many times we don't understand that our mind, soul, and body are connected. What goes on in our heart can impact our bodies and how we feel. Just going to move along. The law of positive attitude. Again, this is what I was thinking. Okay, when I got diagnosed with cancer in 2018, I have decided that I'm going to have a positive attitude and not stress out. And I believe that so there is a God. I believe in God. I'm a person of faith. And I believe that the God who lives in us is greater than all our problems, our diseases, our sickness, whatever we're going through. He's greater, and he's It's beyond us. So I just have to believe that. And the power of mindset can impact all areas of our life. It's not about ignoring the challenges or difficulties, but approaching them with a perspective that enables growth, connection, and fulfillment. So, again, having a positive attitude that I will not die, but I will live to see my son, again, to see my future. So, here I am after like 5 years of the initial diagnosis. Again, the positive attitude is like I guess it's 7 steps that I have discovered. Believing in your potential, believing in myself that I can achieve anything I want to, or be like overcome the disease and sickness. I have to believe. I have to decide in my heart that I can overcome this. Second, aligning with purpose. Sometimes we may be doing all these different things, but we don't have a true purpose of why we are here on this earth. Why am I here? What am I doing? Sometimes we can align our knowing our purpose and practicing faith and trust. Again, having belief in a higher power than our own strength and trusting that it's going to be okay and taking action. Again, at embracing community, because community is so important. Again, I had to find people who have overcome cancer. So I had to find 3 people who went through stage 4 cancer to make sure that I'm talking to them constantly. Again, having a community of people who are going to strengthen me. It could be church, friends, relatives, having a strong community of support. So my mom came from India at that time to help support me in my journey. My husband was always there helping me. My son was always happy. He was 2 years old. He didn't know what was going on, but he thought Mama, it's funny to have Mama didn't have any hair. It was like funny to him, but he was so happy that I had a positive attitude. Again, giving thanks and reflecting every day that I'm thankful for what I have at least a treatment, cancer treatment. People across different countries, they don't even know they have cancer. And then they die because they don't know that's the disease. So I do have initiative for cancer camps in India and other low income or other developing nations. We're doing cancer camps to help those patients. Again, positive attitude. This is the verse that I read when I got diagnosed on April 19, 2018. Now to God, who's able to immeasurably do more than we ask or imagine, according to the purpose and to the power that is at work in us. So we can imagine something, but our thinking could be limited, but then it is God, and some people may not believe in God, but it's something beyond us that has the power to bring out the circumstances which we cannot bring out on our own. So I had this verse as my life verse because it's more than I can do. God will empower me to do those things which I can't do by myself, because I can't cure my disease. You know what I mean? But again, it's God, is power that can help me. That was my life verse when I was going through this journey. So I also uncovered this about law of emotional healing because I did have many hurts. So we have different things going on we have children, we have spouses, we have friends, we have work colleagues. So emotional healing is very complex, right? And it's also individualized. So each person has different emotions going on in their lives. So we have to ensure that we have a healthy relationship with our own self, with our own being, that we are loved deeply by God and others. So again, having that awareness of how I can overcome these bad emotions. So again, loving ourselves, that we are worth the healing. We have to always believe that we are worth our life. Many people, again, we have all these mental health issues going on with young people everywhere in the world. But again, it comes from self-esteem and self-identity. That's so important. That also comes in the emotional healing. So I also went through this emotional healing journey through the process of this cancer, when I got to forgive those people, and not hold grudges, not get angry at this diagnosis or people. And then I thought this was a blessing for me because I'm going to grow through this process of disease and sickness that I received at the time. So I wanted to grow myself, my emotions, and love people, but deeply, intensely. So again, it starts from loving my own self as I am, accepting myself and my diagnosis and not fighting it, but accepting it and see where it's going to lead me. And I always thought I'm going to live, I'm going to live, and then I'm going to help others heal. That was my life purpose. It came through from this healing journey. So healed of cancer, again, diagnosed with cancer in year 2018. I think there was a slide that I missed, I'm not sure. Diagnosed with cancer, and then again, I had another recurrence in year 2020. And then I had to go through another bout of radiation therapy and treatment. But I had 3 surgeries going through this cancer diagnosis. So, but now I'm totally healed from this disease. And I'm in the best health ever. So I just had my scans, CT scans. I had my mammograms. And my blood work, everything is normal. So I'm in the best health ever in my life. Freedom from disease, sickness, and trauma and emotional trauma. So I just discussed like 2 laws now, the law of the mindset and law of the emotional healing. So there's so many other laws about how to come out of this. And the journey of my cancer, I just want to play this video so that you can see my journey. Oh. Am I able to play this, Mew? I want to play this. I think it's just going back and forth. Mew, are you there? Oh, I need help with this video, if somebody can help me. Oh. Sorry, is somebody there to help me with the video? Okay, I'll move on. So again, I have coached in the process many people, and some of the testimonials are here. Again, Uma said that you are a blessing to the world. Everyone should have a session with me, and that I changed her life. Again, Alan also is a person, he had some mental health illness. And then this is the feedback I got from him, his testimonial. Subhashini is a woman with great intuition and compassion. She caters to the whole person, mind, body, and soul. Been working with Subhashini for a couple of months. And he felt that the depression, anxiety he had was reduced from 7, 9 to like a 2 and a 3. So I just have those 2 testimonials. And then again, this process of radiant life, transformed life, I went through these laws. Of course, I came up with this laws, that the law of the mindset, the first thing, be positive about whatever you're going through, whether it's sickness or any relationship issue. You just have to have a positive mindset. Secondly is the law of emotional healing. We may have hurts and anger and hate, about something that happened to us or towards other people. And it's so important that we heal it first. If we don't heal, we can't heal ourselves and also others. So it's so important to focus on the law of emotional healing, that you have to accept yourself as you are. And then you're deeply loved by God and also by your family. So again, going through the process of emotional healing was very vital for me to be able to get my physical healing. So that transcends into the physical healing. That's so important. Again, physical healing embodies, like, of course, taking care of your health. I used to eat organic food and make juices and then stay away from sugar. I had to do that, and also exercise regularly. Also pray and meditate. That's also very important. So physical healing is taking care of yourself. So important. Exercise, nutrition is so important. And the law of spiritual healing is the next one. So if you don't have a purpose in your life, you can't really want to live. Many people in this world don't want to live because they don't have a purpose. They may have the money, they have the name, maybe they may have the fame, they have everything they need. But if they don't have a divine purpose or a purpose in their lives to make a difference in the world, all that you may achieve really doesn't matter. It may not matter because you don't have a higher purpose why you're alive. So it's so important. It's so important that we have a purpose-driven life, so that you can make an impact. And this is the reason why you're alive today. So it's so important. The law of environment. So I got to change my environment. And if somebody who's going to really hurt you, you want to make sure that you have the right relationships. The law of 5, again, your life is going to determine by the 5 people you're closest to. The 5 people around you are toxic, then it's not going to work for you because you're going to always be bombarded with toxicity. and also having the systems in place for children, um, and the chores in the house, having systems of cleaning the house. All these things as women we face as a working women is so difficult that we have to have a system in our home, in our lives, to have a peaceful like surroundings. For example, if you want to lose weight, you can't always have candy on a counter. So we need to make sure this environment and systems built in your life. So when they're built around you, that's when you can really maintain the positive mindset or emotional healing or physical healings. All this are interconnected because the environment is so important, the environment in which you live in. And the law of rest, we can't keep going, then fall down. That's what was my life. Law of rest. You just got to rest, give yourself permission to rest, like to take a vacation, to sleep at a certain hour and not always consumed by work, housework, job, all these things, children. But there's a law of rest so important that's going to help you to move you forward, propel you to be the real you and to live a life full of purpose, meaning, and happiness. So I have this program called VIP Program Coaching One-on-One, and I have all these laws I cover in detail to help you work with you individually and personalize the program for you. The law of mindset, the law of emotional healing, the law of physical healing, law of spiritual healing. I cover all these things. And I'm also providing complimentary 6 months program today. It's really a big bonus. If you sign up today, you're going to get 6 months of free coaching. The complimentary 6-month free coaching program, and also 30% bonus if you sign up today, and 20% bonus if you sign up end of the conference. The second program is Standard Radiant Life Transformation Program. So many people have gone through this and have seen big results. So these are like 3 laws I'm going to discuss in detail and coach you one-on-one and help you. The same thing, same kind of a program, but it's only 3 laws I can discuss here. The next program is Law of Emotional Healing. I'm going to cover this. And then this is the whole program about. If you sign up today, you get 18 to 30% bonus and 20% bonus if you sign up end of the conference. And the group coaching, this is like more than like at least 3 to 5 people, or sometimes it could be 10, max could be 10. So we're going to do, I will offer like a group mastermind where we all discuss about individual healing and have a support system in place to go over all this loss of healing and well-being. We'll go through this. Again, it's all these are bonuses. You can just read here. It's 30% bonus if you sign up today, and 20% bonus if you sign up by 20th August. So again, this is really great opportunity for you all. So I'm offering a free session to everybody who's going to actually connect with me. Like today, if you sign up, you get a free session on the law of mindset and positive attitude, because that's the main thing. That's the most important thing of all this course is the law of mindset. So if you have a positive mindset, when you are hit with different problems in the life, with relationship or health or disease or whatever you're going through, or high stress. But if you invest in yourself, with the law of mindset, if you grow in the law of mindset, you can do anything in this world. Again, the way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. Okay, again, thank you for hearing my story. So I have my information is here. Again, 10 laws of well-being I just actually shortly discussed with you all. So, and my website is here, the John Maxwell Group. I'm part of that group. And I'm certified by John Maxwell himself and taught by the great mentors. So register here for a free class. If you have this, the code is here, the QR code. If you want to scan that, that'll be great. So I'll take any questions from people, or if you actually want to use that slide that I had, but somehow it's not working regarding my cancer journey. I'm just going to try to see if it's going to work. Oh, I don't think it's working. Okay. I think that's all I have. You have any questions for me? Mew, are you there?
8 a.m. Pacific time, so that's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay, great.
And is there a link?
I'm sorry. I got. I will. I gave everything to Robert. I have to be on right now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right.
I'll get back to Robert.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. There
No problem.
was a phone
Don't worry
call.
about it.
Yeah. So I want to share a video, Mew. I'm not able to run that video that I had. So
Yeah.
I'm
I'm not sure how it works. So Jim was actually texting you on the chat. And so right now you have some time, I believe.
yeah. So I wanted to use the
Jim
slide.
can actually figure
Yeah.
walk through it. Let me give him a call.
Oh, I have the link. I'm saying there's a link to sign up. I can just, if you can advance the slides, I do have.
I don't. Jim knows how to do it. Oh, is this
Yeah, this is the code, the QR code. If you want people to take it, that's
okay?
a free program that I'm offering.
All right. Okay. Well, we have some time, so I'm gonna. Do you mind if I do a little bit of interviewing you?
Oh yeah, that's good. Excellent.
Yeah. And so you had cured yourself from cancer, and you want to help people, heal themselves. Because I think a lot of times we just listen to one advice without going to other advice. And for me, for myself, if I listened to one doctor, I would have been on medication for the rest of my life. And I'm not on any medication right now.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah, they recommended surgery, and I went to multiple doctors to help me.
Oh.
And it turns out I never needed a surgery, and that surgery would actually left me on medication for the rest of my life. And I was in my early 40s, so I might actually have another 4 years on medication. So what is it that about you that really is your motivating factor in helping people, live the best life?
Yeah, the thing is that when I went through my cancer healing journey, I was alive to help other people. I'm alive today to help people. That is my life purpose. Because I went through the cancer journey. So it's not just like chemotherapy and radiation and surgery. That was it, but it took 3 years. So
Wow.
I did experience the supernatural experiences, but I can't share them publicly. But if they want to come on my coaching sessions, I can provide more detail. But I did have some very intense supernatural experiences when my actually white blood cell count went under 0, and then I could die. Yeah. So again, the chemotherapy is so strong that it takes a life from the blood. Of course, blood is what gives us life, right? The white blood cell count, red blood cell counts. Again, white blood cells actually fight infection. So I had 0 of them because I had the chemotherapy, right? So I had the supernatural experience, and I was joined in the hospital for 6 days, and they gave me all kind of antibiotics to make sure for 6 days I was on this antibiotics. But I did have a belief in my heart that whatever it is, I'm going to live because I know how great God is. It's not about the cancer in my body. That's nothing. When you think about the universe and how big God is, I'm a person of faith, so I'm going to talk about God. So how big God is, if you know how big God is, your problem is so minute, right? It is so minute because your God is so big that He made the universe, He made the planets, and then the Earth is just one planet. And then on that, the human beings are like one inkling, one spot, or one dot. Imagine how small the cancer would be. And my problem is so small. It's only how much I can really like blow up. You know, how it's about my mind, my thinking. That's why I was saying the mindset is so important, because how much you blow up your problem, that much big it is. So it's not about you. It's about your purpose, why you put on this earth. You can focus on your purpose and take away your focus from yourself and about myself, and what about, it's not about me. So again, we go in life by thinking about what it's all about me, my children, my husband, my job, or it's about me growing something, becoming a big billionaire or millionaire, whatever those dreams people have. It's not about me. If you focus about ourself and then we don't have the big picture, that's when there's a problem. So if I had cancer, I just focus upon on myself, what's going to happen to me, and just worry constantly. It's not about me. If it's about me, you can't have full purpose, a full life. It's about something beyond you that's going to impact the world.
Yeah.
You
And
understand?
so,
Yeah.
yeah, so you navigate this healing journey from cancer all by yourself, right?
Yes. Yeah. I did have a church support. I had my husband, and it's a wonderful husband and a wonderful child. That's why I wanted to play the video, because somehow I couldn't play the video. So yeah, you can see my journey, because that's when because it's not about me. It's not about me. People get caught up in thinking about it's all about us, but it's about the people you serve, right? So I want to
Mhm.
serve the cancer community. I want to serve anybody who's with sickness or chronic disease, to give them hope, because I went through a chronic journey myself. It took almost 3 years, because the doctors, I understand, I had a similar situation where doctors said, okay, you got to do this surgery or else you're going to die. We're not going to treat you. If you don't do the surgery, this is what you're required to do mastectomy, because you're too young and we don't want you to die. But then here I am after 5 years. I'm alive and well. But again, you got to follow your intuition, because it's not for everybody. Doctors are good. I love the doctors. I love the surgeons. And I love the, all medical practice. Again, we had to listen to them. But again, for something like this, for me, it was personal, because I feel that there's a reason why I'm on this earth, like to make an impact, to serve others, to make a difference, right? So yeah, that made a difference, because I wanted to make sure that I go to different doctors, get multiple opinions, and I was like, yeah, I was diagnosed 2 times actually, and then a second time I said, okay, I want the doctor to say that I don't need mastectomy. Then he put me on some medication and he said, oh, you don't need it. And then yeah, that was the first time. That's the feeling I had. I should not have mastectomy. I'd moved from New Jersey to San Diego. So that's where the best people are here for me. So because the doctors in New Jersey didn't want to treat me, because I didn't want the surgery. I didn't want a mastectomy.
Right.
So there is a purpose why we navigate, or the people we meet, the places we go, we meet these people. So there's a purpose for everything in life. So there's a purpose that I went through that journey. It's not just for me and for my families, for the world in large. People who don't have hope, at least they see me. Oh yeah, she survived, so I can survive, and giving the hope to the people.
Yeah. And so, knowing what you know, you did a lot of trial and error, did a lot of research, you pay attention to your body. If you did something, you felt a certain way. If you were to go back in time and had somebody like yourself guide you along the way, how long do you think you would have been able to heal yourself if you had yourself to support you?
Well, if I go back, I think I wouldn't want to trade the experience I went through, because the first thing was chemotherapy, of all the medical things, right? We went through chemotherapy, you went through radiation, you go through all these things. But the thing is that beyond that, it's not just the physical, it's not just the medicine. You got to heal the emotions, and from the past, and all those wounds and things that happened to you, and also some kind of generational issues could be going on in your body. So all these things, it's about spiritual healing. You got to go through that. It's just not the treatment. It's good, we have good doctors, great doctors in America. I'm thankful for that. But it's also about how you change in the process. You transform, right? You change. You start to love yourself more. You can love other people more, and it's not about you. So if I die today, I go to heaven. I'm so happy that I did not miss anything. I did what I could to impact the people. But again, I'm not afraid of death. I'm not
Right.
afraid of anything, because I went through this journey that made me so resilient that nothing can really move me. So again, I wouldn't trade anything for this, because it's like a change in me. Of course, I went through the medical treatment, I did the good food, whatever, and also reduce all the stress and external factors, right? But again, the main thing is that you were changing on inside. So you being more loving, more kind. It's not about me. Like it's about others. So when you have the attitude of serving other people, loving on other people, and also loving yourself in the same way, knowing how infinitely loved by God. So God loves us unconditionally. There's nothing, okay, because you're beautiful, you're this skin color, or you make this much money, or you have this car, or you have this house. Those things don't really actually are valued, of course,
Right.
valued by people, but that's not the true. Your true worth doesn't come from what you own, what degrees you have, but it comes by knowing God, knowing
Right.
yourself, that there's a reason why you're here, and the reason why you went through these different things. Like when you went through a very harsh journey yourself, but you're here, you're helping other people. So
Yeah.
it's not just about us. Our journey is about other people and how we can support them, help these people who are going through the journey, and people don't have hope. They say, okay, I throw the towel, I'll die, it's fine. But again, not having that kind of a thinking, but I'm going to fight through this and I'm going to make a difference.
Well, you have a fan who has put it in the chat many times. So she cannot do scan the code. So how other way can she get your?
Yeah, I can give you my email here, and I have I'm not sure why my scan is not working. I have actually a QR code. So if she can reach out to me by this, and then she can go. Actually, the QR code, you can able to do that. I can give you a link if you give me a minute. I'm going to try to chat to do that.
Yeah, I will put. All right. So email you this address. I will cut and paste and put it in.
Yeah, and I have my other link I sent it to you. My John Maxwell link, website link I sent to you. If you can put that there.
All right.
And I have the Google form also. Maybe that's going to help. I think I sent you the Google form. Yeah.
Oh.
If they sign up today, I can give you the free sessions to whoever signs up. It's over $1,000 of value. I'm going to give it for free.
Okay. Well, I'm having a hard time putting something on YouTube. It's giving me a temporary error. So it's YCS UBHA@gmail.com. So YCSUBHA@gmail.com.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that's good. I just want to see if I'm able to present my videos 1 minute. I think it's important. I'm just seeing Gary's notes now. Is it okay to play 1 minute video?
Sure. I guess. Okay. Well, it's just a little quickly.
Yes, it's just 1 minute. I think he's saying to present as a screen, or maybe you can play for me because it's over there.
I don't know how to play.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you just need to click present.
Okay, I did present.
Okay, and then click screen share.
Okay.
Instead of slides, and then I can bring that on, and then once you're sharing your screen, you can play the video.
So I will share screen. Okay, I did that. Tap to share. Ooh. It's not really working. Okay, let me just do the downloading of my, okay, I'm not sure if it's going to work. I don't think it's working.
Okay. Well, is it okay if I introduce the next speaker then?
Yes, that's good. Thank you so much.
We'll send it through the email.
Yes. If we can send my QR code and the Google form today, that'll be wonderful. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. I have the pleasure of introducing the next speaker. His name is Austin Sieben. He's Healing and Leading Austin has been instrumental in empowering over 30,000 personal and business transformation through live events, one-on-one and small group sessions. He created 500 million for clients in the last decade, making him a master dealer maker and a billionaire problem solver. Please welcome Austin.
Thank you, Mia. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Beautiful. Okay, so thanks for having me, and I'm just going to share my screen because my computer is just giving me a little bit of a curveball here. 1 second. Present. Share screen. Can you see the slides, Mew? Hello?
Yes, we see your slides.
Okay, cool. So welcome to Power Dynamics of Gold Wellbeing and Winning. This is by yours truly, Austin Lee Rich Sieben. The time is 1, 2, 3, 4, so I'll take that as a cue, at least in the Pacific time zone. So I wanted to share a little bit about my best friend here. And I can't see myself on the screen or anything, so hopefully you guys can see me. Big hello. And so this is my best friend. I just wanted to read you guys something to start off this little chat. So this is what I read for my best friend at his funeral. So I stood in front of 800 people and I read this for my best friend on his funeral. The focus was the dates on the tombstone from the beginning to the end. I noted that first came the date of birth and spoke the following date with tears. But to be honest, what mattered most of all was the dash between those years. For that dash represents all the time that they spent alive on earth. And now only those who love them know what that little line is worth. For it not matters how much we own, the cars, the house, the cash. What matters is how we live and love and how we spend our dash. So think about this long and hard. Are there things you'd like to change? For you never know how much time is left that can still be rearranged. If we could just slow down to consider what's true and real. Hang on. If we could just slow down enough to consider what's true and real and always try to understand the way other people feel and be less quick to anger and show appreciation more and love the people in our lives like we've never loved before. If we treat each other with respect and more often wear a smile, remembering this special dash might only last a little while. So when your eulogy is being read with your life actions to rehash, would you be proud of the things they say about how you spent your dash? Take a nice deep breath. I'm very honored to be here as a keynote speaker. Thank you to Mew. Thank you to all the other keynote speakers, all the speakers throughout this event. Very blessed, very fortunate. I have the honor of being able to present and offer something at the end of this talk. Luckily, I'm at a place of contribution in my life, so I'm not going to sell anything at the end of this chat. But if you guys are with me and can hear me, I'm going to take this opportunity to let you know that I'm giving away like basically $100,000 to every single person watching this, listening to this, participating in this, to just add tremendous value. I've spent the last decade of my life just sacrificing literally everything. And it's my 29th birthday coming up, and I haven't had a birthday in over 10 years. So I'm doing an epic party on my island. That's the background behind me. I live right on the ocean in Canada. So all of you are invited for free to come to my mastermind, my retreat in person in paradise, completely free. So I just wanted to say thank you to you for giving me an opportunity to give offerings. And like I said, I'm in a place of contribution in my life, and I just want to see other people win. So I want to read one more thing for you. You know, when you get old in life, things get taken from you. I mean, that's just part of life. But you only learn that when you start losing stuff. You find out life's this game of inches, and so is entrepreneurship. Because in either game, life or entrepreneurship, the margin for error is so small. I mean, one half a step too late or too early, you don't quite make it. One half a second too slow, too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us. They're in every break of the game, every minute, every second. I'll tell you this, in any fight, it's the person who's willing to die who's going to win that inch. And I know if I'm going to have any life anymore, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that inch, because that's what living is. The 6 inches right in front of your face. Now, I can't do it for you or make you do it. You've got to look at the person in the mirror. Now, what are you going to do about it? The reason why I'm sharing these things is that, in my opinion, action is the highest form of prayer. In my opinion, implementation crushes information all day, every day. My name is Austin Lee Rich Sieben. This is me at 19 years old, representing my country, representing my sponsors, representing my last name, representing my number. I've always been a winner. This is at a world class level, third in the world. I shouldn't have even been there. And I had 2 world championships in my pocket, and my jet ski blew up, and I lost everything, every race. So I didn't get my 2 gold world championships, but I still got third in the world. And I had something even cooler and better happen to me. And that was when I was in the lead at world championships. I had won all these races 5 years straight, 7-time jet ski champion of Canada, racing against the greatest, most decorated icons in history, 55 countries plus. And I'm down there and I'm about to win my 2 world championships my last year of racing. Everything's on the line. And I'm in first place and my jet ski blows up and I get towed in. Luckily, I have one more race left in my career in a position that I shouldn't have even been in, a professional category, hardcore, all the best pros in the world and all the best rising up and coming talent and stars in the world. And I didn't even enter to do that race. I'm so glad I did because I was racing on my 3rd or 4th race of the day and other people were on their first race of the day and I'm coming in, I'm still winning them all. And when I came in and got towed in, I felt like I just let my whole country down. I felt like I let everybody down, like not even myself. I didn't care about myself. I cared about everything that I was racing for. The Maple Leaf, number 10, Sebin, sponsors, Alberta, Canada, all of the people that were looking up to me that I was inspiring, all my friends, all my classmates, all my family, all my city, everybody. But when I came in, my dad said, "Don't worry about it." And he said, "Just go out there and go have one more race." I had 10 minutes to collect my thoughts after just losing the biggest opportunity in my entire existence. And I couldn't even physically go. I could not physically stand. I could not race. Even 3 years ago, I was done. I was completely disintegrated. I had nothing left in my physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual body whatsoever. But my dad said, "Go out there and have fun and do one more race." And he said, "If you can't even finish the lap, just come in." And I went out there and I rode a jet ski. That white jet ski right there is a jet ski I've never ridden in my life with no handling, no power upgrades, nothing. And I got 5th in the world. I went from my 2 biggest losses in my life to my greatest race ever. My dad finally told me I did a good job and he was proud of me. And that meant way more than any other piece of hardware. So in the game of life, I made it impossible for myself. When I was a kid, I ignored all the schools, all the teachers, didn't listen to family, didn't listen to parents. I pushed away any friend or any person who ever loved me or cared for me. I didn't read any books, watch any movies, care about the news or TV. It's been intense what I've had to go through. Yet I became a top 1% income earner in Canada as a certified power engineer before the age of 20. I became a 7-time Canadian pro jet ski champion and 3rd in the world at 19. I was on YouTube in 2007, way ahead of my time with so many things, not even just YouTube. My first business made over $100,000 in revenue before the age of 24, organically from scratch, 100% online. I also had 100,000 fans worldwide with sponsors and a personal brand at the age of 19. And I was already a best-selling author, keynote speaker, and selling from stage at the age of 23. This is me just trying to help people, level up, help people win. And you can see 11 years ago, I'm showing people how to clean up their library. I'm a master with technology, a master with people, master with sports and music, and just, I love life. I was a food eating champion at one point, long distance runner. I'm all about breaking records, setting challenges, and just doing the impossible, especially as an underdog. So this is me sweeping. That's my parents. That's me teaching business stuff. And then that's me on YouTube over 11 years ago. I was actually on YouTube way before that, doing even cooler stuff, just trying to help people out. That video got 70,000 views, just trying to help solve people's problems. 2018, I did a $250,000 retreat, basically in 14 days. So that was epic. 100% of the people came to the next one. It was awesome. So here's where I come from, Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, which is in Canada. And this is where I moved to, where the heart is, by Victoria, on a small little sacred island. My friend was texting me a picture of what's in his backyard, and I thought, how freaking Canadian, eh? He had a moose in his backyard, the most funniest thing I've seen. And I just thought that was hilarious because of the animals in my backyard, which I'll show you. So here's now where I live. I live in the purple circle on one of the tiny islands. It's paradise. And the closest airport to me is Victoria, BC, Canada, which is like an hour away. And the red dotted line, that's the American border. So what's epic is I'm giving away a 2-day holistic success and unlimited mentorship meetup completely for free. You can come out to my island. This picture is actually within the last 24 hours. This was literally last night. This was literally yesterday in the hot tub overviewing the ocean. And I want to invite you guys. There's 16 spots left. Anyone and everyone can come. You can go and apply. Just go to event.austinsieben.com and just apply. It's completely free. There's no upsells. There's no nothing. This is like a $10,000 retreat and success meetup. And I'm leading it and I'm the only speaker. And so you guys can come and ask me anything for 2 days straight: health, wealth, mindset, foraging, stretching, biohacking, precious metals, minerals, you name it, technology, strategy, business. I just want to give. And it's my 29th birthday, and I haven't celebrated my birthday in over 10 years. So I just want to have a group of entrepreneurs around me, conscious people that I can pour my heart into. That's all I want for my birthday. So I want to show you some of my animals that I chill with regularly in my backyard. So this is one of the pets. This is what was funny about the Canadian moose pictures. My buddy, we were taking pictures and showing what's in our backyards, and I just thought, what a Canadian conversation, right? He's like, okay, fine, you win. I was like, it's not about winning. I was like, it's just hilarious. You've got a moose in your backyard, and I've got whales literally every day. This is my pet bird, Peaches. It's just totally a joke, but actually, no, like I see them every day. So that's the irony here. These are the wild goats on my island. Hilarious. These are also, this is the vineyard. So you guys get to come out and see all this. Come hang out with me for 2 days in paradise, completely for free. Forest, ocean, vineyards, horses, you name it. Look at this hotel right on the ocean. By the way, there's only 200 or 300 people on my island. It's epic. It's so good. So here's what you get. I don't have all the time in the world to pour my heart into you guys, but here's what I'm doing for you guys. I'm giving everybody multiple things here. So I'm going to give you guys all 100% complimentary, literally nothing to sell. I don't sell coaching. I don't sell courses. You guys get all my coaching for free, all my courses for free, all my books for free. And you get to come to this meetup next month for free for my birthday. So you get basically 2 days of unlimited coaching, nature, international birthday meetups. You get whale watching, waterfalls, golden eagles, mountain, ocean, sun, connection with others, just epicness. It's going to be so good. Plus, I'm going to give everybody my high ticket implementer tribe, live stream community, and my group chat. So that's huge. That's like thousands and thousands of dollars, completely free. You guys can have access. And then you guys can have access to all the softwares for free to run your guys' companies. So you can automate, grow, build, do whatever you want to do. You guys can have all of that for free. And then, when you guys come out to my place, I'm going to take you guys on a cruise ship, Sunrise. We're going to do masterminds. I'm going to send you guys off with like professional photos, videos, business strategies, so much more. And we're going to have incredible food, network, level up, give you guys all the resources I possibly can, improve your well-being, and give you a greater advantage over the marketplace. So just go to event.austinsieben.com. So this is Implementer. It's a high ticket school and private community. I'm giving you guys all of that for free. And then my first publicly traded company, Oivo, it's algorithms of your soul in our universe. It's an app, a software to help you decode and understand your consciousness on a deeper level, beyond astrology, beyond numerology, beyond, like, it is amazing. And I genuinely think it's going to help the world on the biggest way possible. So again, come on out to my birthday. It's going to be so epic. Again, these are the views. This is my home office. This is what I look at every day. I did a 22-hour meditation, silent meditation on the top of that mountain. That's also my backyard. And then, I'm so stoked to show you guys everything in my heart and in my mind. These are some of the things I've done over the years: speaking, connecting, helping. Acne. So as an underdog in the game of life, I've been a lone wolf and an underdog. I overcame acne. All the doctors, dermatologists, naturopaths, holistic everything, and everyone was like, it's this, it's that, da 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 da. I figured it out on my own. And I also bought a business that helps men with acne. So that's a way that I'm contributing. Jet skiing, again, I had no place to practice. I had the least experience. I had the smallest team. I didn't have a coach or a trainer. And I was still third in the world with all of that against me. Engineering, I never did any schooling no math, no chemistry, no physics, no calculus, never, ever. And I became an engineer at the age of 19, making $100,000 a year at 19 years old. My first business, I had no advertisements, no website, no email list, no experience, no cold calls or joint ventures, 100% through referrals. And I'll teach you about how to get awesome referrals. And I built that from scratch. Basically, I beat bankruptcy. I pretty much invested into a multimillionaire, took all my money, and I had to restart my life at like 24, 25. So I had to skip dishes, side houses, sell cars. I worked like 48 days in a row, 18 hours a day, farming, 30,000 acres. Then I got back into engineering, worked 6 days a week, 14-hour shifts, day and night, and got out of that, crushed it. And I also was off grid. I was homeless and off grid at one point in my life. I built an empire during COVID in a forest for a year with no water, no power, no heat. I was doing cryptocurrency flips and I started a couple businesses, and I didn't know anybody. I was in a new place, didn't know a single person, and COVID was shut down and I had no money, and I built an empire off that. And then, yeah, I did my meditation I told you guys about. So that's a little bit about my story. Here's the most underrated conversation in wealth building and well-being. So I talk to billionaires all the time on texting basis. I hang out with multimillionaires, celebrities, artists of all kinds. I have very unique people in my life. And so the most underrated conversation in wealth building and well-being is precious metals and precious minerals. So if you keep your eyes on those things, I feel like that'll do you very well. Well-being, your mission or your purpose is your motivation. That's how you get motivation, is having a strong purpose or a strong mission. Your movement is your medicine. What you don't use, you lose. A boat sitting in the water will have more damage than a boat being used every day. And so your body's the same. The more you move and groove and shake, the more medicine you're creating. It almost is more powerful than food. Almost. Like those two go hand in hand, but movement is the answer. Minerals are magic. They will literally help you hit next levels of dimensions and consciousness. Momentum is the most valuable player, and momentum is your mission, your vision, and your purpose. You need to have momentum. And micro adjustments is how you stay the course and create mastery to be able to handle those things along your journey. So how do you recession proof your business? Here's the layers: quality, truthfulness, authenticity, generosity, and be the best at what you do. Authenticity is the highest frequency and it is the highest level of consciousness. And this is where the world is shifting towards. Also, if you can't do a business or a product or a service sustainably, do it long term where there's going to be demand, commit to it, innovate in it, or implement, then it's not going to be worth your time. Your number one goal is going to be generating and maintaining energy and momentum and keeping things simple, not necessarily meaning easy. So when you're being a person of action and you're taking those steps like I showed on the last slide, you're generating momentum, you're generating and maintaining energy. When you channel this energy, now you have an advantage over other people because you're utilizing the first three layers. And then now you're more able to leverage joint ventures, alliances, tribes, and experimentations. Experimentations is how you can stay ahead of the curve. This is where you get to figure out the dials and the levers in your mind, in your heart, in your business, on ads, whatever your offer. And then positioning, consistency, and calculated risk. Positioning, where is the world going, and being in that spot so that everybody's running to you, or being able to have a unique competitive advantage so that you're positioned in a way that most people can't even compete with you. Like they can't buy their way to get things to be like you. And if you show up in a consistent way, you won't lose. And if you take calculated risks, you won't lose. This is the key right here on all layers of mindset, emotional intelligence, intellectual actions, habits, routines. So here's extracting gems from gold. 2 states that get you nowhere: dwelling in negativity, being hopeful and wishing. Life is lived when you're problem solving, creating the future, you're experiencing the present. So the decisions you have made in the past, that's where you are right now. And you can totally possibly live with no negative thoughts. If you operate in the experience of now, you're creating and producing and or you're problem solving. Okay? So creation, experience, and puzzles. That's the secret. These are my non-negotiables to have an amazing day every single day, no matter who, what, where, when, why, or how. It's epic. I have no schedules, no to-do list, no alarm clock, no obligations, no commitments, no clients, no money stress, no time stress, and no health stress. These are the daily actions I do as many times a day. Sauna, stand-up desk, treadmill, cold plunge, weightlifting, basketball, cycling, walking, instrumental music, nature, ocean, forest, spring water, and insulin consistency. So of all the health books, of every single health book, there's like 80,000 health books. How? How is that possible when there's only so many food groups, so many vitamins, so many minerals? Like, how is that possible? Well, what is one thing that all the health people agree upon, regardless of their beliefs, their opinions, and their convictions? The less insulin you release, the longer quality of life and longevity you will have, and the better you will feel, and the more energy you will create. So, if you create your blood sugars to be a consistent level, or you focus on not releasing any insulin at all or as little as humanly possible every day for the rest of your life, by default, you will have the ultimate of well being. And if you implement the movement, the minerals, just the simple stuff, you don't need routines. You don't need all these extra little things. You just need to know what actions and then do those actions when it feels good and when you have the time and space. When you truly and deeply understand the power of gold, well-being, and winning, you will succeed. And I want to see you win. This is why I'm inviting everybody. There was originally 50 spots, and before even coming to this event, where there's now only 16 spots. And this is me pouring my heart into you guys because I've lived a life of full throttle. I've crushed it in the game of life. I've lost so much. I failed so much. I made the worst mistakes possible. And I just want to pour my heart into you guys. Keep in mind, billionaires and millionaires and influencers hire me to solve their problems, to keep them on point. So this is Austin Sieben. I want to help you guys for a lifetime, as long and as hard as I can. Join my implementer community. It's completely free. And this is everything I'm gifting. Just go to event.austinsieben.com, apply there. I'll call you today to let you know, and you will get access to everything. There's literally nothing for sale. I want to see you guys succeed, and I want to see you guys win. And I appreciate all the speakers that are here today. And I'm thankful that Mew is putting this together for all of us, because I know that the world is ready. Entrepreneurs are ready to not only get in the game, stay in the game, but win and beat the game. Because when you win and beat the game, it's your version of success, nobody else's. Imagine what your life would look like if you had no time problems, no money problems, no energy problems, no pain problems, no drama problems. Like, seriously, like, I didn't even know what that would look like or feel like. And when you hit that place, you feel so light and so free. And the best thing you can do for yourself at that point is to find and figure out how you can be in your gifts and talents in alignment, creating resonance. In my world, I love to talk, I love to learn, I love to connect with people. So I've built my whole lifestyle around all my strengths, all my wheelhouses, and the things that I genuinely love. And I want to show you guys how to design your lifestyle. I've made all my dreams come true. Every single dream I've ever had came true. Everything I've ever touched turned into gold. And I want to share with you, in martial arts, gold, hockey, gold, acoustic guitar, gold, like coloring competitions, gold, long distance running, food eating, jet skiing. Like, I can just keep going. And the point is I've lived my life so I can spend the rest. As I turn 29 years old, I just want to spend the rest of my life being the best role model, the best person with the best resources, hooking up people, empowering people, and showing people that we're all one, we're all the same. And when you let go of the ego, and when you get some of these dials in your heart and in your mind in alignment, I promise you, you will have a completely different experience, and you will experience heaven on earth. Thank you for listening. Thank you for having me. I hope to see you all there. And I guess I'll put it in the chat, and I'm done. We are right here.
Oh, well, Austin, you're the type of person I really want to have in this summit, because there's one thing that you can try it on your own and do trial and error and make a lot of mistakes, but to learn from someone who's done it, who's like way up there that we don't have to work so hard because you've already figured it out. And you're just basically giving us the red carpet to success. And I just want to say, like, you are living the awakened life where, not just things are easier, but the world is just brighter. Your food tastes better. Your senses are awakened. Like, you listen better. You are more intuitive to other people's emotions and yourself. And things just follow so easily. Now, I have a lot of excited people who are interested in your retreat, the 2 day to help you celebrate your birthday.
Yeah.
I believe it's 2nd and 3rd, right, of September?
It's September 19th.
Oh, 19.
Yeah.
Okay.
So fun. Can I share a fun fact just to wrap this
Yeah.
up? Can I share a fun fact? So, um,
Oh, wait,
I was
you're turning 29.
right. Okay. So here's the thing. I'm turning 29. I'm about to go into the biggest contribution phase of humanitarianism and legacy ever.
Mhm.
And what's great about this is I was born on the 9th month, on the 19th day of the year 1994. My first name has 9 letters, Austin Lee. My middle name is Rich, and my last name is 7 in German, Sieben. And when I was like 4 years old, I told my parents, hey, guess what? My initials spell all of our names young and in chronological order. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah. And I was young. And my phone number right now is 999. I've had a phone number that's 999. And so what I will tell you is the universe gave me 9s. And my first 2 letters in my name, AU, gold. My next letter, S. I sell silver. I'm the #1 silver seller. I can give everybody wholesale on silver. Who do you know in the world that can get wholesale silver? And tin, precious metals, guys. So I'm here to help everybody win. And guess what? This is the last thing I'll tell you is all my life, the universe has given me 9s. My lucky number is 333 because the universe gave me that one. And what I will tell you is right now, I'm going through a huge, humongous shift. Every number in hockey, 10. Jet skiing, 10. The light above my place, 10. The house that my parents built, we built $1 million house. It was number 10. Guess what? Austin, 10. My whole life, I was depressed, thinking there was something wrong with me. Every time I touched something, it turned into gold. And I thought, what do I do with my time and energy? This is so annoying. And I let go of all my family, let go of all my friends, gave up drinking, gave up video games, all at the age of 19. And guess what? In order for me to reach completion in my life purpose, I must get as many people in humanity to my level, right where I'm now at a 9. And when I do that, that will automatically take me to a 10 completion, baby. And I can take everyone up to that last notch. I am a master. I am an absolute genius with no schooling, no nothing. And I can help everybody so good. And I'm here for you guys. I have sacrificed my whole life to be able to stand here. That's why I have not had a birthday in 10 years. That's why I'm completely alone, because I am now moving a year ahead of schedule into contribution. And you guys will see me on the biggest stages. And I love you guys so much. And I want to bring you guys all with me. So you guys all will have my courses for free, my memberships for free, all my softwares for free. Come to my 2-day event for free. And I will see you guys on the
Well, we can't hear you right now, but it is September 19 is when Austin's birthday. So we can't. I signed up and I couldn't remember. You had mentioned the date and I couldn't remember what your date was. I'm like, I'm gonna sign up. I don't care. I'll deal with the rest.
Woo, that's what I'm talking about. I can't wait. We're gonna get some good drone photos of you. I'll get some real good pictures. Great. Looking forward to this. Well, hey, Mew, have a great one. Thank you for having me. And much love and wholeness to everyone. I'm there for you. Find me. Just go there. Oh, and I'm trying to get 1,000 subscribers so I can live stream the retreat because I just opened up a new YouTube. So when you guys opt into that little event thing, sign up on and support me on YouTube so I can stream it. So there's no upsells, there's no gimmicks, there's no games, it's just pure love, authenticity. So
Here we
welcome to
are.
the
We have a lot of people saying they're excited, they're thanking you, and wow, I can't wait to see all the people there with me, with Austin.
Yes, yes. Makes my heart so full. I just want to be around people that I can pour into. That's all I want. That's it. That's it. So thank you all.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Austin.
Okay, bye for now.
Bye. Well, our next speaker is also created the impossible become possible. Her name is Dr. Margarita Clement. She was born on the vibrant island of Aruba. Dr. Margaret Clement embodies unwavering determination and boundless innovation. Defying physical challenges and limited opportunities, she moved to the US, achieving a nursing degree, psychology doctorate, and CEO position at a Southern Californian private hospital. Inspired by her deep affinity for America and her support of American father, Papa, I love that word when she says it, she committed over 20 years to veterans care, which culminated in her proudest achievement, namely the Bodyguard, a patented wearable wraparound device with handles that facilitates the moving of patients. Actually, the moving of patients. Apologies. Please welcome Dr. Margarita Clement, and I am so grateful to become your friend, and I am your biggest supporter of your patented wearable product. Hello, Dr. Margarita.
I knew the feeling is mutual. Perhaps both of us can have a few days, self-care days, after you work so hard to make this wonderful summit as a fruition. We can join Austin and be on the island.
Right.
What about that? Like Austin was sharing, he has nothing to sell. And I'm in the same boat, but he's a billionaire. I guess I'm taking step by step following him. Having said that, I have nothing to sell, but two personal story to tell. Do you know that in self-care, that 30% of caregivers dies before care receivers? It's interesting that, yeah?
That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't, but it is. Look it up at the National Caregiving Report 2020. Not only that, in 2014, $11 billion was spent in wound care, in bed sores. That was in 2014. In 2019, according to International Wound Journal, $26 billion was spent on bed sores.
Wow.
So it is unreal, but it's the truth. And after the pandemic, the percentage has increased even more. So having said that, I want to tell you a little story about my journey as a child. Like you mentioned, I was born and raised on the island of Aruba. When I was born with polio. My mother had a very difficult birth because I was 10 pounds, 11 ounces. So I was quite of a big baby. When my mother realized I had polio, she became very guilty because after 5 children before me, why me? But the turning point was when I was 7 or 8 years old and my parents were going through divorce. I overheard my father saying to my mother, "What are you going to do with her?" You better find when she become of age, what I call find a Joe Blow down the street to marry her. And hear that as a child, you're already being teased in school about your left arm paralysis. Kids don't want to play with you because they think they may be. You were always rejection. There was always isolation. But when I heard my father saying that to my mother, I grabbed my left arm and I said, not going to let that happen. So I went on and I had the opportunity to come to the United States. And that was a journey I always looked forward to. I went into nursing school. Again, I had rave review about my patient care, so on, so on. But the end of the evaluation, it also stated, but she needs help from other staff member to turn patient in bed because of her crippled left arm. After hearing that so much, I decided, why don't I just move on? And I became a psychiatric nurse. After that, I decided, let me go on. And I went to Loyola University to receive my master's degree in psychology. But because Loyola was a private university, I couldn't quite afford it. But I got a scholarship from the psychology department. After I graduated from my study, I asked the president of the university, I'd like to meet the person who made it possible for me to get my master degree. And he said, we have one of our board members who needs to be traveled to and from the university because he was getting up there. And you being a nurse, you'll be able to help him. That was the turning point in my life. He became a father I never had. And I remember after he went to meet several of his friends, one day he said to me, Rita, promise me two things. Don't put me in a home, and then don't let me come down with bad sores. I said, Papa, I promise. Not realizing that the reason I left bedside nursing is because I could not turn patient in bed. That night I went into his closet, I cut the Bermuda short, I put straps around it, and the next morning I said, Papa, this is what I did. I said, Papa, let's try this now, dry run for the inevitable day to come. And that's what I did. I was able to put it around Papa, walk around with him, take him to the swimming pool, give him his medication while he's walking. And that was the beginning of my device that I so proudly patented. The next story, it's happened a few weeks ago. I was at the summit in San Diego, and they put us on hot seat. And I was the last person that was told, next you're going on hot seat. But the co-host told me to go on hot seat, but at the same time, the host told somebody else to go on hot seat. And I said, this is my opportunity. I have a choice. It's either I take a stand and then I will take care of me. So, but I never made my left arm an issue. But the co-host said, I will give you the hot seat, providing you get up and show everybody in the audience that you have a left arm paralysis. It was very difficult thing, but I had a choice. It's either I show it or I may miss my chance of telling the audience what I am sitting on that chair hot seat for. So after I was telling my story that I need financial support to continue with my project, a gentleman came down, which I was not aware of, and said, I patent 20 devices and they're all in the major hospital. In 2 weeks, I'd like to meet you and we can discuss it further. It feels as though I sat in the movie studio and somebody came around and said, this is what I have to provide to you. You see, oftentimes as caregivers, we have a difficult time to be a care receiver. And I want to share with you at this moment an acronym that I came up with. At this moment, I like to embrace yourself. Put your right hand over your left shoulder and your left arm over your right shoulder. It's like you cross it. And I will share with you. Self-care. S stands for seek serenity. Quiet your mind. Next, embrace. Who are you? Honor your uniqueness. L stands for liberate your mind from stress and negativity. Next, face the situation. Accept it. Take action. That's what I had to do. C stands for either you make the choice, like I had to at this summit, to take the choice and said, I will show my arm, but I will be on the hot seat. So, and if you have the compassion, choose to forgive yourself for things that are beyond your control. A is for the art that we have within ourselves of self-appreciation and self-discipline. Only we can do that to ourselves. Nobody else can do that for us. And R stands for recharge. Mentally recharge yourself and give yourself a daily dose of energy. And E, empower yourself by follow these steps, self-care steps. You can come up with your own self-care. And once you personalize it, you realize the journey that you have to take because nobody else wants to do it for you. You see, after taking care of my papa, I had to take time and say, what about me? You see, another thing I want to share with you, my papa never came down with a bad sore. Under my care, he didn't. So what I want to ask each one of you, take care of yourself. You know, we go to this time that, we have to take care of others. Okay, say you're driving a car and the light on the dashboard comes on and said you need gas. You have a choice. You either go to the gas station and fill up the tank, or you can continue and get stuck on the highway. So then what? So we do that the same thing with us in life. We continue to take care of others and say that will never happen to me until it happens. So therefore, urge each one of you to take care of yourself because inevitably you either become a caregiver or you become a care receiver. And with that, we have 5-step story as caregivers. And my vice president of my company will share that with you for a moment. I told her she's my right hand. My left hand, I will not give it away. So, Elaine.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Lau. I'm the Vice President of the Bodyguard Corporation. Just one thing is we are called the Bodyguard Corporation because Dr. Clement's father had said to her, her papa said, I'm your buddy and you are my guard.
That's right.
So in remembrance of him, she named the company under his name. So to enter our raffle, which I'll tell you what it's going to be about self-care, the first thing you could download our free download, which Margarita had actually shared with you. It is the 5 stepping stones to caregiving. She wanted to give you a guide to help you because inevitably, like she said, you're going to care for someone or you're going to know someone who's going to care for someone. And in 2030, 1 out of 4 people will become a caregiver. So we want you to be prepared. Your self-care is most important. You could only be your best if you do and take care of yourself. So remember to follow her acronym of self-care, make it personalized, like she said, and practice it every day. So in addition to the PDF download that we're giving away, we have a free raffle. When you enter our PDF download, you will also enter a raffle. Our raffle is going to be, hopefully you like to dance, you like music, you like being on the water, because it is going to be a cruise, a value worth of $3,200 for 2 tickets for an inner cabin to have 4 days at sea going from Tampa to Cozumel. And on this dance cruise, you're going to enjoy music, people, fun. Again, of course, you're going to have food around the clock. And when you get to Cozumel, you get to go enjoy that. But she wanted to give you a trip so you could self-care and think about yourself and just enjoy life and reflect on how you could be better for others by being better for yourself. So again, our link is careismybuddy.com. And again, download, and we will announce the winner, I guess, in the next break or so to see who wins it. Again, you have to be able to get to Tampa, of course. You only pay the port fees and taxes. And then you're ready to go. It's going to be in November, from November 9th to the 13th. So hopefully people have their calendar cleared. And even if you don't, I'm sure you could gift it to someone who would love to go, who wants to dance the night away, listen to good music, listen to other people, talking and just enjoying themselves. Good energy is always contagious. So we hope you download it and learn more about Dr. Margarita's story is not over. She is going to be doing fun things in the future, and we want you to share her story because good things are coming from her and from the Bodyguard Corporation. So we thank you so much for listening to her story, and we'd love to meet you all virtually or in person at Austin's event or even on the cruise. And again, we're so appreciative that you took the time to listen, but self-care is definitely most important. And again, someone in the future will be a caregiver, and you have to remember to fuel yourself first before you take care of others. Just like they said with the airplane, you have to put your oxygen mask first before you put an oxygen mask on someone else. So take care of yourself and you'll be the very best for everybody else.
According to our mentor, he's a Canadian mentor, and Sly Hache, she says, adjust your week to suit your goal, not the other way around. And I want to leave you with this. Although I have a left arm paralysis, I always say to myself, I'm like a butterfly. My left wing is not perfect, but I'm still able to fly. For now, take care of yourself. Farewell for now. Bye.
Oh, Margarita, every time you tell me your story, I'm always so moved. And, despite all the advances we have in the world, nurses till this day, caregivers till this day, flip patients over. And I actually have a nurse friend. He's like 28 years old, and he's like 6'3", And he goes surfing. He has a built, strong body, upper arm, and everything. Yet he has a bad back because he's the only person in the hospital here in San Diego who can flip patients over. Despite all the technology, we still flip patients over by hand, physically. And you said 1 in 4 people will be caregivers?
Yes, by 2030.
It's quite
It's 1 in 5 right now. So it's,
1 in 5. Well, it's going to get worse, right? It's going to be 1 in 4 and 1 in 3 as the population grows older.
Yeah,
And
but the beauty is, I want to give Papa quality of life.
mhm,
By giving him quality of life, I too give myself quality of life. And oftentimes we don't think about it. Quality of life is very important for
yeah.
us as the caregiver and for the care receiver. Because oftentimes the care receiver said, I used to be very active like my father. I used to go golfing. I used to go travel. I used to do. Now here I am in bed, not able to do anything for myself. And we need to be aware of that and not wait till the last moment
Mm,
to say, I should have done that. And that 5 steps that the audience can download, it gives you step by step. Who is the primary physician? Do you have your advance directive done? Your life insurance. It goes step by step, and you check what you already did or what you're about to do.
mm,
And that is what is very important that many people do not have.
mm,
The lane is going through right now as a caregiver who is facing a lot of obstacles.
mm,
But she's able to be with me here today because she followed all the steps that the audience can download. So you not live a life of surprises. Who is your attorney?
mm,
Who is a pharmacy? If you cannot do it, do you have a backup? See, a lot of things like that we don't think about because we always think it will never happen to me.
mm,
So many people have objections. They think, I don't have to do it now, which is you always want to plan because when it happens to you, you're so overwhelmed that you don't know where to start. So this guide will kind of step you through what you should be doing at the time it happens to you. And then you think someone else will take care of it. Inevitably, hopefully somebody does, but you have to be part of it, especially if someone you love, you want to be involved and you want to make sure things are done right and give them the best, like Dr. Clement said, best quality of life as well as their dignity so that they could seamlessly go through it as well as you, because it becomes a heavy burden on yourself to take care of someone as you don't expect it, but it just overwhelms you. So, and I know there's also sometimes family issues that you might want to avoid. So you're like, I'm not going to talk about it. And you don't want to think about it. You don't want to think about someone, slowly losing their mobility or anything like that. But it, like we said, it's part of life. And if you address it first, your mind will be so much better for both yourself and your loved one. So that's why I encourage preparing for that, whether it's tomorrow or in the near future. But things happen, like for me, like Dr. Margarita shared, that things happen and it could be tomorrow. And, something surprises you that you didn't expect. So you just want to be ready and it just helps.
Wow. Thank you so much. Is there something about, the inevitable happens, yet you also want to, have everyone live their life, the caregiver and the person who's being taken care of. And, you're addressing both sides of the spectrum where the person who is sick, who is not able to get out of bed, is now given the dignity to move around, do the normal life, go walk around in normal society, take care of themselves in the shower and all that stuff. And then yourself, where you are, if you're a caregiver, you actually have a life. You're not tied down as much anymore. And so that's so moving. Totally understand. As in, oh, we have an EMT nurse. So Khalil Sullivan can testify that, in today's world, some like your device, your patent, going to be, well, actually it's already patent, it's going to FDA approval, and you just need finances to bring it out into market, which, you know, it does take time. And you're like epitome of what Austin was saying. It's like, you know, find the right people to help you along your journey. And you actually took a big risk, spend a lot of money to be aligned with the right people who can guide you. And the world unit answered your call, and you met over a weekend the biggest medical device manufacturer, right?
So yeah, when Margarita shared, like she shared when we were in San Diego, if she didn't stand up and fight for that chair, like you said, it was the last day and it was the last hot seat moment. And she almost got pushed out because the host had someone picked as well as the co-host. And she had the co-host who promised her. And luckily she said, he promised me. And the host looked at her and said, okay, you say he promised, looked at his co-host and said, did you promise? And he said, yes, I did. He said, okay, then take the seat. And if Margaret didn't think of herself at the time, because, you know, as caregivers or as nice people, you want everybody to, you know, you want to be nice, let's say, or be kind. But she took a stand for herself because she knew this was the last chance she would have to put her name out there. And like she said, by surprise, the whole weekend we were looking for someone to help her. We couldn't find it. So that we said, this is our last time we could just broadcast what she needed for herself and her legacy. And someone stood up after she gave her want and said that I am a medical manufacturer who has 20 patents in the US healthcare today, and I will help you. So it was almost like scripted from a movie. It could have been done better. And it was just that movement. Everybody stood up and cheered.
Yeah.
And
But you see, if we don't, at that moment, I had to make a choice. And the choice was for me. I always think of others being in the healthcare. But this moment that I decided the choice is not to make a choice for somebody else, but for me, miracle happens. You know? And
Yeah.
you know, it's what we need to do for ourselves, and that is bring some joy to in our own life. You know, it's like when Papa first, when I first invented this, and Papa was an avid dancer. He loved dancing. And then he says, Rita, after the stroke, how am I going to dance? I said, Papa, I have two versions. One long one when I have to turn you in bed, but the short one is when we take you for a walk. And Papa's favorite dance song was always, The Last Dance Will Last Forever.
Wow.
And you know, every morning when Papa gets up, I put the wrap around Papa. I would hold on the steps and we will dance. The last dance will last forever.
Oh, yeah. And that device allowed your papa to dance with you. That's so moving. We have a person who really wants to chat with you, Margarita. So via email or phone, what's the best way?
Email.
Email. Is there an email you can put in the chat?
I can put it.
Oh, it's margarita@bodyguard.com.
Correct.
Sorry, I email you all the time. I was like, wait a second. Let me put it in the chat.
I think.
At the bodyguard, right?
Yes.
So
Oh,
let's
there it
all take care of ourselves at
Mhm.
this moment. Take care of you.
All right.
Okay? You do your best, God will do the rest. It happened to me.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing your moving story. And your papa's legacy lives on. And because of your journey together, you're going to help generations and billions of people with your device. And thank you so much. And thank you. I want to say thank you from me from 10 years, no, 30, 40 years down the road when I probably need that device.
I'll make sure it's available for you.
All right. Well, so we're going to be on break right now, and we would be back at 1:45. So that's in 11 minutes. So thank you so much, and stay tuned. We will end at 5 p.m. PST time today. All right. Hello. I'm sorry for the little delay, but we have our next speaker right now. His name is Mark Machik. He empowers entrepreneurs to rise up. His passion is giving you fresh encouragement and confidence you need with wise process maps and tools for more empowering results than you could ever thought possible. Welcome, Mark. Hello.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Thank you, Mew, for, well, I'm just in awe of just how great everything's been. And I'm so thankful that I'm a part of this super talented team, group of individuals. I learned early on in my tech career that partnering is one of the super keys to not just success, but accelerating your multiplication, not only replicating leaders, replicating replicators, but also growing in rapid time. I saw one company that I partnered with, the McKinsey guys, and it went from $100 million company to $1 billion in just 2 years. Like, how's that happen, right? So partnering is huge. So I'm excited today. I want to give you my best stuff, and I want to let you guys know that I come from a background of tech, high tech, but again, I'm just like you guys, and we're all entrepreneurs, and I help leaders as well, and yet I'm known for encouraging leaders to overcome and win big, right? And overcome shortfalls and win big windfalls. Do you hear me? It's really important. Because some people, like, they talk about the recession. And so when Mew was telling me about the recession proof thing, sometimes people are looking forward. Oh, recession, shortfall, all that. They start expecting it. No, we've got to start expecting the best to happen. All right. We got to start expecting the best to happen. So I encourage leaders to overcome shortfall and then win big windfall so they can receive empowering results, riches, rewards, and relationships so they can really enjoy the greater life. And we'll talk about greater life. We'll get into that in a moment. All right. So I'm really excited about today because this comes from, I'm going to share with you, and I believe in setting expectations up early because I came out of sales and I came out of management, and then I kept messing up. The Lord kept promoting me into global training, and now I do global coaching. But I'm also a speaker, a writer. I've been ordained to help leaders get married that are not connected into some of the big box religions or churches or whatever that is. So I'm excited to share with you from my Lift Like Heaven series, and my Lift Like Heaven series, so you can live like heaven. There's so many religious folks that talk to us and they say, oh, one day you're going to be in heaven. No, you can live in heaven right now on earth. All right. My master coach said, on earth as it is in heaven. Bring it. Bring heaven to earth. How do we do that, Mark? I'm glad you asked. We're going to talk more about that. All right. I'm going to give you from one of my series. It's called, and I have multiple series. I have series for sales because I came out of over 20 plus years in high tech. And I'll share with you some of my experiences there. I came out of, working in not-for-profit. I worked at Deloitte, one of the top 4 out there in terms of consulting firms. And so I appreciate finances. I appreciate structure. And so it was great hearing some of the earlier speakers as well. But this presentation for you guys, because I want to give you my best. I want you to know something here that, I'm honored to be here and set before you because I'm sent to you. I want you to feel you're very important because God sends me to very important people. I've been blessed to speak with people like presidents. Some are famous presidents, as a matter of fact. I've been, and some are famous newscasters. Some people I work with and I happened to bump into him, and he got my coaching. Rico Petrocelli, the famous Red Sox great, Hall of Famer in Boston. So again, I've been blessed because when God sends me to someone, that means you're super important. All right? Say I'm super important. Write it down. I'm super important because we got to find your super gifts and get you super excited. I also want you to know that you're getting my best. You're getting my best stuff. You know, I've had that happen to me, people giving to me their best. So I want to give you my best today. And then I also want you to know, before we get into this, focus, take notes, make sure you follow me into the flow, because I really believe, even if you don't have a note or you're taking notes sometimes on your phone, taking those notes, following the flow is really going to help you grow. All right, write that down. Following the flow is really going to help you grow faster than your companions, faster than other people in your family, because you're following the flow. All right, so let's get into it. This is from my Live Like Heaven series, so you can live like heaven. It's called The 3 Most Powerful Keys to Lift You and Your Team to Your Dream. Because again, we're entrepreneurs, we're companies, we want to get, and we're leaders, and we really want to make sure you're happy. I used to always tell my team members, look, you're like the golden goose. Everybody's pulling from you because you're so gifted, you're so talented, you have those eggs. But if you don't rest, if you don't do things right, if you don't get recharged, it's gonna take out the golden goose. You want to be well taken care of. All right. So let's get into it here. Here's my opening heart for you. I have a heart to give back to young entrepreneurs, emerging leaders, and entrepreneurs, like I said, who want to win big, overcome the shortfalls in their lives, and win big and get those big windfalls. So I have a heart to give back and lovingly lift people up into their rightful place in their dreams in life and their purpose and their destiny, because that's been what the good Lord has done for me. And motivational speakers have come into my life and made a huge difference, in my life. And I'm thankful again for people like Manny Lopez, Summer Day, and Mew, who've gotten me to be on the stage with you today. So let me give you an example in my life how motivational speakers changed my life, so I know I'm brought here to change your life. Ready? All right. Get ready to write things down. Let me give you an example. I spent an hour in a big event. I spent about an hour or more with Zig Ziglar. And Zig Ziglar was speaking at this event. And have you ever felt like he stops and when he turns and talks, have you ever felt like they're talking right to you? I felt like he was talking right to me. And he said, if you spend 1 hour a day, first thing is preferable, but just 1 hour a day in positive professional development, building up your positive attitude, 1 hour a day for 1 year, you will soon be at the top of your industry. That rocked me. That wrecked me. I'm sitting there like, whoa. And yet I took it. All right. When you get a promise like that, we're going to talk about this later, take it, cherish it. You are a promise. Someone needs your treasure. You're supposed to go show up. I'm talking to somebody out there. You have to show up. So take those kind of promises. All right. So anyway, I took that promise. I started working on that promise. And guess what happened? You guessed it. As a result, and I'm glad you asked what happened. As a result, I became number 1 in sales in my sales niche. And I was in tech, and I was in the new mid-range machines coming in, and PCs were babies. They weren't even really, involved yet. So I'm dating myself a little bit. But the big mainframes were the thing. Those mainframes were king. PCs weren't the thing. It was mainframes were the king. These huge behind the glass doors and guys in white coats. And yet I'm coming in as a mid-range guy, and I'm just reading my Bible. I'm just reading motivational quotes from Zig and to the top guys. I'm watching them. I'm listening to them. I'm listening to people who build your faith or encourage you or build your hopes. And 1 hour a day, not your intellectual property, not your professional stuff, your professional development stuff. And in 1 year, I was number 1 in the company in my mid-range space. So guess what? The company, what did they do? They decided to hire some new people, 27 new ones to compete with me in this mid-range space. I'm still doing, like I said to you, just 1 hour a day, every day for a year. I want to be number one again with good cheer. You know, Jesus said, be of good cheer many times in the Bible. So be of good cheer. I want to be top again at the end of the year. Guess what? I kept reading my Bible. I kept reading my Bible. I keep reading my Bible. Here's the key. I kept listening to my motivational things from Zig and Tom Hopkins, and I could go into all of them. But again, here's the key. I did it every day. A quote came in my way on one of those things that said, you know what? Champions do daily what others do occasionally. That rocked me again. All right, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. So guess what? The year came again. Out of those 27 people, I was number one again. And so, again, this is important because, again, you have to repeat this over and over sometimes because by the grace of God, I was number one, as my mama used to say. I was blessed by being number one. People were starting to trust me. And so here I am thinking I'm going to stay in my own zone. I'm looking for a bigger house. And then I get this word in the shower. You're not moving until I move you. I'm like, what? I go into the office the next day and the regional vice president was there. And he said, Mark, we don't want you to take one of the standard promotions in the office, to take one of the big mainframe positions. We want to promote you over that. We want you to go because you're so positive. You're so upbeat. We've had problems up in the New England area and Boston and all that. We want you to take over that whole region. We want you to be the sales manager. Go up there. And so I was like, wow. Now, I didn't know anybody up there. All right. But here's the deal. I was listening. I was applying that with diligence. And look what happened in my life. So again, if you take this directly, start directing it to your own personal growth. And it's like a movie. You're making the movie. You're directing the movie. We're going to talk about this later. And you start doing it with discipline. I'm speaking to somebody out there. You need some diligence with discipline. And that's why you may come to a coach like me or get with a tribe that's more disciplined and focused, like this tribe that's been put together here, or with Manny or Summer Day or me or Mighty Mark and Heavenly Helen. That's what we call ourselves, right? I've been called a human elevator because I get people motivated and I lift them up. They become number one in sales. And we'll talk about that. But I've also been called an apostolic revivalist by some of these religious folks. Why? Because the apostles were leaders. They planted churches. So I plant groups. I don't plant the churches. I plant the groups, sales groups, top people that people have been number one in sales, number one in management, number one in music, number one as a minister, whatever. They come out of and we also have a group. It's a passion group called Lightning Force, where we flash in with the motivation, but then you need to move in the flow of the motivation. We train people at pizza places and then we send them out. All right. It's a passion project. And we want to buy these big equipping centers, big resort things on the ocean and have people come. So if there's any challenges or shutdowns, guess what? We got it. People can come to us and we can take care of the people who've been orphans. Because again, I was an orphan and I was adopted myself, just like Manny Lopez. So I want to give back. And so again, that's the first thing I wanted to share with you is that I heard that word. You can be number one. And then that word came back to me through a guy by the name of Smith Wigglesworth. I saw the quote. He said, and this is the first one. Here's the first key that you got. The most powerful key to lift you up, because the other one was my intro, is all things are possible. So agree that you're an absolute optimist. All right. That word about you can be number one if you just put that time in every day. I took it. I became an absolute optimist on that. I believed that was all possible to me. And guess what? It started manifesting to me. All right. Smith Wigglesworth says something. Write this down. This is so powerful. He said the encouraging word. I'm an encourager. All right. In some of the translations, the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of truth, has been called the Spirit of encouragement or the great encourager. So it's not me. It's the power that flows through me. It's a gift I have. But again, encouraging, lifting people up, right? This word from Smith Wigglesworth goes like this. Write it down. The encouraging word must be first place. It must never be second place. I'm going to say that again. The encouraging word must be first place. It must never be second place. If you do that and make it first place in your life, it will make you first place when its life is poured out in wherever you show up. All right? So again, one of the things that I want to let you know is I was number one back-to-back in sales. When I was promoted and went up to Boston, guess what happened? All of a sudden, I got a new place. And I went with the people and I had to change their minds. One of my top master coach, Jesus, says in the scriptures, a man comes up to him. The team could not help him. Jesus' team couldn't help him deliver their boy. He was having problems. So have you ever been in situations where somebody couldn't bring the goods and you got upset or they upset people? So what happened? He said, all things are possible to those who believe. That's what he said to the man, right? But the man came up to him and said, sir, you guys couldn't do it if you can do anything. So he was saying unbelief and doubt. Those are the things that try to shut you out. Jesus says, if, what? Mark 9:23. If, no, you can believe. Write it down. You can believe. All things are possible to you who believe. Guess what? I went into Boston. Boston had a lot of problems. I said, we're going to make just a couple changes. One, no more Boston branch. It's Team Boston. We're a team. We're doing it together. You're entrepreneurs. Get with your team. Let's do it with your team. Second, they said, well, how do you do it? Write this down. We got to show up. What do you mean? We got to talk to more executives. Well, what does he mean by that? We got to get up and be in the office at 7 o'clock because we're going to be calling these executives. What? I'll show you how to do it. Show up at 7. Get in here. Instead of coming in at 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock. Guess what? They started connecting with more executives. Why? We showed up. We believed all things were possible, and we started showing up like all things were possible. So agree with your new identity. Jesus shot back at this guy. You can't believe all things are possible to him who believes. The man goes, what? You're right. Lord, I believe. Help my unbelief. He knew he had unbelief. Now, when someone like us come in super positive, the unbelief stuff shows up. All right. It was like when I was at one of my younger brother's churches and he had called me in to help him coach and form a church. And I'm there and I'm dancing because the band is really good and I'm dancing. I didn't realize some of the people in the front row are looking at me and pointing at me. And I'm thinking, why? Is it because I'm dancing good or something? All of a sudden I look over and I kicked the cord out of the wall for the band's lighting, elaborate lighting stuff. And so I kicked the light out. That's what unbelief is. You believe. Smith Wigglesworth also said the greatest weakness in our world is unbelief. Why? Because we think we're plugged in. We think we know better than God. We think we know better than our boss or our teammates. We think we'll try to go our own way instead of collaborating with a coach or your tribe. And guess what? You're not plugged into the wall. You're not plugged into the juice. You're not plugged into the energy. All right? So you have to agree like that man. He agreed immediately. He agreed. Okay, Lord, I believe. So I'm a believer. Now he's a believer. Help my unbelief. He agreed with the diagnosis. Now, the encouraging word must have first place, as I said. So number 2 of the most powerful things after all things are possible and agree with it, all things are possible to those who believe. That's your name and address. All right? That's your name and address. It's going to come to you if you believe. Doesn't matter what people are saying around you. It's you bringing that to them. All right? It's having them believe in the process. Sometimes the process will take a little longer. It is a process. It could be healing. It could be, and I've seen healing happen for my daughter. It took 2 years, but I stayed in there and say, no, all things are possible. And the good book says, by his stripes, we are healed. She's healed. Boom. They were preaching to me at the end of 2 years saying, wait a minute, we chewed out the lab. The results were too good. This is a miracle. I said, that's what happens when the right doctor shows up. Come on, somebody. So again, the first step in our prosperity system and our proprietary prosperity system that we do is big. Believe in the big. That means believe in greater. You're a million times greater on the inside than you are on the outside. You got to let it out. We were brought up in a system that was a consumer system. Oh, I got to go get. I used to say that all the time. Then my wife said to me one day, no, you don't got to go get. You already got it. Wow. I already had it on the inside. I have to release it. You got to release your confidence. You got to release your actions. You got to show up. It's faith without works is dead, or faith without corresponding actions is dead. So That's the first step of our system. Solomon, one of the greatest guys, and why they call me a elevation mindset specialist, is out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, Jesus said. But what gets in your heart? As a man thinks, not in his head. That's what we were taught, the Socratic wisdom thing from Greece. No, out of the abundance of the heart. So as a man thinks in his heart, Solomon says, so is he. One of the richest guys ever with wisdom and understanding. Also, by the way, it says in the good book that understanding makes knowledge easy. People perish for lack of knowledge, the ancients say. And that's the ancient truth. So we've got to give people not just knowledge, we've got to give them wisdom and understanding, make it easy. That's why I give these process maps, like my brother Manny Lopez, to people. I work with people, and you get my ultimate guidebook. I'm going to talk about that, my ultimate guide to core confidence and success. But you got to believe in the greater, like Solomon. My master coach said, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So I speak every day, and I may speak it over and over again. Greater is he that's in me than he's in the world. Greater is he that's in me. I've already overcome that. Greater is he that's in me. Greater is he that's in me. Say it. Write it down. Greater is he that's in me. Greater is he that's in me. Why? You're a million times greater on the inside. And you got to realize that by starting to sow it. The redeemed of the Lord say, and they sow. All right? It's like the kingdom of heaven is like this little seed. You got to sow it, but then you got to water it by thanking it, by thanking the good Lord for it, by speaking over it. All right? Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth is speaking. I want to get into this also. Speak greater is he that's in me, because believing, there's a key to believing. A lot of people say, oh, I believe, because they want to fit in. But believe actually means that the root words, be means live. Leave actually means not just living, but you're living according to the truth, that principle, that process. You are actually living according to it. And it takes your mind, because you have a reticular activator system, a mind that focuses the rest of your body. You say, hey, I'm victorious over this. Your body starts saying, hey, get with it. Mind starts sending signals out. We're victorious over this. We're fighting this off. We're not taking this. This isn't ours. I was stopping in on an entrepreneur, and a Jewish guy, his wife goes, he said, oh, the doctor said a bad thing over me. They gave me a bad prognosis. Said I wasn't going to live. I got home to my wife. She said, honey, are you going to take that from them? He goes, whoa, no, I'm not. Guess what? He never died. So the thing is, you are the director of your own life. We're going to talk about that at the end. You have to redirect. If someone else is saying, cut, no, nothing like hell or negativity or bad stuff. That's not on my menu anymore. I'm blessed. The greater is in me. All things work together for my good. You get it? So we're working that out. We want to make sure that you get that. I saw that early on when I went to work for Wang Laboratories. I was the runner-up until I started getting that. We're doing it 1 hour a day. But anyway, I learned from some of these Wang guys, because they were the big competitor for IBM. Every one of the top ones, when their manager, who was teaching me at the time, came up to them, they said, hey, how you doing with that big deal? All the guys that weren't good were going, oh, I don't know, Pat, I'm doing it. They weren't ready. Every single top guy, without exception, hey, Mike, how's that deal? Big deal going? Done deal, Pat. Done deal. Already done. Done in God. It's done. Done in the greater. Done. How? What's happening over there? How's that deal going? Done deal, Pat. Done deal. So I learned that early on, the done deal story. And so that's the second big key. The third big key, again, let me go over it again. Remember, all things are possible, so you got to agree to be an absolute optimist. Paul Young-E Cho, who actually said that originally, that absolute optimist, he grew one of the largest churches before going home to be in heaven. 750,000 people in his church. Wants to win billions of people. 100 associate pastors, whereas some people only have 1 or 2. He thought big. You got to think big, like I said, the greater. So what's next? The next is believing only. Believing. Live according to. The leave part is according to. So we got to live according to that, not kick out. And if we've kicked out the cord in any way, come to a coach like me or Mew or somebody who you connect with, who gets you, Because as you're going over these nuggets, you're going to hear thoughts today. Write them down. You're going to hear nuggets today. Write them down. One CEO told me, "Hey, Mark, if I just get one nugget from your thing, from your talk, I'm happy. Just one nugget. That'll make me extremely happy." All right. He got multiple nuggets, right? So it's TNT. It's dynamite. You get thoughts, but here's where some people get tripped up. Don't go into trip up where the enemy's trying to trip you up, whether it's your competition or the negativity from somebody. No. Thoughts should be treasures in your mind. I'm going to treasure that. Why? TR. That thought, I'm going to repeat. TR. Thought, repeat. Write it down. Thought, repeat. Thought, repeat. Put it in your phone. It's the greatest technology age ever. Put it in your phone. Play it. Put it on your recorders. I do that for I've got some major things. I mean, Les Brown's going to be speaking. I love Les Brown. I listen to his stuff, and Manny and Summer Day. I record them. I got recordings of Les. I listen to them over and over. Why? Because they're nuggets and they become treasures. And now you're not tested. You're triumphant over that test. All right. So stay with the process, bring trust in, and those nuggets will change. All right. Fourth and final, and I'm throwing in a bonus point here because I said 3 points. My fourth bonus point is to direct in greater or done in God. You're really a director. All right. When that man heard from Jesus and Jesus did the pushback on that man rose up and directed and says, Lord, I believe. So I want this. Help my unbelief. He was honest. But what was he doing? Help me, Lord. Bring a partner to me. So guess what? Mew has brought me to you. I'm bringing a partnership to you. Get with me. Giving away and bonusing. And this is what I do. One of my technical guys said, Mark, it's not just Mateg Coaching. It's not just Elevation Mindset Specialist. We had to call you Mateg Enterprises because some people call me, like I said, the human elevator because I'm elevating people up. They get with me. They become number one. I had one senior vice president say to me one time, Mark, I thought I believed, but then when I got your little process sheet of the things I needed to confess, and I was going over that, some call it affirmations, some call it proclamations. I like proclamations, proclaiming. Be a pro of claiming what's yours. It's in your inheritance, right? He said, I felt like in the shower, the good Lord said to me, but I was hearing your voice. No, you don't really believe it. And when he got down on his hands and knees and said, sorry, help me believe it, all of a sudden he did get his $1 million house that he was going after. So again, we can think we'd have it, but again, go back to your coach, get your coach. So I'm going to give away 2 free sessions. One is an elevation session. It's a breakthrough session, discovery. That's for just getting with us today. Go after me. And again, it's mateg.coaching@gmail.com, or you can go to my administrative email, which is Mark and Helen Mateic@gmail.com. That ties into, and it's part of our other email with our bigger website, which we're building. It's called Elevation Mindset Specialists. So that's where we do things, not just that, but we do DISC. We do other human to find out what your wiring is, how you've been nurtured, what are some of your secret ways to go and do the next great thing. So I'm giving that Ultimate Confidence book, and then 2 free sessions. The other session I'm giving is a strategy session where you can come in and work with us. If you're a leader, if you own a company or you're CEO, it could act as a consult to you, or it could be a way of you seeing how you should set up. Strategy is set up. And yet I found some of the greatest people in the world, like McKinsey and Company, Deloitte, the people I've worked with, either for them directly or with them partnering, they know how to do that. All right. Here's my closing heart story for everybody. And I really love this being a part of you guys today. And I love you, and I want you to get this. And so I hope during the thing you felt a little challenged. And I also hope that you got this was powerful and everything. But now after, I want you to get engaged. I want you to go after it. I want you to be energized. So here's the last part. We were number 1 in sales after I made a couple of those changes in that Boston branch. And one lady was they were going to fire her because they thought, again, she kicked out the cord. And but people are not looking for core competence like they think. They're looking for core confidence. I said, no, you're not gonna fire this lady. you overquoted her. You put too much in there. All right. So I have that experience from my financial background. I said, we're going to give her another shot. I let her ride with me. She was number one her first year in a company that was not pleased that necessarily to have women, by the way. She was number one in sales. 1 year. 1 year. So and then our branch, by the way, our whole branch was number one. So good Lord bless me. I was number one in sales back to back, and then number one in sales as a manager. So as I'm on the stage, we're getting the awards, we're coming off. I'm giving thanks to the grace of God for even being able to be with this company. One lady comes up to me, and I'm going to finish and close right here. So write this down. A lady comes up to me. Her name was Joanne, precious young lady. I love this young girl. And she was a little to herself. But guess what? When I actually met her at the end of the awards ceremony, she says, Mark, thank you. Nobody ever told us we could be number one. I'm telling you, you can be number one. Go get them, everybody. Go after this. Get these free bonuses. I know I don't only just coach people up, boost them up with these kind of talks. I build them up with coaching. I bring them up with training. And then also we bonus people up with freebies like this. Thank you, everybody. Is Mew there?
Oh, I'm here. Thank you so much for offering so much for us. And I'm among some greatness. And I truly believe in collaboration is the best way to get the most out of the time that we have here in our businesses. And so thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule, Mark.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been truly an honor. I feel just incredibly blessed. And like you said, I just love the partnerships with people like Manny and Les Brown. I just feel like, it's always been my dream to partner with folks like you. And now the good Lord's been bringing it to fruition. And yet I believe the greater is ahead of us for everybody. Okay.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much for your time. Hello, everyone. I hope you had an amazing day so far. We've learned from so many people. You learned from, mentors to our U.S. presidents. You have learned from people who have been mentors to billionaires, and you have people who have created amazing medical products, and all those involves finances. And so I have the privilege of introducing our next speaker, Empress Gibson. And not only she is a friend and a mentor, and she is wise about taxes, and she has helped individuals save anywhere from tens of thousands of dollars to even hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes. Imagine that. What would you do with an extra $100,000 every single year? Or maybe just $10,000, Well, I have the privilege of introducing to you Empress Gibson. Yay! You're muted.
There you go. Can we all hear me now? Woo woo! Woo. All right. Excellent. Greetings, everyone. And thank you so much, Mew, for having me a part of this magnificent, epic event, Recession Proof Your Business. And before I begin sharing what I'm about to share with all of you today, is to think about the time when you had a breakdown and who were you leaning on? Was you leaning on your wisdom? Were you leaning on individuals that you can trust? See, when I was introduced to Mew Fan and her and I collaborated, it opened up doors and opportunity for me to bring forth my truth here today. And what I mean by that, when we talk about recession proof your business, it's not just the business infrastructure, it's about long-term sustainable relationships. So I want to give my appreciation and gratitude to Mew Fan, Kendi Foster, Sharon Letcher, Les Brown, Talina Paris, Vanessa McBee, Jay Lawrence, Robert Buckwin, Manny Lopez, Oracle Skies, like you say, Guy, like you say, Steven, man, many people that I have connected to, because it's all about the power of your network, because your network equals your net worth. So I give thanks to all the speakers who have spoke before us. And I cannot forget my amazing Jody Bear and also Carla Ben Rosendale. Yes, I can't forget you, my lady, all the way in the Netherlands. I really appreciate everybody's mentorship and entrepreneurship, because when it comes to our overall well-being, it's about, looking at our gifts and talents and collaborating. This is a season of collaboration. So yes, I know I do taxes and other areas, but today we're going to be focusing on transformational leadership. Most of us who are entrepreneurs, rather we being entrepreneurs as a seasoned entrepreneurs, or inspiring to become an entrepreneur, because things are not operating when it comes to what we see in our world and our day-to-day activities. But the most important thing is, what is your vision? What is your vision? So what I'm going to do is share my screen, because I'm going to share with you my vision. So invoke your vision. And like Mark said, get a pen and paper and take some notes. All right, let's see. Share my screen. Okay, let's see. Where do I go here? There you go. Excellent. Share. Okay. Burning question that you have inside of you. Let's prompt the question. How can I effectively prioritize well-being while maintaining a strong, paceful sense of urgency and rigor in my actions? See, it's all about your committed actions. See, we can have actions, but it's all about what are we committed to? And how can we effectively prioritize our well-being first when it comes to our day-to-day tasks as entrepreneurs and business owners? And how can we create a strong ethos by creating a sense of urgency? And that is standing for something that you believe in and know and trust in, and moving forward with committed actions that you can deliver epic results. And this focuses on a vision. But before we get into that, I just want you to meditate on that question. You see, we believe what we know. When we're born into this world, we believe what our family, friends, society, our parents, our grandparents, cultures tell us to believe what we know. But then there comes a point in our ascension, or I would say in our growth, that we begin to think what we know, and we start to look at our integrity. See, my definition of integrity is what works and what doesn't work. So when you evaluate what you think, what you know, and evaluate things that you don't know, guess who you begin to outreach to? Mentors and coaches and those who are industry experts in their fields, because they have a track record of success, right? But then you go into this center part of knowing, because when you know better, it has a certainty, it has value, and it produces for you to become better. But the most important key when we go into about our vision is this. It's all about our attitude. Now, when you woke up this morning and looked in the mirror, did you say, I love myself? Or you just say, oh, it's just another day. I got to go to work. Oh, I got to get on recession proof. How was your attitude? Because your emotions on how you think presets the day. So you want to have a positive, affirmative attitude, because whatever your attitude is going to be committed to the action of what you're going to be tasked to do for the day and being present. So let's look at this. This is my vision. My vision for the world is divine peace, abundant love, because I am a divine, sacred, abundant leader. Yes, I am. And with that, my vision as a leader is, again, divine abundance, which deals with transformative leadership. And lastly, My vision for my team is divine purpose and an empowered team. See, we talk about, what Austin, shout out to my Austin, can't forget him, and make sure you guys sign up for the retreat, is that he talked about lone wolf. Most of us as entrepreneurs, it is a lonely journey, but then when it comes to maximize the value and actually building a business, we need to attract a team because we cannot do this alone on this journey in order for us to share our vision, because what you have inside of you is a vision that you want to make manifest, and it has to be not only empowered by you, but to empower and enroll others into your vision to make it manifest. So with this being shared, I'm going to share with you Empress's 3 committed action strategies utilizing your vision. So this is a way to enhance your lifestyle and a divine abundance mindset. And so my intention from this is for you to step into your abundance and have an abundant mindset and have a strategic game plan when it comes to your vision and link to your committed actions. So let's look at this. My vision for the world, we already shared, is that I'm a divine, sacred, abundant leader. Now, when you have this, this is something that I embody. This is a way of being because of who I am. And when I look at the word divinity, this is what we're all here. We're all divine beings having a human experience. And when it comes to being sacred, when we look at the word sacred, it means to be set apart. And when it comes to abundant, abundant has different characteristics and qualities. But the most important thing is come to leader. See, I read your books like this, Serial Winner, by The 5 Actions to Create Your Cycle of Success by Larry Weidel. I read the book, You Don't Need a Title to Be a Leader, right? By Mark Sanborn. And then I went into another book called Strength Finders. We got all of these great self-growth tools when it comes to digesting and eating this information to embody. But the most important thing that we have to do, how are you going to get started? So when it comes to the qualities of what I am sharing with you, what is your contract? Who are you becoming today? What is that? Write it down. Your intuition may say, hey, I'm a loving, gifted, powerful leader, or I'm a disciplined, courageous man and woman. What is that as an entrepreneur? Because that is your contract and way of being. So by embodying this, this becomes your attitude. And remember, I stand with attitude of gratitude. So what you're becoming now is who you will be attracting. So that is the first committed action when it comes to the vision for the world. And what is your vision for the world? Go ahead and write it down. Now, having more than enough of positivity and meaningful qualities. These is linked to your committed actions because we're going to create a strategy around this. Then you have resources. What are the resources that you have? People, places, things, activities. What resources? Funding resources, libraries of information like this, or audios, or watching this replay again as a resource. And then what opportunities await you? Look at those and evaluate that because this creates your abundance. Yes. And what spiritual practices that you practice on a day-to-day basis that are of higher ideals that you know you can achieve and align with mentors and coaches who have those same higher ideals? Because this is going to support you because what you are becoming, you are attracting. So with this second committed action is my vision as a leader is divine abundance and transformative leadership. And that is the meaning of divine abundance. Next is bring about profound and positive change. What category is this? This deals with leadership styles. What is your leadership style? Is it caring? Is it diplomatic? Is it strategic? We all have, as entrepreneurs and business owners, a leadership style. This is something that you become and you adapt to so you can not just manage a routine as a leader, but focus on what masters the most of your value time. Now, I want to talk about the masters of your value time. A lot of times as entrepreneurs and business owners, like, oh my gosh, there's not enough time in a day. Oh my gosh, there's so much to do. I'm busy. See, those words that you're saying, guess what? You're attracting. I highly recommend for you to say, I am having a highly productive day. My day is organized and prioritized. Because when you think about time, can you really manage time? But what we can manage is our priorities. What are your priorities in life? Is it your family? Is it your business? Is it your community? Is it, your self-care, self-love? Because we're talking about well-being today, ladies and gentlemen. What are your priorities? Is it your spiritual practice? When you begin to write down your priorities, write down your higher priorities to your least priorities, and priorities that will have to be a part of your day-to-day. And as entrepreneurs, it is time for us to look at automated systems that we know when it comes to business to automate, so we can focus on things that are high priorities in our life, so we can have an overall self-love, self-care, well-being. So when we prioritize, guess what we can put a time on? A time capsule around those priorities. And that is where you begin to take a stand on who you are and what you're becoming, integrating your leadership style and being transformative. Next is that once you focus on that, my ways of being, as I'm sharing with you, is focused on inspiring and intuitively guiding you to allow yourself to shift your perspective. So shifting your perspective will support you, and it leads to growth, real self-growth and development. It will improve your life. You will do more activities that are producing activities, and with that being shared, it will support your overall well-being. So this gives you a positive impact, because what you're becoming, you are attracting. This is my vision as a leader. This is collaborating with divine abundance and transformational leadership. And this is my definition of what transformative leadership is. Now, when we talk about what we're becoming, because you are becoming what you're attracting, it is all aligned to your higher spiritual practice and ideals, because everything starts in the mind and then it manifests in the body, and is performed with the task that you're aligned to make manifest your dreams into reality. And with that, all of this supports the divinity within you, the abundance that is in you, the transformational leadership that is in you. So, what is your vision for yourself as a leader? What is your vision for the world? And then lastly, as we touch upon, what is going to be your vision for your team that is coming to you? It's like the movie Fields of Dream. Build it and they will come. See, my vision for my team, again, is divine purpose and an empowered team. And what I mean by that, we all have our own way of being. And getting in a line for my team is these elements, empowering individuals to have the ability to respond for leading and guiding, and vice versa. So what I'm attracting is like-minded conscious entrepreneurs who also have a higher ideal in achieving and in elements to make an impact in the world, to create a world of internal freedom and peace of mind, and building self-sufficiency programs where everybody can thrive and not survive. So if you're on board like that, I would love for you, to join our team. And then it's all about on divine purpose. A lot of times we have tasks that we want to have this done, this done, this done, but then sometimes it stresses us out. Remember what Carla had shared earlier about stress factors and how our emotional well-being can get disrupted with so much being overwhelmed with work and people and money, finance, and relationships. All of that can be resolved when we just breathe and step into divine purpose and know that everything is orchestrated for my highest and greatest good for myself and others. See, what is the intention behind what you're doing? Because That is your emotional intelligence. That is you operating from your heart. And with that is building a team which empowers everyone's gift and being able to be guided together as one unit. So what does that empowered team looks like? Is this confidence, building confidence, having the ability to be equipped with the skills and tools and be committed to these actions and be able to make declarations as well as lifestyle choices of doing things a certain way on a consistent basis where it becomes a part of our character, because what we believe becomes what we think and what we know. See, these are the committed actions that I've shared, because we're going to be bringing forth autonomy, authority, just like what Mew said. It's speaking alongside with celebrities and authorities, but then also allowing entrepreneurs like yourself, myself, take this platform to have the self-assurance that supports and contribute effectively and excel in our roles as transformational leaders. And as I leave with you, what are you becoming and what are you attracting? And with that, what is your clear and focused vision for an empowered team, guided by your transformative leadership skills as you move forward to make an impact and contributions to the world? Yes, it's a long question, but it's a deep thought that I would like for you to think about, because as I share with you my vision, as I share my vision with you as a leader and for my entire power team, I desire for you to do the same thing too. All right. Now I got some action for y'all. Woo woo. Yeah. La 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 la. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. All right. So now we learn about together, everyone achieves more. That is team. Shout out to Robert Buckwin with the acronyms. But we all know together, everyone achieves more. I want everybody to give yourself a round of applause for staying in tune, because we are a team and we get to play team with Empress. Yes. And what I mean by that, I have an amazing opportunity for us. And it is opportunity for you to take a committed action, because I am a part of an amazing program called Legacy Program 197, and we express love is our expression. And what I'm about to share with you is that being love is our expression. We have an opportunity, and this is my offer. And as the community service project captain, we're doing a fundraising campaign. How many of us love giving to great causes? All right. So we have chosen two organizations. One that happens to be a nonprofit, and it's called A Sense of Home. A Sense of Homes is basically ending homelessness in Los Angeles when it comes to age out foster care youth. We're creating homes for these individuals and their families, because we want to end homelessness in Los Angeles, but also around the world, but starting in LA. So what I have for you is a video that you get to see of what's going on behind the scenes. Oops. There you go. Let's connect. Is it working? Oh, let me go back here. Let me see. All right. Okay. There you go. Swap back. Love is our expression. All right, no challenge. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen, we must proceed. But this is an amazing story about a sense of home and how we're empowering families when it comes to individuals of the foster care who aged out. And our need is to raise $42,000, and business days left, 10 business days left. And I'll have in the group chat for us that we can have an opportunity to vote. So we started a pre-launch yesterday, and the current capital raised $20. However, we have a team where we would like the leftover to be raised in the $42,000. So this is my offer And I have a special offer that when you donate today, you get an opportunity to get a one-on-one complimentary session with the cash flow concierge to empower you when it comes to your finances, when it comes to your financial infrastructure, on your business idea and concept, or even how to scale it. So just like me, fan, I put money back in your pocket and lower those tax liabilities. But one of my service for this next month is to serve the community at large. Woo woo. So my offer is the offer to you to raise the awareness alongside of us. And with that being shared, how would the 42,000 be used? Well, Brad, you asked. 7,000 will be to sponsor a home. 4 homes times 7,000 equals $28,000 raised because of your efforts. Yay! And 1,000 to sponsor a child's bedroom. How awesome sauce is that? Meaning we get to sponsor 12 child's bedrooms times that is 12,000. This is how we can reach our $42,000 with your support. So with that being shared, the goal is to provide a sense of home, sponsor homes, and a child's bedroom. So we're going to put the information in the chat so you guys can go and donate right now. So take that committed action, share the vision, share my vision, share your vision. And when you donate, share with the loved ones and organizations so we can make this dream a reality for a sense of home. Now, what happens with this 10 business days left? This is the opportunity. But we also have another major project initiative, which is a donate drive. As you can see, the desolate desert and a mural, something they can be painting beautiful. Well, we're also partnering up with an amazing school, an underserved area called Brighter Schools with Vision Garden. This is the vision for the school before, and we want to create a safe haven where the children at Brighter School has an opportunity to have their own self-garden so they can nourish themselves and eat healthy and have that work ethic of cultivating the land in the garden, as well building a discipline when it comes to taking care of the earth. So again, this is the vision for the school. Afterwards, once it's completed, the children gets to, like you say, cultivate and build a garden. It will provide resources for us so we can have a vision for the school in Los Angeles. So vote for us when it comes to the sense of home. And also we'll put in the chat my link for you to book an appointment when you donate so we can talk about the Vision Garden for Brighter Schools and how you can donate in the drive. And if you know anybody in the Los Angeles area, we would love your participation because we have 10 business days, ladies and gentlemen, to make this dream alive. Again, I really appreciate you. So go ahead and donate now because that is my offer. And all I can say is visions turn into reality, and together, everyone achieves more. Thank you so much. And Mew, I'll turn it back over to you, lady.
Oh, well, Empress, thank you so much for your time. And you know what? Can you share a little bit about your cash flow concierge a little bit? What the process is?
Yes. So I want to give my team player, Mr. Eric Wesley. So the way the cash flow concierge process works is that when you do your scheduling with me, the first thing is we go over your infrastructure. So I need to know like what really is going on with your finances. Like, for example, I look at your 2 years tax returns. So when it comes to your personal income and when it comes to your Schedule C business income, and I find gaps where money is, like you say, not being reported when it comes to your expenses. So when I do that, like you say, deep dive analysis, then I can now restructure on what can be projected when it comes to the IRS, when it comes to your refund. See, most people don't know that they're overpaying in taxes, and it literally says on the 1040 where you're overpaying in your taxes. And so we get to clear that up because I educate you first before you go into the financial infrastructures. So once that is cleared up, then I get to write your financial narrative on what you want to achieve financially by putting in a strategy called the cash flow management strategy. And this is where you have an opportunity to enroll in one of our programs to manage your cash flow and keep good record keeping, because that is what the IRS wants you to do. So once we get that set up, which allows you to write off additional areas when it comes to your business, like your home office, even when it comes to the place that you stay, we can write it off. I'll go into more details about depreciation assets. So a lot of times entrepreneurs and business owners are not aware, because most of us are home-based businesses nationwide in America, that there's a lot of tax saving advantages. So I educate you first about the tax saving advantages and what you can save on, just like with Eric Wesley when we built out the cash flow concierge and actually produced the Wealth Acceleration Summit. Majority of what was projected that he got in his return, he was able to use it as startup capital for his business as well as his programs. So that is the first step, is how looking at those tax liabilities and restructuring. And once that is completed, then you go with the cash flow concierge to look at financial instruments when it comes to the real estate investing, crypto investing, when it comes to life insurance, how to become your own banker, when it comes to elements of what we can do, just like the strategies of the rich and wealthy, and how to maximize value by, following up, which Jay Lunch is going to be speaking tomorrow about a trust. So these are different elements because we are focused on building generational wealth. So we look at your current situation, restructure it, then you get to choose which financial instruments will better serve your a legacy building program with the cash flow concierge.
Okay. And so for you, what is the typical mistake that entrepreneurs make? You say we often overpay on the 1040. So what is it that's common so we can all be on the lookout for it?
Okay. So what's common is, and I'm just coming up with Vanessa McBee, she's going to be speaking on this when it comes to getting access to capital. So the first element is, a lot of times when people go to the IRS, they don't really, comprehend the language. Some people are scared of it. So when you don't know the rules, it's kind of like playing the game of Monopoly, you see. You got to know the rules and then know how the rules operate. Because here in America, we are in a system called capitalism. So in America, when it comes to the IRS, they favor do business, create employment opportunities, right? So when you get into the world of entrepreneurship, I would say everybody should be. Just the deal is that most entrepreneurs come from a 9 to 5, like you say, manual labor, or executive position career, and they take this mentality into their business and say that they're a business owner. And so this is the one of the major key points that entrepreneurs or business owners have to get, is that you can't take your work ethic of your 9 to 5 mentality into building a business. And so this is where people feel that they're overworked or they're not paying themselves a salary. And with that, because they don't have the structure on how to, do things on their taxes, because they usually do it from their personal taxes, so they're not educated. So the first mistake is taking a mentality. The second, mistake is not really correctly understanding the tax saving advantages. So we get to readdress that, reframe the mindset, and put you in a business ownership investor mentality, and then structure and educating you properly on what is available for you when it comes to tax saving advantages.
Okay. And then what if I were, and how do you, I hear this a lot when it comes to children, like employing your children to do work so you can write off. And for me, I have a hard time just getting them to put away the dishes. How do you help young entrepreneurs like me and getting the family, involved in the business? And what should we start off with?
That's an excellent idea. Play the game of Monopoly first.
We actually
play the game of the cash flow. So you have to make it fun. Okay.
Okay.
See, when it comes to the generation um, of today, is to be of service. The the children are bright. Look at activities that they like to do and make it a game. For example, when I was sharing with one of our tax clients, I said, have on Friday night, do a Monopoly game with the family, and then also introduce the kids to the Cash Flow Manager app. They got smartphones, right? They're like, yeah. So every week, or once a month, get all the receipts and have the kids, sit down and input on the smartphone or on the laptop the receipts. Make it fun, and then provide an incentive and say, hey, if you do this before this time, you get to get this on your wish list. Make it fun. Don't mean like this is your chore, this is what you got to do. That's not fun, because when you make it fun, it increases the endorphins in the body of the children, and there's a high positivity where they're open and receptive, like, yeah, I'll do it for this. Ask for what they want. Just like, when we comes to our clients, give your clients what you want. Treat your kids kind of like your customers and your clients, but give them something, like you say, a game like the Monopoly game, so they can understand that as they become adults, this is the game that they're going to be living in. Then make it fun, that keeping good record keeping, so doing these activities, these are soft skills that are being learned, and over time with certainty, they will have the management skill when it comes to being an entrepreneur, and move a certain way, do things a certain way, talk about, things that are pertaining to them. Like, for example, like my sister, she's a streamer, and some people feel like that's not popular for us in gaming. And I said, well, we can build a business around that. So with your children, is that look at what they desire and what they want, and then say, oh, hey, baby, let's do it. Let's build a business. Mom, what is a business? Then you can say, well, here's a little business plan. Write this down. I can teach you. So make it open and receptive. So do it as an immersive, interactive activity for the children, and focus around what they like and do, and build a business around it, and teach them essentials, so they can have that behavior patterns. They, it's a characteristic and a work ethic that they'll have for a lifetime in being their own business owner when it comes to entrepreneurship, and then of course paying them so you can write it off on your taxes.
That's a great point. My kids love to be on their phone or the electronics. So my thing is get them involved with something they already like and make it a game. That's amazing.
Right. And the same thing, if they're on social media like Facebook or Instagram, you're like, hey, for $10, if you post this, and say, hey, share this with your parents, like the recession proof your business, then they're like this. Or, hey, I'll pay you $20 if you tell your friends, what do you want to become when you grow up, right? They're like, oh, I want to become this, so make it fun. And there's an incentive. There you go. Yeah. How cool is that?
It's super cool. I mean, I love it. And so, looks like Anna Rodriguez says Empress supporting masses for free to get more money or save money on your taxes when you donate. Woo-hoo. Legacy. So again, can you talk about the donation? Because I think she was trying to learn about it.
There was a jet lag. Can you repeat that?
Well, it looks like Anna wants you to repeat the donation aspect of it.
Yeah, so Anna, woo woo. Shout out to Anna, LP197, woo woo. She's my captain for the week. Yes.
Oh,
it comes to our donations. So yes, ladies, yes. Like you say, support. Appreciate you, Anna. Yep.
And then, so this donation, you said you were trying to raise $42,000, correct? And you're raising to support the bedrooms of all these kids that you're thinking of. What else does that go into?
Yes, so the $42,000 that we're raising is for a sense of home, and a sense of home is basically ending homelessness of aged out foster care youth in the Los Angeles area. And the focus where the funds will be allocated towards is building four, like you say, homes to get furnished, and also it'll support what they come out to be $28,000, and then $1,000 to build a child's bedroom. So what I mean by that, by having 12 of $1,000 completed to 12,000, this is how we'll raise our $42,000 or where the funds is going, and to support our cause for our legacy program 197 to empower the home.
Wow, that's very that's a very moving what do you say, agenda. Oh, I don't know, I have the right word for it. And
Well, yeah,
well,
yeah, because here's the deal. Because here's the deal, Mew. Because you live in California, and we have different nonprofits. And as in our program, when it comes to being a source of a transformed world as leaders, is that when we give to ourselves, what is the natural capacity to do is to give back, right? To causes, to make an impact. And like with our LP 197 is to make an impact in organizations, because it's a whole total of 42 of us. And us going out in the field, in the community, and for me to share the message with everyone here today is that taking a committed action, like you said right now, unleashes that infinite abundance. So with that, we have that project initiative fundraising campaign along with our vision garden with Brighter Schools as well, where we're rebuilding gardens in unrepresented schools, starting with Brighter School 2, in addition to raising funds for Assistive Home. So we get to build furniture, we get to raise fund and gift, and we get to do donate drives to support a school and build their garden so the kids can eat healthy. So this is, like you say, holistic when it comes to overall well-being. Yeah.
Well, that's amazing. So that's the power of a teamwork. 42 of you are trying to raise together $42,000. So coming together makes a big impact. And we have somebody, Khalil, who says they need this in the Bay Area. Do you have any suggestion?
Yes, I do have some suggestions. Is that you can reach out to me, Khalil, and basically schedule an appointment. There, I believe if we put in the link, my appointment. But the most important thing, like you say, the effort is to donate to our cause. And but yes, get it with the schedule so then we can talk more about it. And because right now in our project initiative, if you would like to sojourn with us, Khalil, in donating and sharing this information, then we can open up a way on how we can, like you say, duplicate this same process in your neighborhood and community. Yes, Khalil.
So you mean like Empress333.com?
Yeah, so at Empress333.com, where it says book a call, that is the one for the cash flow concierge. But then there is another one that has the tax reduction to get on my calendar. The Empress33.com is to get on our cash flow group calendar, but it's specifically to get on my calendar. Khalil is the one with the tax reduction. To schedule an appointment, we can discuss that. And make sure everyone go and donate. Did we put the donation link in the chat?
We sure did. The LP
awesome.
190 Empower Home.
Yeah, go ahead and donate, y'all. Woo woo!
Yay! All right. Any last words for anybody who either saving taxes or creating community service to help the homeless?
Any questions? And if anybody is living in Los Angeles, area,
Any last words in terms of reducing taxes or empowering people with homelessness or supporting people with homelessness?
So this is to sum everything up is this: step into your divine abundance. Like every speaker that spoke before me and a powerful speaker that's going to be speaking after me is take a committed action. Stand for something or you'll fall for anything. I leave with you, stand with integrity of doing what works in your life and remove things that are no longer working and needed in your life. And strategically partner with us like MuFan and all the epic speakers that you have before you, and also tomorrow and Sunday. This is going to be an epic transformation. And if you want to learn more about my transformation leadership program, book an appointment with me where it has the tax reduction and we can talk more about it. All right. I love you all. That is my wisdom for today. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your wisdom, Empress. Now we're going to be taking just a quick early break. We'll come back at around, let's say, 3:30, so we can stretch. It'll be a 23-minute break, and then we'll see you back. And we have a few more speakers about publishing, about blockchain, about really removing your limiting beliefs. And see you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Chris.
Hello, hello. Well, the next speaker is Oracle Sky. She's a mystic guru, sleeping psychic, quantum healer, and telepathic galactic coach, medical psychic, founder of Oracle Sky's School of Unlearning. She guides clients to unlearn limiting beliefs, relearn using necessary tools, and communicates with deceased loved ones in her dream state. Wow. Oracle harnesses collective consciousness to orchestrate healing and uses her hand, voice, and energy for powerful healing transformation. Welcome, Oracle.
Hi, Mew. How are you?
Good.
Nice to meet you in person.
I know. We always talk on the phone. Now I get to know a little bit of what you do. I'm really curious about the sleeping part.
So I'm a 7th generational sleeping psychic. My mother and grandmother were also sleeping psychics. And it means we are similar to Edgar Cayce. We have the ability to look at pictures before we go to sleep of deceased loved ones or even someone that's alive. And we go into the spiritual world and we find your ancestors. They bring us back messages to bring back to you.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's hear about Oracle Speaks.
Thank you so much. So I'm sharing today my experience with self-care and well-being, basically. So are you all here right now capable of evaluating what's happening within your mind and what's happening within you in this moment? Like, really think about that. Are you capable of recognizing the distinction of what's happening within you and your own physical reality? So, did you know that everything that you accumulate in this life, in your lifetime, it can be yours, but it's definitely not you? Most people don't think about this, right? So, if you think about this, your body and your mind both accumulate so much over your lifetime, like impressions, right? Thoughts, beliefs, even your emotions, all of these paradigms over a lifetime. All of these impressions, thoughts, beliefs, and paradigms program us, all of us, to be someone other than that infinite, perfect being that we're all born to be, right? So when we're born, we're perfect. We don't know anything else but the love of the divine within all of us, right? But as we grow, we are taught to be somebody. We are taught to believe that we're someone in something other than this perfect being that we were born to be, right? So we start to drift away mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically from that divine being, that infinite, perfect being that you were as a baby, right? We believe that we're not perfect and we say it all the time. I'm not perfect, right? When I see people and they say that, I say to them, you are absolutely perfect. You just don't remember that you're perfect, but I'm reminding you that you're nothing less than perfect, right? Then we start to put everyone and everything before ourselves, right? So we start to lose touch with that divine being within all of us. So, what do you know about you right now? Think about that. What do you know up until now? What do you know about yourself? Do you want to know what that is? You know absolutely nothing. Nothing. You know nothing about who you are in this moment because, as I said, you are the accumulation of everyone and everything up until now. Those experiences, those beliefs, those paradigms, those thoughts are all not you. So everything that was programmed into you, this is what you know up until now, right? So that's part of why I created my own school, Oracle Sky School of Unlearning, where I teach my clients about unlearning all of their thoughts, their beliefs, their paradigms that are not them, right? It's not them. Then I teach them the tools necessary to reprogram their subconscious mind in order to be successful in manifesting autopilot. So everything you know right now is a projection of all that is taught to you as a baby up until now, right? It's programmed into your mind from everyone and everything up until now. So what does that mean? That means your mom, your dad, aunts, uncles, grandparents, school, religion, you name it, race, culture, all of those things were taught to you. So this is what you're believing in this moment, right? So this is where I started in my own journey many, many years ago. I did not know who I was, right? In any given moment, I thought I knew who I was. I was a young girl who grew up in Jamaica, right? I'm Jamaican, German, and Lebanese. And I followed that to the T. I used to drive around in my car with the flags. I am Jamaican, and I would announce it and be loud and clear about it, right? I also gave my undivided attention to everyone and everything, using my present perception to keep everyone happy except for who? Myself. I had no clue that attention was my energy source to get me through each day. I spent most of my days being tired, being exhausted, just fatigued. Every single day it was difficult for me to make it through each and every day. And I had no clue why, right? So I began to speak to my guides, my ancestors, my masters, and I asked them, who am I? Why am I here? Right? And I waited patiently, actually impatiently, for the answers. I meditated for 30 days. I tapped into the mystery of the universe, tapped into the Kundalini energy in 30 days, and it took me on a journey. It took me on a journey that I could never, ever begin to imagine. When I came back from this journey, I was a whole different person. I started to open up to a knowing of just this life, this experience, and how we're all here experiencing on Earth, on Gaia, right? So my guides started to show me things. And one of the first things they showed me was amazing people like Mary Morrissey, Bob Proctor, Mind Valley. And I started to study with these people. I started to also read 20 to 30 books a week. And I really enjoyed reading because it was all I did as a young girl in Jamaica. We didn't have television, so I read a lot. So working with all of these amazing people showed me that, you know what? We have universal laws. We are sovereign beings. And this is something I had no clue. So this helped to propel me in my knowledge, right? It helped me to propel my wisdom. I also attended networking events and I took classes. I basically was going ham on everything because I just wanted to know, who am I and why am I here? So doing all of this work increased my vibration a lot. I started to see things from a higher perspective. I started to see people from a higher perspective. Second, they showed me that everything I knew and felt was truly not me. All of the feelings I had when I was sad, when I was depressed, it wasn't mine. It was my mom's, it was my dad's, it was my siblings. It was not me, right? So I began to see all of the distortions programmed into me, causing the lack of energy I was experiencing every day. So what did I do? I started to call back my energy. I started to release that baggage that wasn't me. Then I realized the religions that I studied, the gods I worship, and even the sins I thought I committed were also not mine. The feelings of being unworthy, not me either, right? So slowly I started to release the baggage of all these things. Then they showed me how I separated myself from the love of the divine within me. And that was powerful. When I realized that that love of the divine or God or source or whatever you want to call it was still here right within me, I think I cried for 1 month straight. Seriously. It was an eye opener for me to realize that God did never abandon me. He or she was always right here within me. So thinking and feeling that I had to please everyone, that I had to see things outside of me to make me feel good, I saw how fear played a pivotal part in all of these experiences. I was afraid of everything. I was afraid of change. I was afraid of failing. I wanted to always be good at what I'm doing. So failing was something I was afraid of. So I really had to face that. I realized I actually was perfect, right? And the divine was still within me. So that helped me to not fear all of these things. And the last thing that they showed me were limitations. limitations placed on myself through society, through the programming. I was programmed to believe things like judging, criticizing of others. This is something most of us do on a daily basis, even in your thoughts. When you're walking down the street, you judge, you criticize, right? And that divides me, that divides us. Even more, we divide ourselves through race, through religion, through culture, right? The assumptions and baggages of everyone's energies we carry around all day. And this becomes you, this becomes me. So I had to really stop and look at myself. I had to face the presence of the Creator and realize, you know what? I came to Earth to create my reality. I did not come here to face my reality. That's a big difference. And that gives me the power to manifest, the power to be successful, realizing I am here to create my own experiences. I also had to make my belief be stronger than anyone else's belief. And this is powerful, everyone. I teach this to my children and my grandchildren every day. Do not allow anyone else's belief to be stronger than yours. I've heard quite a few speakers talk about this and how it impacted their lives. It impacted my life tremendously in every aspect. It helped me to purge, to detox my entire being from all of the attachments I'm telling you about, the energies of others, the thoughts, the beliefs, the programming was very strong. And each and every time I felt an attachment being released, I could feel it. In a cellular level, I felt each attachment leaving, like one by one, just being pulled out of me every time I detached. Now I face someone, right, that I lost from birth, the real me. After doing all of this work, I found that real me, that infinite, perfect, beautiful being I was born to be. And that being is very real. It's just lost. It's just forgotten, right? The identity of that someone who was programmed disappeared. And I woke up to knowing that being in love with me is exactly what I needed to bring myself closer back to that divine within me. I fell in love with myself in a way I've never, ever felt before. I thought I knew what love was, having children. Having 5 beautiful babies is love, but nothing is greater than the love of that divine within you. I began to call back my energy by releasing all of the baggage that was not mine. I let go of fear. I trusted that I am always guided by the divine. I am always loved by the divine, and I am always guided to my highest good, no matter what. Sometimes we see bad situations and we feel like I'm not being guided to my highest good, but yes, you are. The divine knows more than us in any given moment. So whether you think a situation or experience is bad or good, just go with the flow. Don't allow it to hinder you, to make you think something different. The divine is with you always, always. So I cleanse my entire being from those thoughts, those beliefs, those emotions, those paradigms that were not me. I began to sit in silence 5 to 15 minutes a day, and I've been doing this 15 to 20 years now. 5 to 15 minutes a day. I began to grow spiritually, vibrationally, enhancing myself and my business. I'm in a space now where if I sit for 5 minutes, I'm right there. And there's nothing more beautiful than the love of the divine. It's a blissful, beautiful moment. I began to resonate in my being who I really was. Not the program. The program left. And once it left, everything left with it. So it brought me to absolutely no one and no thing. I call it the nothingness, right? When you're sitting in your meditated state and you realize I am no one and no thing, then the universe opens up to you. It's like Pandora's box. It opens up everything to you, and now your life becomes magic, right? Silence also became my friend, teaching me that everything I seek was right within me all the time. It was never, ever outside of me. Silence simply meant that there is no active attraction to anything in that moment. So when you're sitting still in silence, remember that. There is no active attraction to anything in that moment. Silence is that which has never and ever leaves you or me. I say that because that's where the real you is, in that silence. God, source, divinity never leaves us. So silence means to let everything be as it is, whether it's your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions. Realizing anything you are today is an expression of society, right? So sit still and feel that real you within yourself. Allow everything to be as it is. Don't think, don't feel, just be, right? This is why I always love to say to people, we are humans being in this moment. It's a big difference, right? So now my everyday experience is to go with the flow of life. My self-care and well-being begins each day with my meditation, sitting in silence, 5 to 15 minutes a day. Then I give great gratitude to God, source, divinities, the guides, the masters. I send love and light to my friends, my family, my children. I do yoga, Tai Chi, 30 minutes a day. My breakfast consists of fruits or smoothies, and that gives me the necessary energy I need to get my day going and to go through the day and never, ever be tired. I became a vegan, a vegetarian, simply because the universe showed me that this was more beneficial for me during my ascension. And also maintain the goddess within me by allowing myself to not be distracted by anyone or anything, right? Also have the courage to continually let go of assumptions and all those things outside of me because we're bombarded every day by life, right? So practice releasing assumptions, releasing expectations, release holding on to anyone or anything. Just practice one day at a time and you will get there. So again, I'm asking you, are you capable right now to evaluate what is happening within you and what's happening within your very own mind? So I'm challenging each and every one of you to sit still in silence 5 to 15 minutes a day. Get a journal and write out what you're feeling, what you're thinking, what you're seeing. Every day for 30 days, try this 5 to 15 minutes a day. Also, remove distractions out of your life for 30 minutes a day. Distractions like the television, social media. Even if you're in the car, turn off the radio. It's okay. 30 minutes a day to practice. Just doing this will transform your life tremendously. Also, give gratitude every single day and every single moment. You can just walk down the street and give gratitude to the trees, the grass, the animals, people, cars, whatever it is. Give great gratitude. Sing, dance, and move your body. This is something that I'm always being told by my guides. All of us love to sing and dance and be happy, right? So do this every day for 30 minutes to get your body moving, to get your vibrations up. And also go out into nature, ground yourself. Sit in the sun, in the central sun, to receive the love, the light that's coming in from Mother, Father, God. All of these things are part of my self-care routine and well-being, and it absolutely enhanced my life tremendously. So what I wanted to share as my gift is my ebook, Oracle's Memoirs. The first 20 people that send me an email with your email address, I am offering my ebook for free at oraclesky@gmail.com. And the first 10 people to inbox me, you can inbox me on my email, my Instagram as well. I am also giving away free coaching for 1 hour, and that's a value of $1,500. the first 10 people. And I can be found in Clubhouse every Sunday night at 8 p.m., where I give away free content all the time. I talk a lot about spirituality, ascension, and just the things that are going on behind the scenes with Earth, with Mother Gaia. All of those things are stuff I do every Sunday night for free in Clubhouse. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Oracle, for amazing insight. I never thought, sleep could be so powerful, and I'm glad you're born with it. And I guess I'm not born with it.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Look, I wish I could just look at pictures and learn from it. But
Yeah, it's absolutely a gift. From the time I was 2, my grandmother taught me how to really harness the gift. And at one point, I didn't want it. I tried to throw it in the closet.
And then what called you back to it?
My guides, my masters, they were doing things to create havoc, to show me, get back to where you started. So I really had to, when I started to see things crumbling and falling apart, it was the sign to really get back in full alignment with myself, with source, with my higher self, because I'm here for a higher calling. I'm here to help humanity to transition.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
You're
You have such unique gifts, and wow. It's like the world is beautiful. We are so talented in many ways, and to have you bring in your special touch makes it so the world's so colorful.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate you. Have a wonderful day, Mew.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, the next person up, if we have Crystal Hill, and she is the owner of Hill House Publishing, where they help purpose-led entrepreneurs unleash their transformational story and claim their spot as the #1 best-selling author. Her pen purpose profit blueprint and author archetype code helps you harness the power of words, birth your book, and become a #1 international bestseller with over 201 change makers from 26 countries she's helped since 2021. Wow, that's not that long ago, and you've helped so many people. She's passionate about gathering like-minded ways to shower, awakening, and empowering humanity and raise the frequency of the planet. Welcome, Crystal. Are you ready? Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm just so excited to be here with you and just share some of my magic and show you how you can become a best-selling author, even if you don't think that you can write or that your story matters. So do you want me to just take it away?
Yeah, take it away.
Wonderful. Okay, so yes, the thing that I'm going to share with you today is really how you can become a best-selling author and the possibilities of that, even if you might have that voice inside of you that says, who am I even to write a story? Or what if nobody likes my story? And I'm not even a good writer. But we are all the writers of our lives. And we write on the canvas of our lives, and we kind of, can eradicate the doubts and shade them out, and we can add splashes of innovation. And I believe that that's how we can recession-proof our business. When we believe that we can, when we believe that we can write. And I'm thinking that you're probably curious, or maybe you've been asking yourself, well, how can I write a book? How can I become an author if I don't think I'm a good writer? Or perhaps you've had that tap on the shoulder where the universe or a friend is saying to you, hey, your story is so amazing. You just have to write it. But then your fears kick in and you procrastinate and you don't do it. And maybe you're here because you're really curious to find out more and the possibilities. So I want to start with a really interesting statistic. That is that 81% of people in the US know that they have a story inside of them, but only 3% actually finish a manuscript. And of those 3%, only 1% actually publishes a book. And it really made me question and wonder, why is that? Why do people not listen to that, knowing that they have something to share, that inner guidance? Why do they allow themselves to be talked out of it? And I was reminded of a quote by Les Brown, who says that the graveyard is the richest place on earth, because it is here that you will find all of the hopes and dreams that were never lived, all the books that were never written, the songs that were never sung, the inventions that were never made, and the cures that were never discovered, all because someone was too afraid to take the first step. Why are we so afraid? Why are we so afraid to do the things that our higher guidance is giving us? Why are we not listening to that voice that propels us forward, that wants us to move into the direction of our dreams? And that reminded me of a story in my own life as I was reflecting on this, like looking at where have I done this in my life. And I was 32, living in London. I was working as a freelance theatre director. It was a year after my first divorce, and I was giving myself that year to rebuild my career. But everything I had done before did not work. Everything I did ended up on a dead end. And so I started asking questions. I was wondering why. And then I started asking better questions. And I was asking, well, maybe I'm not even still meant to be here. Maybe I've outlived the UK. Maybe it's time for me to move on. And I was very clear. I did not want to go back to Germany, to my native country. And I also did not want to learn a new language. So I said, okay, universe, show me. And if you're not loving the word universe, you replace it with God, the divine source, the creator, whatever resonates with you. I love using the word universe. So I asked the universe, where am I meant to be? And sure enough, the synchronicities came in. Suddenly, I was in a temping job where I met lots of Australians. Then 2 of my best friends started to go to Australia on a 3-day holiday visa. I'm like, yeah, Australia. Maybe Australia. Maybe I should go to Australia. But I didn't act on it. I did not do anything about it. I was just noticing it and ignoring it. Until one day, I had a dream. And in that dream, I was flying in an airplane. And we were about to land and descend. I was across this beautiful coastal scene. And I heard this voice, welcome to Australia. And in that moment, my alarm went off. It was like, beep, 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 beep. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? It was like as if the universe had to shout at me, make an exclamation mark, and really just hone it down, because I was just ignoring the synchronicities that it had given me this far. And I'm like, yes, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it. Okay, then I guess I have to act on this now. But I was asking one more thing. I was saying I was still so much in my mind, so much in my control freak mechanism of needing to control everything in my life, that I hadn't really embraced full trust yet. But I said, okay, give me one more sign. If on my walk to my new temping agent and my new temping job, I come across a travel agent, then I will get my ticket. And guess what? Of course I did. So I said, okay, now I have to do it. So I looked at my 5 credit cards, who were all maxed out except for one, where I had left like $1,500 on there to pay my tax bill, because that, as a freelance director, that happens at the end of the year. So I took that money and I booked my flight to Australia. And a week later, I get a phone call from a translation agency who had been banging on their door saying, I'm available to work. Can you please give me some work? And finally, a week after purchasing the ticket, they ring me and say, hey, Crystal, we've got a job for you. Can you jump in? Sorry, it's so short notice. And guess what? The money that I got from that job was the exact amount I had just spent on that flight. I mean, you can't make this up. And that message really showed me that the universe rewards the brave. When we take courageous action, when we listen to the whispers of our inner voice, the synchronicities, or maybe even the shouts that the universe has to give us, it rewards us. And when I came to Australia, I knew that this was my new home. And that was in 2006. And the doors opened, the flow in my life started to come back, and I am still here however many years later. So I'm sharing this story just to inspire you and to impress upon you the importance and the magic that lies beyond the certainty of our lives, the certainty of our control, the certainty of what we can perceive, because there is always that free flow, right? Before the parachute opens. We've got to jump out of the plane first before we get that support system, before we will be caught, but we always are. And so that is just for me a beautiful reminder that when we follow our inner guidance, the universe rewards us and life comes into flow and we can live our full potential. So what I'm sharing with you today is how you can I'm going to give you a reframe on this fear that I come across a lot. Where people say, oh, my story is not really that important. It doesn't really matter. And I'm going to explain to you why that is the case by giving you an overview of the history of publishing. And then I'm going to share some tangible tips with you that you can implement to overcome this perception or belief that you may not be a good writer. But before I do, Mew already introduced me and saying that since 2021, we've worked with over 200 authors from now 28 countries, helping them become international best-selling authors. And the way I got into publishing from all the time back as a theatre director is that I, in Melbourne, discovered life coaching, NLP. So I was working as a coach prior to 2021. And I was in 2 multi-author books and I loved it so much. I loved the way it was giving me clarity on my journey, how it showed me how far I had come, and the support and the community that was created amongst all of the authors was just so beautiful. And it recalibrated inside of me that innate, ingrained societal conditioning of competition and really helped me to come into a more collaborative space within my being. And I love that. And I'm still friends with a lot of the people who were in those books. So the way it then happened is that I had just gone through my second divorce. I was in no position to hold space for my clients, and the COVID regulations had shut down all of my events. And I was like, okay, what do I do? I was completely unemployable because I'd never worked in corporate. I'd always followed my inner guidance and did what I was passionate about, which is to help people, to empower humans to fulfill and live out their full potential. And so publishing was a lifetime. I knew I had to make it work, and I did. I just did. So since then, next week we're publishing our book number 9. All of the books have become international bestsellers. And I really love helping coaches, consultants, healers, and purpose-driven entrepreneurs to claim their story, to write their story, to share their story so that they can be seen as an expert in their field, make a bigger impact, and attract more clients. And so we have a solo book container for people who feel, those 81% of people who know that they have a story in them, but they feel overwhelmed by that prospect of, oh my God, where do I even start? So we help and guide them to do that. We also have a publishing package for those 3% who've written their finished manuscript, but they're now overwhelmed and don't want to learn the ins and outs of how do you KDP and formatting and bestseller campaign, and how do you do it all? So we do it for them. And of course, the multi-author books, where you can dip your toes into this world of publishing by just writing one chapter. So let me share with you, let me give you that reframe now about when you may be thinking, who am I to even write a book? Who would even want to hear my wisdom? And this is a question I was surprised by the other day when I shared on Facebook. I shared about my brain surgery that happened a year ago and how I'd recovered and how I had used the power of meditation to eradicate the pain and really speed up my recovery. And for me, that was just normal. Like, oh, that's just what I did. That's just my story. But the responses I got from the audience or from people reading this was, wow, I want to know more. I would read that book. So that was my tap on the shoulder, right? But still, for me, it's like, that's just me. See, the reason why we think that our story doesn't matter is because we are too close to it. Our perspectives, our wisdom, our view on life is so normal to us that we forget it could be inspirational to somebody else. The other thing is that the universe is expressing itself through us. We are a unique expression of the divine. So who are you not to share your story? Who are you not to fully claim yourself and take up the space that the universe allocated for you in this lifetime? Who are you to keep the cloak of invisibility on when everything is propelling you to kind of take it off and transform it into wings that can help you fly towards your full potential? So publishing and the history is also another reason why we think that our story doesn't matter. So let me take you all the way back into the ancient civilizations, where only the kings and pharaohs were allowed and perceived worthy enough to share their stories, their battles won. And, they were etched into the temple walls and on scrolls of paper, because it is through those stories and through the learnings and the hindsight of those who have come before us that our civilization has evolved. Without that, we wouldn't be here right now. But it was only reserved for royalty and those who made history. And the everyday person who was making history perhaps in their lives, but their stories didn't matter. So we have an ingrained belief that if we perceive ourselves as an everyday person, not a politician or a famous person, that our stories don't matter. And it's history's fault or reason, right? When in the 1600s, the printing press was invented, it became a little bit easier to spread stories and books, but it was still extremely expensive, and it was still reserved for royalty, for clergy, and esteemed philosophers. It was only, and the publishing press then, or the traditional publishers, continued on that vein. They could only publish people who had a large following or had a powerful message that they thought would sell. So it was the external validation yet again that was deciding whether your story was worth sharing or not, whether it was marketable, whether it was potentially controversial enough to catch enough interest. So again, we've been conditioned to give the validation of who we are to the external world. It wasn't until the 1990s when, with the invention of the printing, with the advancements of technology and print on demand, things became more easily accessible to everyone. And I believe only like in the last 10 years is it that we've really claimed this, and that publishers, independent publishers such as myself, are becoming more widespread to provide opportunities for everyone to have their books published. But we still need to create that shift in our mind. We still need to change our consciousness to go with the times. Because as you will know, times are changing. We are now moving from the Piscean into the Aquarian age, where the redistribution of power is visible everywhere. The old power systems are crumbling. Decentralization is coming into every area of our lives, into every industry, including publishing. And so that's why it's now more accessible to everyone to share their stories. We're moving into a more circular living, community living, where everyone's story matters, where everybody, when we're holding hands and the one is as equal, is as important as the whole. It's no longer a hierarchical power. We're no longer looking up. And we now need to give ourselves permission rather than waiting for that permission to be given to us. And as Wayne Dyer says, we do not get what we want. We get who we are. And what that means is that when we stay in a state of wanting, we will be forever in a state of wanting. We will want forever. But if we're in a state of believing and knowing and claiming and giving ourselves permission, because we know that the universe rewards the brave. So if we're bravely stepping into our fullness, our significance, that's when we can become, fully actualized. But there is still this inner conflict between safety and significance, the two core human needs, or two of the 6 core human needs that Tony Robbins identified. Safety wants to keep you small. It says, no, don't share your story, because in past lives you've been killed at the stake, you've been burned at the stake for your truth, for your wisdom. Don't do it. It's not safe. You'll be judged. You'll be crucified. And then there's significance. And significance is telling you, yeah, but this was then, now is now. Times have changed. We're now moving into a time of more equality. We're moving into a time where information sharing can be freely shared. Your time is now. Your wisdom matters. Your story is important. The universe is expressing itself through you. So who are you not to share your story? And so they're fighting until you make a choice, until you become the master of your destiny. So I hope this is giving you some reframes around why you might be feeling the way you are, if you're feeling that way, and to show you, yeah, actually, you know what? I will share my story, but I'm still not a good writer. I still don't know how to write. I had this English teacher who told me I'm not a good writer. I wouldn't even know where to start. So let's go into that. Let me give you 3 keys. Let me share with you the phases, because imagine, what if writing a book or a chapter was as easy as painting by numbers? It's as easy as following the system. And that's what you have publishers for. That's what you have book coaches for, who can help you provide those structures and systems with you. So I'm going to give you the 3 keys that you can easily take away right now to start writing. So the first one is planning. The second one is writing. And the third one is editing. And with the planning, I sometimes have clients, I get the intuitives. They come to me and say, yeah, I'm just going to channel it down. It'll just come through me. But when you do that, and there is a time and a place for that step for sure during the writing phase, if you only do that, it's like an architect going on site, asking the builders to just put up walls randomly, and then wondering why the roof doesn't fit or nothing kind of fits together. It's just a shambles, right? So it's important that we have the structure, that we have an outline, that we have a clear idea of where we're going. It's like going on a holiday and forgetting to tap into the GPS for the destination and then wondering why you get lost, wondering why you get so overwhelmed because you have little bits of writing here, little bits of that there, and it doesn't kind of fit together. So planning is important. And even if you want to, channel your message through, there's a time and place for that. But the first thing you need to know is, what is your core message? What is that one message that you want to share, that you're hooking everything else around? Secondly, who is your audience? Who are you writing to? Because who you're writing to depends on how you're going to share that core message, what examples you're going to bring in. So who's that one person that you're going to write to, your ideal client? And thirdly, intention. Why? Why are you writing this book? Why are you writing it for yourself? Why are you writing it for your client? And why are you writing it for the world? Because knowing that intention will help you move through any obstacle that you face along the way. So that's key. And the why for you personally might be, I'm writing in order to make sense of my past, and so I can gain closure in order to move forward into my future. You might be writing to celebrate how far you've come. You might be writing to provide hope and inspiration for others because you've gone through something incredible. And you might be writing yourself into clarity as well. When we have that discipline to look at our life and identify the themes that we've had in our life and through our life, there comes a clarity that will then give you a greater level of confidence and understanding of your place in the world, who you are and why you do what you do and why you're good at what you do and why you have the values that you have. And when you can clearly articulate that, you will then be invited into more podcasts because they know that you have done that inner work. I know for a fact that podcast hosts will favor authors over other people because they know they've done the work. They've had the discipline to really identify their story. So the why for your business could be that you want to become that authority. You want to become known on a global stage. You want to be seen as the expert in your field. And you are looking to attract more clients. You're looking to raise your prices. You're looking to make a difference in a broader scale. And for the world, it could also be that you just want to help. You know that what you've gone through will be an inspiration for others, and you feel selfish to hold that back and not share that with the world. You're wanting to share it because you're here to make a contribution, which is another one of our core values. So once you have identified that, there's a whole way in which you can plan out your structure. And I work with, I'll share that in my projects and programs, how to do that, or you can go away and do that by yourself. The second step then is to write. And when we write, we do not want to plan and we do not want to edit. We want to allow ourselves to just get into an alpha state. So we're shifting our brainwave here. We're shifting from the logical mind, from the waking mind, into that deeper space where we slow down so that we can have access to our inner wisdom, to our highest guidance, and to our deepest truth, where we can just write and it will just flow. We get into that flow state. And that can only happen if you don't edit at the same time. And this is key. If you take nothing else away from anything I'm saying today, never, ever, ever, ever edit and write at the same time. Write and edit at the same time. It's like imagine you're in a car, right? And you have one foot on the accelerator and the other foot on the brakes. And they're fighting for attention. They're getting conflicting messages. The car doesn't know what to do, whether to stop or to start. And it creates a lot of friction, a lot of distraction, and a lot of overwhelm and wasted energy. That's what it's like when you edit and write at the same time, because it takes two different sides of the brain. Two different sides of the brain. So when you write, you write. When you edit, you edit. And in the editing process, you can then look back over your intentions. Have I met my intentions? You can cut and paste repetitions, word repetitions. You can make things more succinct, etc. But in the writing phase, you just write. So I hope that's giving you an idea of the outline. And sometimes you can still be super overwhelmed. Like, but I don't know my core message. Crystal, what is that? And so that's when you come into a container with us, with my VIP clients, we sit together and we tease it out. And I take Megan's example. She was quite overwhelmed because she had a story that was very emotional, a lot of grief in her story. And so I asked her a series of questions. And at the end of about 45 minutes of her just talking, I handed her the outline for her chapter and said, okay, this is the structure you need to follow. And so every time when she kind of got overwhelmed during the writing or got lost in a pocket of her story, she could come back to the outline that would help her. And so another person, Fatu, with her, there was just a gap in what she was writing. And I was having again a conversation with her, and I said, like, asked her questions, and I was typing away the answers so that she could just stay in that flow and channel it through. And I was typing it away. And at the end, she was saying, Crystal, it was like you were in my head. You were teasing it out of me, bringing it onto the page. And that's exactly what I do. You know, I have that ability to see people and to help you reflect, by reflecting that back, help you bring your own brilliance out of yourself. And there's another beautiful client of mine who had told me that he wrote himself into clarity. He wrote himself into the acceptance of his story. In writing the story, he released a lot of shame that was holding him back. And he, as a result, put on a beautiful summit. And he said, Crystal, this would never have happened had I not written my story in one of your books. So there are so many incredible benefits that come from being in a book. Just using some of our tools that I teach, one of my clients, Kate, she increased her business by $50,000 because she got repeat work and she got referrals. So you never know what the universe has in store for you when you say yes to writing your story, when you say yes to becoming a published author, because the magic is different for everyone. But one thing I am certain is that there is always magic. It is so beautiful. So I invite you now to, if it is safe to do so, to just close your eyes for a moment and take a deep breath. You know, we've talked a lot about reframing why your story matters, how you can write by just knowing the steps to take. And I want you to imagine that you have written your book and the doorbell rings and it's the postman with a big parcel. And you're opening the parcel and you see the beautiful cover and it looks exactly how you wanted it to be and even better. And you take a book out and you flick through the pages and you smell that beautiful smell of fresh books and you're feeling overwhelmed by joy and pride and excitement that you have done it. You have written your book, you have eternalized your story, you have left your legacy that can now live on long after you are gone, that can now do its work even while you're asleep, that can inspire people, that can empower people. And as we're coming towards the end of this presentation, I want to leave you with the words of Mary Angelou, who says that there is no greater agony than leaving an untold story trapped inside of you. Because it takes energy to repress things. And so many of my clients have opened up. And so and a lot of you will already have been authors and you realize that there's this release, because it's like the burden that we've carried of our own story is now released into the universe, and your story now becomes everyone's story. Your wisdom now is there for everyone to tap into. And I know you would not be here if you weren't at the forefront of this shift in consciousness. If you weren't here to share your wisdom and be a role model of a story of empowerment that you have claimed, so that others can claim their story of empowerment too. And if all of this resonates and you would love to have an author activation session with me, that's a free conversation where we can talk about what is your next step? What is that core message that you have? Then get in touch. The details are right across the screen next to my name. And I also have a beautiful free gift that is an author archetype quiz where you can do the quiz and it will show you your strengths, and it will also tell you what your weaknesses are and how you can overcome them. So that's a really cool little thing to do. And until we meet again, remember that the universe rewards the brave. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Crystal. You know, I have never thought about correlating telling us now in a present day situation to having our other, the royalties having their name and their pictures etched in stone for basically eternity. Think of the pharaohs and stuff like that. And it's amazing that how much you said $50,000 she increased
Yeah,
her profit
yeah,
just by having a book. That's amazing.
I
Um,
know, right? And I think it's so important to understand why we have those beliefs that make us think that we don't matter, where that even comes from. Because I saw yesterday, I actually was talking to a client and she was saying that we carry 14 generations of trauma. We inherit 14 generations of trauma. So we don't even know where our beliefs come from sometimes. And so to shine light on some of those things in history just help us to think it's not me, it's history, and I can therefore have the power to claim my story in a deeper way, right?
oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. And then so what would be, you think, the number one step in helping entrepreneurs really embracing that their voice is important enough to be broadcast to the world?
What is the number one step to make that belief shift that my story matters? I think it comes down to the why. When you ask yourself at the end of my life, what do I have wanted to contribute? Why am I here? What is my purpose in this world? And I know for me, it is to empower people, to empower humanity, to help them to fulfill their highest potential. And I know that in order to do that, publishing and writing my story and sharing my wisdom is part of that step. So I think it's understanding what is your why and what do you need to do as a result in order to fulfill that why to its fullest potential.
Wow. Okay. And then you've demonstrated that really well, and you've helped so many entrepreneurs in since COVID, 200
Yeah,
entrepreneurs.
it's just been such a blessing to bring so many way showers together and help them to transform. I always say it's a writing. When you write a book, there is a personal transformation that happens for your professional expansion. Because as I already said, it's that clarity that we receive from writing that will give us a greater confidence to then share who we are and why we do what we do in a more succinct way, so that when we do that, we create more charisma, and that then attracts more people to us. It's like we become the lighthouse.
That's awesome. That sounds so beautiful. And who would have thought writing would be so healing?
I know, right? It is always surprising. Like it's like I work with coaches and they say, "Oh my God, I didn't realize there was still a pocket of shame that I hadn't looked at, and now it's right here and I can release it." And the other thing that I love is I've had 2 people who've had family reunions, where there've been family frictions, and when the author really took the time to claim their story and say, this is who I am, and I'm no longer ashamed of that, and sharing that in a book, their family could then see them in a new light and they could accept them in a new way. And they suddenly were proud of that person where previously there was friction. And so that's just so amazing. Like it happens in spite of me, but I know that I'm providing that container for this magic to occur, for families to come back together, for so much healing. Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing so much wisdom, and thank you for supporting so many entrepreneurs in such a short amount of time. 2 years and 200 authors have been blessed with your gift. And wow, this is amazing. And you did this while you were having medical issues too.
Yes, I did this at the back of a divorce, which was extremely difficult. So divorce was going on at the same time as I was building this. And I did this while I've realized or found out that I had brain tumor. Yes. And having brain surgery. So it's been an incredible 2.5 years. And it just shows that and really what saved me was my purpose. What is my mission? What is my North Star? And surrounding myself with all these incredible coaches and consultants who too are striving towards their highest potential, and surrounding myself with them and helping them become who they are just help me. When we can contribute, we give ourselves back as well. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much for your wonderful wisdom. And who would have thought writing a book is so healing. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Her name is Casey Hamilton, and she's on a mission to teach us on the cusping edge of social media that could be safe and be profitable. Just imagine getting paid to put material on social media. And Casey, one of our speakers earlier today actually was sharing lectures. She was talking about being on the edge of something new and being the early adopter to really get your business, your life to excel and to the next level. Well, Casey is one of those entrepreneurs who is dedicated to make social media safe and financially rewarding. So, Casey, please take the stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. I have some slides to show. If I can add those, then I can get started. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here sharing with you guys how to monetize your content on the blockchain today. I've had the pleasure of working closely with Mew to show her what it is that I do. So we'll be talking a little bit about that today. But before we get into that, if it's okay, I'd like to share just a little bit more about how I got into all this in the first place. And then we'll go from there. But about 12 years ago, my family and I were on a camping trip, and my son had an extremely bad asthma attack. And when I realized what was happening, I got so scared. I rushed him to the hospital, where they immediately admitted him and put him on a drug to open up his airways. And it was like the most scary event of my life, just watching him in that bed gasping for air for the next 12 hours. And I was pacing the floors, and, when the doctor came in, all she kept talking about were the drugs that she was going to put him on. And I was feeling just completely helpless on how to help him. And she recommended that, and I turned to the internet to realize that they were creating a customer and not a cure. Sorry. So like many of you have probably done, I turned to the internet and started researching natural ways to help him heal. And I'm not sure what happened with my slides going over like that, but sorry. What I was learning about all these holistic healing modalities I found out, excuse me, what really sparked my awakening was when I started to share what I was learning about all of these amazing holistic healing modalities I found on my social media platforms. I started getting censored and kicked off Facebook and YouTube for my interviews. So I began looking for alternatives to our traditional social networking platforms, which led me into the blockchain space. So I'm about to tell you guys the biggest secret that I have come across being in this space. And as you guys have probably seen in the news, Bitcoin is still, constantly being talked about after all these years. And we have some major crash stuff going on in the space right now. But the original technology of Bitcoin that people think of as, BTC at $26,000 a coin is actually not the real Bitcoin. Here you see in November of 2018, the original protocol was restored under a new ticker symbol. And that is behind my thing here, but it's under $30 a coin. And yeah, thank you. But you can go to bsvblockchain.org and /history to look at the timeline of, the deployment of this technology to the world so far. And there's just so much more going on than you will see on the media. And so I'm going to kind of tell you guys what's going on the front lines of this right now. The original inventor of Bitcoin, Dr. Craig Wright, you can go to craigwright.net to learn more about him. This is the infamous Satoshi Nakamoto. And on YouTube, he has so many amazing master classes that you can go to learn all about this technology, to, learn more about everything I'm saying to you today. But, what I'm about to show you, who is this for? This is for business owners who've had great success and create great content on social media platforms right now and have large audiences. If you're interested in creating multiple streams of truly passive income, any business owners who want to take their data or own their data, if you've ever been in Facebook jail or had your YouTube channels taken down, a lot of people have completely lost their income overnight. If you're a business owner who wants more opportunities to monetize your content and recession-proof your entire wealth, we're going to talk about all of that. So when I was, wading through all of the crypto MLMs and different things that a lot of people have probably come across, and maybe a lot of you have lost a lot of money in them like I have, I just kept following the truth and realized, we really only need this one blockchain. And the fact that the original technology was set in stone in 2018 gave developers the opportunity to start building on top of this technology. So I watched that happen. And as a, aspiring entrepreneur wanting to get into digital marketing, I, just saw the opportunity here that was being created with this technology with micropayments. And so I created this offer around it called Take Your Brand to the Blockchain. And my consulting agency provides comprehensive consulting services to help you guys navigate this complex world of Web3. And then I also offer a VIP onboarding service to expedite your entry into this Bitcoin era. And then I'm actually also building a really amazing private club to continue your education after, you get that initial onboarding experience. So I don't just drop you off and, you have no idea where to continue going from there. So when we do the onboarding session, we get you started with a wallet and then 2 social networking platforms and 2 advertising platforms. And like I said, the ongoing training programs are amazing and going to get better and better over time. MewFan is one of the people that has allowed me to give her my expedited onboarding service. And what she was able to walk away with was this link tree. And on this, it has all of her referral links. So when you guys in the audience there want to come meet her on these blockchain-based platforms, you can use these links to join them, and then she will start to earn passive income as you guys use these social networking and advertising tools. So everyone wins, and you can see here, we start our friends off with a wallet. The Handcash wallet is really easy wallet to use because it signs you right into the platforms, and you can see that the micropayments, when someone likes your post or follows you, they go directly to your wallet. So we always start with that. And then to give you guys a visceral experience of micropayments today, we created a gamified survey that you can take to give us some feedback on this presentation and on your interest in this technology and that kind of stuff. So if you scan that QR code and you go to, where are my notes for that one? You go to that survey, you can actually earn 2 cents in Bitcoin directly to your Handcash wallet for giving us that feedback. You can also join the raffle for winning a free onboarding session in that survey, and the free gift is also listed in that survey for today. So if you my computer was glitching. I don't know if I'm on here, but so that is the first charity that micropayments are going to go to if you don't have a wallet. But in the future, if you have a charity or a cause that you support, I know Manny Lopez has Orphan to CEO. So, if he did these surveys or quizzes with his audience, he'd be able to actually send that micropayment to his charity instead of to this reforestation project. So that's coming. Also, you have AI getting ready to be integrated into this platform. So AI can help you create your surveys. I also offer a survey creation for with my consulting services, and then can just give them to you to use at your events, things like that. So this is a really fun platform to play with. And, I know a lot of people here have quizzes in their courses and things like that. So it's just a fun way to reward your audience in a new way they've never experienced before. CoinGeek is another place that I send a lot of traffic to learn more about BSV for the latest Bitcoin news and blockchain information. And the articles are just amazing. But I can go to CoinGeek and grab any one of their articles. And because of Tonic Pow, which is a promotion marketplace for the Bitcoin era, I can earn 8 cents a click in Bitcoin that I drive to any CoinGeek article. They also have, other rewards here that they pay for Twitter comments and posts and things. And then another thing I really love about this platform is, let's say it's someone like Les Brown and he has a huge audience and he thought he wanted, 20 cents a click. This little place bid field right here, you can, start a direct conversation with this advertiser right here to negotiate a higher payout or different conversion goals, for your audience. So it's just a really amazing place to start advertising for your service or business. I think that, this is really going to transform the entire advertising industry when, micropayments are really realized in the world, in the way that we get content out there. CoinGeek, this article here coming up about a case that's coming up in early January. I could earn 8 cents from throwing this in the chat for every click that you guys made on it just from this presentation here. So the opportunity is amazing to, start advertising on here to really reward your audience for advertising for you. But just to bring a little bit of awareness to this case that's coming up in January, you can, go do your own research to learn more about it. But there is the Copyrights Open Patent Alliance case coming up, which is really going to finally give Dr. Craig Wright the ability to enforce his patents and copyrights on the intellectual property of his technology. So I'm really looking forward to that, but I do think that it is going to have massive implications for the cryptocurrency space at large. And, obviously none of this is financial advice, but I do hope that we can finally get a lot of this, just corruption and mess in this whole space cleaned up. And I think this case is really going to help that happen. So to know that BTC is not the real technology of Bitcoin and BSV is at this moment of time is a huge opportunity for your business just to invest in the original technology of Bitcoin under $40 a coin again. Alone is transformative. So definitely, I know Handcash currently is, they do have on-ramps to buy from your bank account, right from Handcash, and they're working on off-ramps. So you'll be able to go from fiat to your BSV directly back to your bank account with your earnings if you want. So they're making it really easy. A lot of the, big exchanges have delisted BSV because, obviously once we have Bitcoin adoption, the people that control the fiat currencies just really don't have control over that anymore. So obviously they are, not really wanting this information out there to the general public, but I'm just trying to get the truth out there to you guys today here. So one of the platforms that I really love that's like an alternative to Twitter is called Twitch. And you can see here that it is the first ever pay-to-earn Web3 social network. It's the only social network where users earn money for their content, and everything lives on the blockchain. So you have complete data ownership on this site. There's over 100,000 users so far. And if you want to learn more about Twitch, you can go to twitch.com, or you can go to Muse Linktree, actually, excuse me, and use her link to join. You see here, she's on there, user number 133742. So she's just crossed 100,000. I'm user 1209. There's a whole NFT marketplace in this platform, and lots and lots of more features coming soon. Like I said, if you're one of those big entrepreneurs that is building on all these cold platforms, Danny Trejo here is one of the biggest celebrities on Twitch already. And, 40 likes for one post is just, that racks up to a lot of money. And the fact that, like I said, you're earning this at under $30 a Bitcoin right now, when the price of BSV goes up, so do these micropayments. So I think it's really amazing to start just duplicating content you're creating maybe on Twitter or something and start putting it on here. You can actually tweet right from Twitch or X, whatever it is now. So that's kind of fun. And then, like I said, all of these platforms have referral links. So Mew, when you guys join through her link and you start using this platform, she will start earning passive income. So not only from her content, but also off of you guys using the platform. And, that's truly passive income. It's no customer management of these people. So, that's kind of unheard of in affiliate marketing. So that was a big attraction I had to this space. The inventor or the CEO of Twitch, Elon Moist on Twitter and on Twitch here, his goal is to make every Twitch user a millionaire, if that gives you any idea of where they're heading. So I really enjoy watching these guys grow and all the things that they're building in the space and all the new features they're adding. Things like a troll toll on this platform. If someone is trolling you, you can literally set a specific price to charge them to even be able to contact you or comment on any of your stuff. So it really shuts up your haters. And if they really want to say it, they're going to pay you to say it. So I think that's going to clean up a lot of keyboard nonsense on the internet when we have more of this model at play on social networking platforms. So, it's no secret we're in the days of Sound of Freedom, and, everyone is looking into all the corruption on, in the world and on social media. Instagram was just, outed for connecting a vast network of pedophiles on their website. And, it's just like, as a mother of young children, I don't really know what else to do other than put together this type of an offer that can help clean that stuff up, because I just can't brand on platforms that I know this is happening on. So I introduced Mew, and when I learned about Lament here, this is like an alternative to Instagram and or Patreon or whatever, but it's more ways to monetize your content with your fans, thanks to its state-of-the-art peer-to-peer micropayment technology. So you can see, you can put a photo or a video behind a paywall and earn 5 cents to $10 per photo, text, or video. People can tip you from 10 cents to $100 each like and follow. And then also, you earn 20% of Lament's revenue when a content creator that you invite earns on the platform. So you can calculate your earnings right here. One of the things that I absolutely love about this platform is it's a global payment, cross-border, payment system here with Bitcoin. So anyone in the world can join this platform and start posting for free and start earning Bitcoin the same day and then go spend that in the real world. So I just think that is going to completely transform the world on so many levels. Once we have, like I said, just an evolution of the entire internet to these kinds of models for content creators and entrepreneurs, and just, like I keep thinking of like the fair trade women in another country that are trying to get their baskets out or something. Now they can sell directly and have that heart-to-heart connection with their audience and their customer. With none of the intermediary and interference stuff that we have going on in the world today. I actually am also building my own platform on the BSV blockchain. This is Be the Broadcast, and this is Mew Fans private group under my JV partners. So we are about to integrate BSV into the back end of a WordPress site here, to where everything that happens on her timeline is fully monetized with micropayments. And there's also going to be a referral link on here to where when she invites like you guys to come and go into all of the other groups here and learn about all these things on BSV, she can actually earn passive income as you guys go consume a course on how to create an AR, VR marketing campaign or something like that in some of the continuing education courses that we have on this platform. So keep an eye on that early September. I'm really excited. The developers are working on it now. So we're basically just taking WordPress into the Web3 space, which I think is pretty fun. And so that is also on Mew's Linktree to get to that. And then when it comes to recession proofing your entire wealth, not just, your social media, Troy Money is an exciting project that's launching early September. That's one of the most innovative cases I've seen so far, where they're putting real gold as digital money on the blockchain. It's like a gold Venmo World Vest to launch precious metals assets on the BSV blockchain. You can see that the US dollar has lost 97% of its purchasing power since 1913. And investors are looking for a way to preserve their capital. And I think World Vest is definitely doing that. They're working with an amazing company called Tokenized to build Troy Money, which basically puts gold and precious metals onto the blockchain so that we have like real world liquidity to spend that, to buy your coffee. There's a really good presentation by Peter Schiff at the latest London blockchain conference that just happened, and some press releases you can check out to learn more about how to actually completely exit fiat and get into tokenized gold and other precious metals to store your wealth. This is, a viable alternative to the current system of holding government IOUs known as fiat currencies and CBDCs that are coming. So that's another big thing that a lot of people are really concerned about. And I will tell you that the only blockchain CBDCs can work on, from what I'm hearing from the experts, is the BSV blockchain. And it's already capable of over 1 million transactions per second. And it scales infinitely to meet the global economic needs. So I do think that a lot of other cryptos are going to either go away or be put on top of BSV. So just be aware of that if you are diversified in the crypto space, that you just need to know that that's happening. There's a lot more to share. And so I invite you guys to scan this QR code here. That's again for that coin survey link. And on that, there is a question where you can sign up for the free gift, which is a personalized introduction to the MetaNet, where I can get on Zoom with you and listen to what you do with your brand and find out exactly or show you exactly all the amazing platforms on BSB that pertain to you specifically, and what you're doing to monetize. And then the raffle, I am raffling off a free onboarding session, and that is also found on the Coin Survey link. So I still have 7 minutes or so, it looks like. I don't know if I started my timer on time, but Miu, do you have any questions? Should we open it up for questions or anything?
Sure.
I just went through that so fast.
You did really, really good.
Thank you.
It's one of those things that is so new to me, and I'm always learning something new every time you mention it. And it's funny when you say instead of Twitter, it's Twitch. I'm like, oh yes.
Think of it like etching your tweet on a blockchain. It's there forever.
Yeah. What really gets me stuck right now is thinking, why would somebody pay me a cent to like my content? That's what it actually is like, because I'm so used to the old, well, I'm still using it,
Mm-hmm.
the conventional social media. I'm just getting stuck in the, why would somebody pay me for a post?
Well, Facebook right now is earning off of those posts. Facebook is earning off of those likes. We're generating energy on their platform for them. So it's just reversing the model to now we get that monetary value. So, and the best part is you own your own data on here too. They don't, like, anything you post on traditional platforms, you don't own any of that data. They're just harvesting our data from, all angles so that they can customize their advertising models and things like that. So just all of that is kind of flipped on its head on these platforms. And now we get to empower each other versus empowering these platforms.
Okay, can you explain to me how Facebook is actually making money? Except, like, you mean ads?
Well, yeah, the ad spend, just the captivation of people on their platforms, and keeping our time and energy on these platforms. We're creating content for them that makes them a lot of money. So on these platforms, the content that we're creating, yes, it makes the platform money, but they're sharing that revenue with us. They don't share that revenue with you on Facebook. They're getting all of that. So it just feels better to me to, have more control over my data and to have a direct connection with my audience. It's not a cold platform. I'm not putting all this. I heard that that guy, Sir Marco Robinson, that's speaking at this event. I heard him on Instagram talking about, you've got to get these people off of the cold platforms and onto your email list. And I wanted to comment and say, now these aren't cold platforms. So it's just better time spent on a platform to actually have monetary ROI right there and not have to be always taking them to email. I mean, I just tried to create an email for your event with MailChimp. And because I used the word blockchain, it blocked my entire account.
You just started it.
I know. I just started it specifically for I'm telling you, we have some major things to clean up on the internet. So, and the platforms, they're just, we can all see that they're censoring all kinds of information, health information and election information, all these things that have been going on. So, it feels like we have the opportunity to really clean that up on these platforms where they're not controlling that narrative so much.
So you created a landing page that said blockchain.
Take your brand to the blockchain. That's it. And they literally flagged my entire MailChimp account and would not let me send any emails or create any landing pages or anything.
Okay.
That's like, serious. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, first of all, a lot of that is warranted because there is a lot of, crypto crime that has happened. A lot of people have been scammed in different crypto MLMs and lost a lot of money. I hear that very consistently with people that I connect with. And all I have to say is, there's actually ways to recover lost or stolen funds. You can get in touch with me if you want more information on that. I know the experts to take you to try to take that action, but it is possible if you can prove ownership of the Bitcoin and you lost it when a company went under or something like that, they can help you recover those assets. So there's so many misconceptions about Bitcoin that I can help dispel in the presentation when we have more time. But
Okay.
there's a
Wow.
there's a lot happening, and it's just going to get even more intense by January, with this case coming up. But it is definitely like Silicon Valley, big tech people against Dr. Craig Wright, because his IP and copyrights are blocking them from doing this metaverse that they're trying to do. He's already basically patented that technology. And then you have Omniscape, which is another company that you can create like a branded Pokemon Go virtual marketing campaign for your audience, which is really fun. And they have like all the patents on the real metaverse and linking 3D objects with real world physical goods. So there's a lot of IP and patent and all that that's going to come into play as we really evolve the internet to have a native payment system on it, which is going to be BSV.
Okay. Well, we do have somebody who's interested in connecting with you, Casey. So Latara, I believe she's Tara Dragon 1. I love it.
Awesome.
So thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for being so patient in teaching me and all the speakers in the event about all this. You just have given us such valuable time. And I guess we're wrapping up towards the end of the call, actually the event. And so for today, so tomorrow we're going to start off again with day 2, which is about relationship, how we can build a powerful relationship to recession-proof for business. And we'll begin at 8 a.m. PST time. And I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.